Hey guys, it's Senti Reads, and as you can see by the video title, today I'll be ranting incessantly about the second book in the ACOTAR series, A Court of Mist and Fury, or ACOMAF for short, because that's not hard to say at all. If you haven't seen my first ACOTAR video, you should probably go back and watch that first, because it's way too long for me to recap that whole mess for you right now. I will give you a quick reminder of the ending just so we can jump into this second adventure together on the same page. So, in the last book, Feyre saved all of Prythian after breaking a 50-year curse that some evil fairy named Amarantha cast across the lands, and as a result, Amarantha killed Feyre in a fit of rage. Tamlin, now at full power because the curse was lifted, then kills Amarantha in revenge. And because we can't have more ACOTAR without Feyre, all of the High Lords from each of the 7 courts come together and revive her, and she comes back to life as a High Fae with powers of her own. Then she goes back to live happily ever after with her boo Tamlin in the Spring Court. Or maybe not, because of that pesky deal she made with Rhysand, the High Lord of the Night Court. So that's pretty much all you really need to know from the last video. I will kind of recap as necessary throughout this book, but go back and give that a watch if you haven't already. And I feel a need to give a second disclaimer here. If you like ACOTAR, good for you. I'm glad that you found something you enjoy. I just happen not to enjoy it. We are allowed to have our own opinions. I cannot like it. While you like it, media is subjective.
How do you know what's good for me? That's my opinion!
Anyway, this is a review inside of a review because I also bought the ACOTAR coloring book to use as B-roll for this video. I'm trying out some new stuff with my videos, and I like arts and crafts, so I thought this would be fun to do. Let me know if you like this new kind of style of video here. Unfortunately, I can't really recommend this coloring book. There are some cool pages in here, but also some that I really can't imagine anybody is interested in. Like, nobody wants a full page of that random servant Alice from the Spring Court, or at least I don't. Like, is this a popular character? Am I wrong? Also, the pages are perforated so you can tear them out, but they don't tear out very easily, so I accidentally ripped a couple of the pages while I was trying to remove them. When you open up this book, it is set up so that the left page is a passage from the novel that relates to the coloring page on the right. However, since these are perforated, if you then pull the page out, then the image on one side is not going to match the passage on the other side, which is kind of annoying to me. I don't know if that bothers you. It's just kind of a design thing I don't really like. Also, some of the coloring designs were kind of confusing to me, and I didn't always know what everything was supposed to be, and you're going to see that throughout these videos, that sometimes I get confused. That might just be me because I have the spatial awareness of a bull in a china shop, so let me know if you also have this coloring book or if any of this confused you, because sometimes this felt like a eye puzzle or brain teaser or something. The camera setup was a little awkward while I colored, so give me some grace if I go out of the lines like a toddler. You know, we're just here to have some fun, not make some real art here. On a serious note, before we jump into ACOMAF, please check the screen now for a list of content warnings. This does get dark at times, and I just want to get it out here. Most of this is very fun nonsense, but there is some dark topics discussed, so take a look at that now if you are sensitive to any of that. But with all of that out of the way, let's jump right into ACOMAF.
Newsflash. On to the second book, baby. Fellas, this is probably when you want to scroll down, unless you want to match my freak.
Hey guys, Editing Senti here. I thought I should jump in and give a quick little explanation of each coloring page as I go through this video. So we're going to start off with Feyre and Tamlin. I mostly had a good time coloring this page. However, Tamlin usually wears green, and I felt like I couldn't put him in green because there's a lot of green in the tree background. And also there were parts I couldn't tell, like where Tamlin's shirt was and where the sky was, or are they in a forest? Like, I didn't know how to do the background sometimes. And you will also see that I stupidly mistake a closed flower bud for an acorn, as if an acorn would just be sticking like out on a stick, but anyway, I promise we'll actually start the video now. The book opens up with Feyre being super angsty over what happened under the mountain with Amarantha. Maybe I'd always been broken and dark inside. Maybe someone who'd been born whole and good would have put down the ash dagger and embraced death rather than what lay before me. There was blood everywhere. If you don't remember, the final task Feyre had to complete to break the curse was to kill 3 fairies. She stabbed 2 to death, and she was supposed to kill Tamlin as the 3rd one, but he has a stone heart, so he didn't die. That whole stupidity I covered in the first video. Despite the fact that Tamlin lived, the curse was still lifted for whatever reason, who knows. Anyway, Feyre is super messed up over the fact that she had to kill 2 innocent people, even though she did it to save an entire realm. Again, this was the trolley problem, I mentioned this last video. She has constant nightmares and wakes up puking every night, and as a side note, she's described as flushing the toilet, like she's throwing up into a porcelain toilet, which feels very modern to me. So I'm left wondering if this weird medieval fairy world somehow has indoor plumbing and what other technology they have. Like, it's just weird and it's throwing me off base here. World building was an issue with ACOTAR, and it doesn't get any better with ACOMAF, and I think it might even be more confusing. Back to Feyre, I actually like that she's having this kind of reaction to what happened under the mountain in the first book. Not because I hate Feyre and want her to suffer, even though I don't like Feyre, but because it's realistic. I really don't like the uber badass characters who don't give a fuck about killing, and they just don't care at all, and they have no signs of any trauma or anything after all the horrible things they've been through. I just don't think it's realistic. I think Feyre lays it on a little thick sometimes, considering she saved thousands of people by breaking the curse and is seen as the savior of Prythian, and nobody blames her for what she did. But I can deal with her moping, I guess. Also, Feyre isn't adjusting super well to being high fae, and she can't really control her newly acquired powers. Immortal strength. More a curse than a gift. I dented and folded every piece of silverware I'd touched for 3 days upon returning here. Had tripped over my longer, faster legs so often that Alice had removed any irreplaceable valuables from my room. She'd been particularly grumpy about me knocking over a table with an 800-year-old vase, and had shattered not 1, not 2, but 5 glass doors merely by accidentally closing them too hard. It's a miracle there's any forks left in the spring court after all the ones Tamlin broke in the first book. Also, glass doors? Glass doors also feel very modern to me. This is weird. Anyway, the extent of Feyre's powers are not yet known, but obviously she's gonna be crazy overpowered. Just wait, you'll see. Feyre is worried about her deal with Rhysand. Remember, she made a deal to, he was going to help her as long as she went with him for 1 week a month to go to the Night Court for reasons. That was the deal. It's been 3 months since the curse was broken, and he's yet to come collect on his end of the bargain. And so she's really scared about going to the Night Court because it's supposedly a super fucked up place full of psychos and murderers. And remember, Amarantha's base under the mountain was said to be inspired by the Night Court, so obviously Feyre is not very excited about having to go back to that kind of environment given all the trauma she has. Feyre finishes puking and goes back to bed to sleep beside Tamlin, who remains entirely useless and oblivious to her feelings and never even wakes up when she has nightmares. Does not give a flying fuck, doesn't even know. Of course, Feyre wakes up to comfort him when he has his own nightmares, but he never returns the favor or even notices Feyre's suffering at all, because why would he? Thus begins the total character assassination of Tamlin, because obviously he is an endgame for Feyre, so we have to make him evil so the new guy can come in. But I'm getting ahead of myself, we'll get there. The following morning, Tamlin is about to leave to take care of some fairy business when Feyre insists to go with him, and because he hasn't really been telling her about any of what he's been doing, he's just been leaving her out of it. Somehow Amarantha basically destroyed every city in all of Prythian, so there's major rebuilding to be done, and Feyre wants to help, but Tamlin says it's too dangerous and that she needs to stay behind. And we're still hunting down Amarantha's beasts, he said, mounting his horse in one fluid motion. Sometimes I wondered if the horses were just to maintain an appearance of civility, of normalcy, to pretend that he couldn't run faster than them, didn't live with 1 foot in the forest. His green eyes were like chips of ice as the stallion started to walk. I don't have the centuries to spare to escort you. I think they also mentioned this in the first book, but it's still so funny to me to imagine Tamlin outrunning a horse. I don't know why, but it makes me laugh. It's just such a weird image, and it's such an odd detail to include, and it's an example of why the world building isn't really clear and it doesn't really make any sense. If the Fae can run faster and seemingly have more endurance than a horse, then why go to the bother of riding a horse? Now they have another creature to feed and take care of. Why is the horse here? They don't need the horse. Why do they need to pretend to other fairies that they aren't super powerful? Why do they have to act normal? Shouldn't High Lords want to be viewed as super strong? Wouldn't you want to be seen as not needing the horse? Also, some of the Fae can basically teleport, so they don't need horses. Why are there horses? Horse tangent aside, Feyre goes on a tangent of her own as she recaps to the audience some of what has happened since they left Under the Mountain. Tamlin has proposed to her, they celebrated some fairy ripoff of Christmas, and Tamlin has been leaving her behind at the Manor to take care of fairy business that he really won't tell her anything about. Their wedding is in 2 weeks, and Feyre is going to go crazy if she has to sit around in her fancy, luxurious mansion for even a second longer. There was nothing but wedding planning waiting for me in the house, since Alice refused to let me lift a finger to do anything, not because of who I was to Tamlin, what I was about to become to Tamlin, but because of what I'd done for her boys, for Prythian. All the servants were the same. Some still cried with gratitude when they passed me in the halls. Everyone sees Feyre as the savior of Prythian, and apparently some even openly weep in her presence. Tamlin uses this as a convenient excuse for why Feyre has to stay at the mansion, because she's now such a big figure of hope that it would be devastating if anything happened to her. Something might happen to her, because she might be a target for any of Amarantha's allies who are looking for revenge. Tamlin's like, sorry babe, me and the boys gotta do some fairy business, love you, bye, and leaves her behind yet again. Feyre goes on for many, many pages on how completely bored and unhappy she is in her beautiful, luxurious mansion. She has all the time in the world to do whatever she wants, but she doesn't enjoy painting anymore, so she just kind of sits around or does whatever her new buddy Ianthe tells her to do. A sweet female voice trilled my name from inside the open doors of the manor, and the tightness in my shoulders eased a bit. Ianthe, the High Priestess, as well as a high fae noble and childhood friend of Tamlin's, who had taken it upon herself to help plan the wedding festivities, and who had taken it upon herself to worship me and Tamlin as if we were newly minted gods, blessed and chosen by the Cauldron itself. So in addition to High Lords, there are apparently High Priestesses as well, I guess. I don't know if they talked about any of this in the first book, because this all felt very new to me. Anyway, Feyre just kind of exists, while Ianthe drags her around to parties and other social events. I don't know what her duties as a High Priestess are actually supposed to be, but I guess Wedding Planner is one of them. And also, I guess they're having all these parties and events, even though all of Prythian has been, leveled to the ground and they're rebuilding. They still have time to party! Woohoo! Beyond that, while Tamlin was the one who paid for my everyday clothes, it was Ianthe's eyes that selected them. She was the heart of her people, ordained by the hand of the goddess to lead them from despair and darkness, and to pick out sick fits for Feyre, because that's something she does as a priestess. For real though, I really don't understand the hierarchy here between the High Lords and the High Priestesses and who's in charge of what, but it doesn't really matter. Nobody reads ACOTAR for the plot, they read it for the characters. Tell me I'm wrong, I'm not wrong.
You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong?
Ianthe asks Feyre if her human family is coming to the wedding, and Feyre says no, she hadn't even thought to invite them, because why would she invite those ungrateful-ass bitches anywhere? I wouldn't. She says that Nesta hates fairies, so it wouldn't go well, and Ianthe reminds Feyre that she's a fae now too, but joke's on Ianthe, Nesta has been Feyre's biggest hater from day one, so nothing has changed there. Anyway, in addition to feeling angsty about those people she killed, Feyre is also angsty about being a weird kind of fae, and that Ianthe is super hot and probably better suited for Tamlin than she is. I'd been made, resurrected and given this new body by the 7 High Lords of Prythian. I wasn't Tamlin's mate, as far as I knew. There was no mating bond between us. Yet. Honestly, Ianthe with her bright gold hair, those teal eyes, elegant features, and supple body, looked more like Tamlin's mate, his equal. A union with Tamlin, a High Lord and a High Priestess, would send a clear message of strength to any possible threats to our lands, and secure the power Ianthe was no doubt keen on building for herself. Oh god, how did I forget about the mating stuff? Mate this, mate that, whatever. Some people get mating bonds, some don't. I don't really know how any of this works, so don't ask me. There apparently isn't a bond between Feyre and Tamlin, but they're gonna get married anyway because they love each other, and I don't think everybody even gets a mating bond, so they're cool with it, I guess. Unless that sneaky little bitch Ianthe gets in the way. There's clearly some ulterior motive for Ianthe hanging around Feyre so much, and the High Priestesses are kind of mysterious and I don't really understand them. Also, even though Feyre doesn't know what kind of magic Ianthe has, Lucien told her that Ianthe is super powerful, so nobody really wants to mess with her, especially Feyre. We learn that the High Priestesses oversee ceremonies and rituals, they record history and legends, and they act as advisors to the High Lords, but I have a question. There are 7 High Lords and 12 Priestesses, so it's not an even split. Do some courts have multiple priestesses? I'm confused how they are assigned or split up, or are they independent? What is happening? Despite being religious, the priestesses are not expected to be celibate and can marry and bear children if they want to, so maybe Ianthe really might try and take Feyre's man from her. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Apparently Ianthe wasn't trapped under the mountain with the rest of the fae because her father, one of Tamlin's allies, quote, sensed trouble and fled overseas to some other fairy continent right before Amarantha showed up and ruined everything, which doesn't sound weird or suspicious at all.
That's suspicious.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's weird.
All of this political stuff is interwoven with Ianthe and Feyre going over wedding plans, and maybe Ianthe isn't after Tamlin after all, because they talk about how she kind of has a thing for Lucien. Too bad he's completely uninterested in love on account of watching his girlfriend get murdered. Yeah, remember that's a thing that happened? Lots of random and irrelevant shit has happened, so I don't blame you if you don't remember that. They keep talking about wedding stuff, and it's pretty clear that Feyre is getting cold feet. She doesn't really feel worthy of Tamlin or even happiness at all after she killed those people. It's definitely not because she has a way hotter shadow daddy waiting for her, but we'll get to that later. We skip to later that night when Tamlin gets home from his mysterious fairy business, and they get down and dirty, and I gotta say, I think this book is way dirtier than ACOTAR. The spice level has definitely increased. Tamlin shows Feyre what that mouth do, and at the same time, weirdly, they have a conversation about their upcoming wedding, and Feyre asks if she's gonna get a title because she thinks it's weird that people will call her High Lady, and then Tamlin drops this bombshell. There is no such thing as a High Lady. He gripped my thighs to spread my legs wide, lowering his mouth and... What do you mean there's no such thing as a High Lady? The heat, his touch, all of it stopped. He looked up from between my legs, and I almost climaxed at the sight of it. But what he said, what he'd implied, he kissed the inside of my thigh. High lords only take wives, consorts. There has never been a high lady.
You serious?
Yikes. Big yikes. Feyre literally saved all of Prythian, but I guess that means fuck all. She doesn't really seem to care, though, once Tamlin busted down sexual style, so we'll leave it at that. The next chapter opens up with Feyre meeting Lucien to go on an outing, because apparently Tamlin felt bad about locking her up and decides finally Feyre can go somewhere. Lucien and Feyre have a little argument because he lied to her about an injury he had received. He said he fell off a horse, but really he fought some evil scaly fairies called Naga that are also mentioned in the first book. And Feyre is really mad that he hid that from her, but he says that Tamlin ordered him not to say anything. Lucien really wasn't all that obedient in the first book, and when Feyre points that out, like, hey, you used to be a little spicier, Lucien has some lame excuse about being desperate when Amarantha was in charge, so he was more willing to, like, go out on a limb. But now that everything is back to normal, or getting back to normal, they need rules and stability to rebuild. That's all to say that I guess that means he's Tamlin's little bitch now, and Lucien also gets a character assassination from previously being such an outspoken and smarmy kind of guy to now Tamlin's bitch. Feyre makes a good point about Tamlin, and Lucien has sort of a weird response to it. He didn't have any trouble letting me hunt and wander on my own when I was a mere human, when the borders were far less safe. He didn't care for you the way he does now. And after what happened under the mountain, the words clanged in my head, along my two tense muscles. He's terrified of seeing you in his enemy's hands, and they know it too. They know all they have to do to own him would be to get a hold of you. Shouldn't Tamlin have cared about Feyre even more in the first book because she was their only chance of breaking the curse? What? This all feels so strange to me, and Feyre is also frustrated by this. You think I don't know that? But does he honestly expect me to spend the rest of my life in that manor, overseeing servants and wearing pretty clothes? Lucien watched the ever-young forest. Isn't that what all human women wish for? A handsome fairy lord to wed and shower them with riches for the rest of their lives? Duh, Lucien. That's why Sarah J. Maas has written like 1,000,000 books about hot fairies doing hot fairy shit, because people eat that shit up. For real though, that line cracked me up, and to be fair, I'd also be pissed if I was Feyre. She proved how capable she was by literally saving all of Prythian. I'm not going to stop harping on this, but everyone is still acting like she's such a fragile little small being that must be protected. It's really irritating, and it makes these early chapters so painful to get through. Lucien lectures Feyre that she must be a proper wife and support Tamlin. Gross. The tithe is coming up, and everyone has to pay up or else. It's basically like the fairy equivalent of paying taxes, but the fairy IRS will murk your ass if you don't pay. Apparently Tamlin is real stressed about all this, so Lucien tells Feyre to cut him a break. He continues to gaslight her about how Tamlin isn't doing anything wrong and she's just being whiny and needy. He reminds her that Tamlin's whole family died, so of course he's going to be overly protective, and that doesn't mean he's toxic or anything. Honestly, fuck Lucien. Let's not normalize covering for your bro when he's being a douche. Lucien and Feyre make it to a village that is rebuilding, and nobody really seems very happy to see them. They go around and ask everyone if there's anything they can do to help, but they all refuse and they're kind of like awkward around them. Almost as soon as Feyre and Lucien get there, they turn around and head back home because there's nothing for them to do. "Did he let you take me today?" I said hoarsely, "so that I'd stop asking to help rebuild?" "No, I decided to take you myself, for that exact reason. They don't want or need your help. Your presence is a distraction and a reminder of what they went through." Okay. A few chapters ago, weren't people weeping in joy at Feyre's presence? And now they're all uncomfortable to be around her because they're reminded of what they went through and not what Feyre went through? Like, okay. That's somehow more annoying than people worshipping her. Also, thanks, Lucien, for admitting that you were manipulating her this whole time. I said it once and I'll say it again. Fuck Lucien. They go home and Feyre is sucked back into the whirlwind of wedding planning and all the random parties and social events she has to go to. A few days before the wedding ceremony, guests began arriving, and I was grateful that I'd never be High Lady, never be Tamlin's equal in responsibility and power. A small, forgotten part of me roared and screamed at that, but dinner after dinner, luncheons and picnics and hunts. Yikes. Obviously Feyre knows she's being treated wrong, but she's too tired and traumatized to really do anything about it. She doesn't want to disappoint Tamlin or make things worse for him, so she just goes along with everything. She's at some random party with Ianthe when two tone-deaf losers come up to flirt with Ianthe and talk to Feyre about what happened under the mountain. They mention her fight to the death with the Alaskan bullworm, the Midgard worm, whatever that worm thing was. Like it was a really sick MMA match or some other sporting event, and not like it was something totally fucked up that Feyre had to go through in an actual matter of life and death. Not for Feyre even, but for all of Prythian, because if Feyre had died, Prythian, she can't break the curse. So this wasn't some cool sporting thing to watch. Like, literally the fate of their realm rested on this, and this guy is just like, yeah, that was so cool. Like a fucking loser. Obviously, Feyre is super uncomfortable and quickly leaves the party, and of course Tamlin doesn't even notice she's gone and keeps partying with his boys. Feyre has some more horrifying nightmares, and then we cut to the wedding day. Hey guys, Editing Senti here for the second coloring page. We are going to be doing my least favorite page that I did for this video, which is the wedding scene. I thought the background for this one was very confusing, where the trees kind of melt into the hedge, and then the hedge kind of melts into the ground, and I also had a hard time with the chairs. I think that might just be a me thing, but it felt like an optical illusion to try to figure out where the chair was and where the ground was. This page is what also made me realize that I really hate using colored pencils, so I did switch to markers at the end, which is why resand kind of looks a little weird, and I will be using markers for the rest of the video, and I swear the coloring gets better. This is the worst page in the whole video, so please bear with me. I really truly hated my wedding gown. It was a monstrosity of tulle and chiffon and gossamer, so unlike the loose gowns I usually wore. The bodice fitted, the necklace curved to plump my breasts, and the skirts were a sparkling tent, basically floating in the balmy spring air. Oh, I'm sure the rest of the wedding is going to go super well, though. Surely nothing bad is going to happen.
We need to launch a full federal investigation into why and how this happened. Who allowed this?
Feyre is clearly nervous and unhappy as she prepares for the wedding, and when she starts walking down the aisle, all she can think about is how everyone watched her kill all those fairies that one time. Or not all of them, both fairies that one time. My vision narrowed on him, on my high lord, his wide eyes glistening as I stepped onto the soft grass, white rose petals scattered down it, and red ones, like drops of blood amongst the white. Red petals had been sprayed across the path ahead. I forced my gaze up to Tamlin, his shoulders back, head high, so unaware of the true extent of how broken and dark I was inside, how unfit I was to be clothed in white when my hands were so filthy. Everyone else was thinking it. They had to be. The one thing Feyre asked for in regards to the wedding was for them not to use any red flowers in the decorations, because she can't even look at the color red without thinking about blood, which is also part of the reason she can't paint anymore either, and of course they just disregarded that and put red flowers in anyway. Feyre goes into a full panic attack and has flashbacks from the time she literally died. Yeah, remember that Feyre literally died, and somehow Tamlin has no idea how much she's struggling mentally. For all of you who liked Tamlin in the first book, it must really suck to see his character so thoroughly shat on in this second book. I mean, I also thought Tamlin sucked in the first book, but I know some people liked him. Feyre starts mentally begging for help, and it's pretty clear that she's about to turn and run down the aisle, like run away from Tamlin and the whole wedding. And then the guy we've been waiting for 42 pages finally shows up. Yes, we are only 42 pages into this book. Thunder cracked behind me, as if two boulders had been hurled against each other. People screamed, falling back, a few vanishing outright as darkness erupted. I whirled, and through the night drifting away like smoke on a wind, I found Rhysand straightening the lapels of his black jacket. "Hello, Feyre darling," he purred. Oh shit, here come that boy! Rhysand the Shadow Daddy has arrived! Some people are so terrified of Rhysand that they clamber over their seats to get away from him, which I think is hilarious. Remember, this is the guy who dumped a headless fairy on their lawn in the last book, so everybody is terrified of him. Rhysand goes on some kind of mustache-twirly villain monologue about how he's come to collect on his end of the bargain, and so Feyre has to come with him now, even though she's in the middle of her wedding. Tamlin is obviously pissed, but there's not really anything he can do about it. Rhysand is canonically stated to be the strongest High Lord. I don't even think the High Lord that's living right now. I think he's the strongest High Lord in all of history. So Tamlin wouldn't stand a chance if he tried to fight back. Even though Feyre was on the verge of running away from her wedding, she still begs Tamlin not to let Rhysand take her, because remember, they're all under the impression that the Night Court is an absolutely horrifying place to be, so Tamlin seems like the lesser of two evils. But of course Tamlin pusses out as usual, and Ianthe's unloyal ass ran away the moment Rhysand even showed up, and Lucien isn't going to fight if Tamlin won't, so nobody's going to help Feyre. So Rhysand grabs Feyre and teleports away with her. Welcome to the Night Court, bitches! Editing Senti here again to introduce the next coloring page. We have a little bit of a spoiler here of what is about to happen of Feyre throwing her shoe at Rhysand. Yes, that really happens, and I fucking died laughing when I saw this in the coloring page. Of all the scenes they could have chosen to represent, they chose to have Feyre throw her shoe at Rhysand. Love that for us. I have also now switched over to using markers instead of colored pencils, and I think the coloring looks a lot nicer as a result. I am not an expert in using alcohol-based markers, or any markers at all really, so any tips in the comments below are much appreciated. With that, let's get back to the rant. Then the darkness vanished. I smelled jasmine first, then saw stars, a sea of stars flickering beyond glowing pillars of moonstone that framed the sweeping view of endless snow-capped mountains. "Welcome to the Night Court," was all Rhys said. Oh, wait, that sounds kind of nice, actually. Not horrifying at all. Feyre even says it's the most beautiful place she's ever seen. We've been told that the Night Court is like Under the Mountain, but that's not really true at all. And if you think about it, it doesn't even really make sense. Why would the Night Court be underground where they can't see the night sky? Day and night are sort of inconsequential if you live underground, because you can't even see what time of day it is, and all these courts love to stick to a theme, so something wasn't adding up there. Rhysand takes Feyre to a palace that's on the edge of a mountain, like literally like hanging off the side of a cliff, and even though Feyre can see snow outside, the place is magically warm and feels very summery. It's all super nice and not at all like the creepy cavern she was expecting to be locked up in. Feyre remembers that she's supposed to be pissed that her wedding was just ruined, so she bickers with Rhysand about it. And he's like, Feyre, actually you're welcome, you should be thanking me. Because they're bonded through that bargain they made, and definitely not for any other reason. The bond is definitely because of that bargain, nothing else. So Rhysand can feel Feyre's emotions and even read her mind, so he heard her calling out for help like as she was walking down the aisle, and he knew that she didn't want to get married. Feyre's like, what? No, me? No, I wanted to get married. You have to take me back right now. Yeah, I wasn't gonna leave. Rhysand calls her bluff and is like, dude, you clearly were about to run away, and again, you're welcome. Now people will think I ruined the wedding and not you. After being stuck with Tamlin for months on end, Feyre is kind of baffled by this seemingly kind act of taking on the trouble for her. I struggled to get down a single deep breath. What do you want from me? Want? I want you to say thank you, first of all. Then I want you to take off that hideous dress. You look... His mouth cut a cruel line. You look exactly like the doe-eyed damsel he and that simpering priestess want you to be. You don't know anything about me. Or us. Rhys gave me a knowing smile. Does Tamlin? Does he ever ask you why you hurl your guts up every night, or why you can't go into certain rooms or see certain colors? I mean, Rhysand has a point. I don't think you have to be a mind reader like him to realize that Feyre is still struggling, but somehow Tamlin has the social awareness of a brick wall. Rhysand vaguely says that there's something else he wants from Feyre, but they can talk about it the next day after she rests in her super nice and fancy private bedroom. Feyre sarcastically says she was expecting to be put in a dungeon, and Rhysand is somehow offended by that, as if he doesn't know about the rumors surrounding the Night Court. He tells her that she's not a prisoner and that he's simply following up on the deal they mutually agreed to. He also assures her that she's a guest of honor and nobody's gonna hurt her. We get some clarification that there is a portion of the Night Court that resides under the mountain, and it does technically belong to Rhysand, but he doesn't really run it, but we'll get into all that nonsense later in the book. Rhysand once again tells Feyre she should be thanking him for all of this, and she's so fired up that she throws her shoe at his head.
I say whoever threw that paper, your mom's a hoe.
Her brand new Fae powers kicked in, so Rhysand, the strongest High Lord of history, somehow isn't able to dodge it and it hits him straight in the head. Huh, weird. I wonder if Feyre is super overpowered and just hasn't realized it yet. Feyre goes to bed and we get a big long description of how gorgeous her room is. She even has a private infinity pool hanging right off the side of the mountain, which is super bitchin'. Oh wait, except it's supposed to be her wedding night with Tamlin, so Feyre remembers she's supposed to be sad again. She doesn't know how she's going to deal with all that awkwardness when she gets back to the Spring Court next week, because it was pretty clear she didn't want to get married, but that's a problem for next week. The next morning, the two random maid fairies that helped Feyre under the mountain are there to help her get ready and all that. We get a description of the typical Night Court fashion, and it's kind of baffling to me, honestly. It's pretty much how Jasmine dresses in Aladdin. Think big flowy pants, crop tops, gold cuffs, very exotic. That sounds cool and all, but it doesn't really jive with the rest of the world building to me for the Night Court. They are surrounded by snow-capped mountains, and so it's very cold, and so this desert aesthetic doesn't really make sense. The palace is heated by magic, but the rest of the surroundings definitely aren't warm, so if you went outside, you're gonna have to change your clothes if you go anywhere else, so I don't understand why they're wearing this type of clothing. But I do have a little conspiracy theory about that. The first book was clearly based on Beauty and the Beast, so maybe Sarah J. Maas really did take some inspiration from Aladdin for this book. So maybe the part where Jasmine kind of becomes Jafar's slave really did something for her, so she's doing that shtick with Feyre and Rhysand of ooh, she's with the villain and she's kind of his slave, ooh, I'm fucking around, but wouldn't that be funny? Feyre takes her I Dream of Jeannie looking ass down to breakfast, which is basically a whole feast. She kind of looks around for a second and is like, wait, why is it light outside? Shouldn't the Night Court be an eternal night like the Spring Court is an eternal spring? The nature of the seasonal courts, he said, is linked to their High Lords, whose magic and will keeps them in eternal spring or winter or fall or summer. It has always been like that, some sort of strange stagnation. But the solar courts, day, dawn, and night, are of a more symbolic nature. We might be powerful, but even we cannot alter the sun's path or strength.
That doesn't even make any sense!
Okay then, I guess that's fine. The seasons are also kind of controlled by the sun's path and the tilt of the earth and all that, but whatever. We needed 7 quarts instead of 4 for some reason, so let's go with that. Feyre's like, cool, okay, but why is it so warm in here when I'm looking at snow? And I'm like, yeah, why is that the case? And Rhysand's like, well, duh, magic. Rhys scanned the wind tearing through the peaks. You heat a house in the winter, why shouldn't I heat this place as well? I'll admit I don't know why my predecessors built a palace fit for the summer court in the middle of a mountain range that's mildly warm at best, but who am I to question? No, that is some bullshit. This is Sarah J. Maas admitting that she knows it doesn't make any sense, but she was gonna go with it anyway instead of actually putting any work into making the world building just make sense. If you're gonna have these themed courts, then stick with the theme! Putting the night court people in clothes you'd expect from the summer court is annoying! I was hoping they'd all dress super goth in like ebony, darkness, dementia way, and we get all these descriptions of Feyre in her emo clothes, and Feyre would finally get to ascend to her final emo form because she's been moping this whole time. But no, we're stuck with some Aladdin cosplay. I'm fired up!
It's not that serious. Trust me, I know that. But anyway...
They start eating breakfast, and Rhysand seems genuinely concerned when he mentions it looks like Feyre has lost weight. He explains more about their bond and how he can sense her emotions, and he mentions that sometimes there is a shield that blocks him out from sensing anything, which is sure convenient for the plot when Rhysand shouldn't know certain things. Rhysand says that Feyre can learn to control that shield, and he'll even teach her how to do it. Feyre is rightfully skeptical and annoyed that Rhysand has essentially been reading her mind against her will this whole time, and she insists that he tells her the other reason why she's there. He tells her the other reason she's there is because he wants to teach her how to read, which completely caught me off guard. I guess this is just one more way to show how Rhysand is so much better than Tamlin, because Tamlin should have taught her to read already, except I'm pretty sure Tamlin did try to teach her how to read, and Feyre was like, no, I don't want your help, but whatever. Anyway, Feyre refuses the reading lesson, even though she has trauma over the fact she almost died because she didn't know how to read, but Rhysand insists, and he's like, you're gonna have to be able to write letters and stuff if you're the wife of a High Lord, so like, you need to know how to read. And Feyre's like, yeah, I know, but I'll learn some other day, not from you. Feyre is so annoyed by this conversation that she crumples up a fork Tamlin style, and Rhysand's like, that's real weird that you're super strong. Like, have you ever tested your powers out? Maybe you inherited stuff from the other High Lords too. Feyre's like, no, I don't have any special powers, and I'll learn how to read and shield my mind from someone else. So, leave me alone. You did some fucked up things to me under the mountain, and I didn't just forget about all that, and I don't want anything to do with you. I wondered how they were going to address Rhysand basically taking Feyre as a drugged up slave. Remember he gave her fairy wine and then made her dance for him, really sexually in front of a bunch of people, which is super, super not great, but they actually mostly gloss over it here and don't really address it at all. Rhysand's like, oh, we can't talk about this now because my cousin just showed up and that would be super weird if we talked about it right now. If Rhysand was the most beautiful male I'd ever seen, she was his female equivalent. Her bright golden hair was tied back in a casual braid, and the turquoise of her clothes, fashioned like my own, offset her sun-kissed skin, making her practically glow in the morning light. Hello, hello, she chirped, her full lips parting in a dazzling smile as her rich brown eyes fixed on me. This is Morrigan, or Moore for short, and Feyre's like, hey, cool, nice to meet you, but you don't look related to Rhysand at all. And Rhysand's like, oh yeah, we're only kind of cousins, don't worry about it. And I think they explain later how they're related, but I can't remember right now. It doesn't really matter, just they're cousins, whatever. Morrigan and Rhysand bicker more like siblings than cousins, and then Moore tells Feyre that if she's ever annoyed by Rhysand, she can just hang out with her instead. Feyre isn't really into any of this, and she goes off with Rhysand for their first reading lesson, just yeah, whatever, let's get it over with. Feyre is still pretty reluctant to take any help from Rhysand because she's like, doesn't a High Lord have better shit to do than teach me how to read? What could you possibly gain from doing any of this? What is your motive? Which, fair point, given what we know about Rhysand. Rhysand is like, I'll tell you later, bestie, get to reading. So Feyre starts, sounding out what Rhysand wrote, and she says it out loud, and this part of the book genuinely pissed me off. You want to know what he wrote for her to say? You look absolutely delicious today, Feyre.
No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you.
I think we're supposed to be like, oh, Rhysand, you sexy, sly little dog, you. But it's just so fucking gross to me. A chapter ago, Feyre said the whole reason she didn't want Rhysand teaching her to read is because of everything that happened under the mountain, which he refuses to address any of, and he demands to teach her to read anyway, and then this is what he subjects her to. He's just harassing her more, even though she said she doesn't want to be harassed, which she shouldn't even have to say. That's a given. What the fuck? Hey, I'm not going to talk to you about how I assaulted you, and I'm going to continue to objectify you against your will, but that's okay because I'm teaching you to read out of the kindness of my heart, and you need to know how to read. No, I'm over it. Rhysand is just as bad as Tamlin, just in different ways. He's a lateral move, not an improvement. Feyre gets annoyed and starts to confront him about it, but he shuts her down by slipping into her mind to speak directly into her thoughts. And when he said he was going to teach her how to shield and how to read, I didn't think they would mean at the exact same time, but here we are. So we get several pages of like the shielding nonsense before Feyre mentions Under the Mountain again, not the assault stuff, but the part where Rhysand helped the other High Lords bring her back to life. She's like, hey, I don't think we owe each other anything. I broke the curse, you resurrected me, so that makes us even. And insisting on keeping up this bargain that we made kind of makes you look like a shitbag, so like, let's just call it done. Rhysand's like, no, I'm not a shitbag and I'm not your enemy. And Feyre is like, well, Tamlin says you're my enemy. And Rhysand sort of scoffs at that and asks her, well, what do you think? Not what does Tamlin think? This starts an argument about Tamlin and how Feyre shouldn't be so willing to just go along with whatever he says and whatever he wants, which is a fair point, but is rich coming from Rhysand, who keeps claiming Feyre is free, but then refuses to break their bargain. So it's like, bro, take a look in the damn mirror. You're also just trying to tell Feyre what to do. Of course, Rhysand doesn't acknowledge this and leaves Feyre alone to practice reading. Unfortunately, he's not gone for very long, though. He appeared moments before, a healthy distance away, and if I hadn't known better, I might have thought it was because he didn't want to startle me. As if he'd known about the time Tamlin had crept up behind me, and panic had hit me so hard I'd knocked him on his ass with a punch to his stomach. I'd blocked it out, the shock on Tam's face, how easy it had been to take him off his feet, the humiliation of having my stupid terror so out in the open. Oh my god, I get it already. Tamlin sucks and Rhysand is great, except he's not, and we're just gonna gloss over that. Also, Feyre is super, super strong. It just doesn't know it yet, except the readers all know it because they keep bringing it up. This is all so heavy-handed. Can we just move on? Rhysand and Feyre banter for a little bit before they go to the top of some tower so we can get some world-building info dump. Like, great, good for us. There's a highly detailed map on display, but the Night Court is completely blank because for whatever reason, none of the other courts really know what's going on there, and I guess the Night Court doesn't have a map of their own court. Like, it's just blank. I think they kind of explain it away that Rhysand basically has mind control powers, so he can make everybody forget everything they know about the Night Court, like if they come to visit. But it's kind of weird to me that the other courts just kind of accept that they don't really know anything about the Night Court. They're all just like, yeah, some shit happens in those mountains, and Rhysand is too strong for any of us to do anything about it, so like, they can do whatever they want, we guess. We don't need to know about it. Rhysand alludes that the barrier between Prythian and the still unnamed mortal realm might break soon before outright stating that there's a war coming. Because we've been told Rhysand is the villain this whole time, even though he clearly isn't, Feyre immediately assumes that he knows a war is coming because he's the one who's going to start it. She begs him not to invade the mortal realm, and he is so offended by all of this that, like, as if he doesn't play the villain all the time, like, he's the one who has cultivated this image. Of course people are going to think that way. Rhysand goes on to explain that Amarantha was just a part of the King of Hybern's plan, and he won't give up on attacking Prythian so easily. Prythian, Rhys said, pointing to the map of our massive island on the table, is all that stands between the King of Hybern and the continent. He wants to reclaim the human lands there, perhaps seize the fairy lands too. If anyone is to intercept his conquering fleet before it reaches the continent, it would be us. Oh shit, I forgot there's actually supposed to be some kind of political plot going on here. If you don't remember from the first book, there was a war known only as the War, like 500 years ago, because Hybern, which is some other fairy country, wanted human slaves and Prythian didn't. Ultimately, there was a treaty put in place to end human enslavement, and the wall between the realms was constructed, but I guess the King of Hybern just really wants some slaves, so he's back on his bullshit. So to be clear, it is Hybern that wants to start the war, not Rhysand. Feyre asks Rhysand if he fought in the war, like the war, the only war. What are they going to call this next war that happens? War number 2? World War II? Sorry. I'm losing my mind. Let's start over. Feyre asks Rhysand if he fought in the war, and he says he did, which reminds us yet again that this is a 500-year-old man, at least, dating a 19-year-old girl.
Brother,
Or 20, I guess. I think she's had a birthday since she came to Prythian, but 19, 20, does it matter? I absolutely despise this age gap trope for innumerable reasons, but I could rant about that for hours, and this video is already going to be hours long, so we'll leave that aside. Rhysand says the war was horrible, and he never wants to see slaughter like that again, which is why he's so hellbent on stopping Hybern, and he said he doesn't think the King of Hybern will go for such a direct attack, at least not at first. That's why he sent Amarantha to trick all the High Lords into giving up their powers and weakening them so that he could get like a jump start on weakening Prythian, and I'm still not really sure how Amarantha was able to pull that all off, but whatever. Rhysand also makes reference to the High Priestesses using the chaos of the situation to their advantage to get more power of their own, so I guess that explains why Ianthe came off as being sketchy. I don't really know what it means for the High Priestesses to gain power because they seem pretty powerful already, but I don't really care, so let's move on. Feyre is like, thanks for the info dump, bro, but why are you telling me this? Rhysand says that he has 2 reasons. The first is that Feyre is close to Tamlin, who just so happens to have long existing ties to Hybern, which is not sketchy at all. Tamlin's father was besties with the King of Hybern, and I think the Spring Court was on Hybern's side during the war. I don't remember, but Tamlin wasn't. I don't remember. It doesn't matter, I guess. Well, it does matter, but I don't care. All you really need to know is that Tamlin might be up to some funny business with Hybern, and it's convenient that Feyre is around to figure out what side he's on. The second reason Rhysand needs Feyre made me laugh out loud. What is your other reason? Rhys looked me up and down, assessing, weighing. You have a skill set that I need. Rumor has it that you caught a Suriel. It wasn't that hard. I've tried and failed, twice. I saw you trap the Midgard worm like a rabbit. His eyes twinkled. But that's a discussion for another day. I need you to help me, to use those skills of yours to track down what I need. Oh my god, I forgot that Feyre is basically Katniss Everdeen with her bow and is super good at hunting because of those few years she had to provide for her ungrateful-ass family. Somehow, a human girl can practice with a bow for like, maybe 5 years at the most, and be a better hunter than the strongest High Lord of Prythian who's over 500 years old, but whatever, don't think about it too hard. Also, that's all complete bullshit and a total lie because Rhysand is a fucking liar, but spoiler alert, we will get into that later. Feyre asks Rhysand what he needs, and he refuses to tell her because of course he does. He's just like, hey, like, I need your help, but like, I can't tell you what for. We can't have too much info dumping all at once now, can we? We gotta save some shit for the next dump. Rhysand says he needs Feyre for this undisclosed task because she's the only one he can trust, and he somehow knows that Feyre won't betray him even though she definitely could, given that she's with Tamlin. Also, it's super convenient that she has the combined power of 7 High Lords, so obviously Rhysand wants that power on his side. No, but you were given life by all 7 of us. Your very essence is tied to us, born of us. What if we gave you more than we expected? Again, that gaze raked over me. What if you could stand against us? Hold your own. A high lady. There are no high ladies. His brows furrowed, but he shook his head. We'll talk about that later too, but yes, Feyre, there can be high ladies. And perhaps you aren't one of them, but what if you were something similar? What if you were able to wield the power of 7 High Lords at once? What if you could blend into darkness, or shapeshift, or freeze over an entire room, an entire army? Oh god, not the High Lady thing again. See, Rhysand is so much better than Tamlin because he believes women can be leaders too. Except the High Lord thing isn't really a title that can be given to anybody. It's not like an elected position or something. It's alluded to that there's some kind of supernatural force that manifests and picks a High Lord from the available heirs. So the High Lords are distinctly more powerful than other Fae. Because it's even described that, like, siblings will kill each other if they sense that one of their other siblings is, like, becoming the heir to become High Lord. They will kill them. So it's like a supernatural thing. It's not something that is consciously selected by a person. So if there are no High Ladies, it's not Tamlin's fault that is the case. That, like, it's like fate that decides these things, and Tamlin doesn't decide fate. Anyway, we're bashed over the head yet again with how powerful Feyre is, even though all of that remains to be seen. Feyre turns down Rhysand's request because Tamlin would never allow it, obviously. Rhysand gets annoyed and tells her again, like, you don't have to listen to Tamlin, like, make your own choice. And Feyre's like, but he's my High Lord, and we're supposed to listen to the High Lord, and that all makes Rhysand so mad. I will say this once and only once, Rhysand purred, stalking to the map on the wall. You can be a pawn, be someone's reward, and spend the rest of your immortal life bowing and scraping and pretending you're less than him, than Ianthe, than any of us. If you want to pick that road, then fine. A shame, but it's your choice. The shadow of wings rippled again. But I know you. More than you realize, I think. And I don't believe for one damn minute that you're remotely fine with being a pretty trophy for someone who sat on his ass for nearly 50 years, then sat on his ass while you were shredded apart. Princess, Feyre darling, you can be my pawn, or you could be Tamlin's pawn. Make your decision very carefully, Princess, Feyre darling. If you make Daddy mad, there will be consequences. I'm sorry, that's probably such a dead meme by now if you even got what joke I was making, but that is all I can hear when Rhysand talks is, Feyre darling. Like, I'm sorry. Jokes aside, Rhysand has some nerve to lecture Feyre about blindly listening to Tamlin while he's trying to bully her into blindly obeying him. He does have a point about Tamlin sitting around and doing nothing under the mountain, but Rhysand is conveniently forgetting all the horrible things he did to Feyre. Tamlin is guilty of doing nothing, and Rhysand is guilty of doing too damn much. I said it once, and I'll say it 1,000 times more. Rhysand isn't any better than Tamlin, and that's a hill I am fully ready to die on.
I said what I said, and I'm not changing on it, okay?
Rhysand goes on to tell Feyre that she can either sit on her ass in Tamlin's fancy house, or she can learn how to fight, preferably alongside Rhysand, so she can save the mortal realm when the King of Hybern eventually shows up and ruins everything again. I get Rhysand's point, but this all comes off as super manipulative because he's clearly not telling Feyre the whole story. It's not fair to expect her to make this kind of decision when she can't even be sure what Rhysand is telling her is even true. Rhysand has gone out of his way to portray himself as the bad guy so many times, and now he's suddenly expecting Feyre to just flip and be on his side, like he hasn't always acted sketchy as hell. Don't worry though, Rhysand says he wants Feyre to make her own choice, and this choice is hers alone to make, and he's like, oh, so noble, like you get to decide. Except he pretty much directly implied that choosing not to fight would make her complicit if the mortal realm fell to Hybern, because she didn't really try to help, so it seems like he's kind of making Feyre's choice for him, either doom the human realm or come help me, bitch. Rhysand finally leaves Feyre alone, and Feyre says she doesn't see him for the rest of the week, that she's in the night court, and she just hangs out and practices reading, which is not true, because then we get several more scenes of Rhysand before Feyre goes back to the spring court, so it's like, don't say she didn't see him all week, when she proceeds to see him more times, like, don't lie to me. We get a scene where Feyre walks up on Rhysand and Mor having some kind of conversation, and the two are clearly talking politics, and they don't stop when Feyre shows up, which is an obvious contrast to how Tamlin won't tell Feyre anything about what's going on. Of course, Rhysand also gets to selectively not tell Feyre things, and we're supposed to just forgive him for that because he's supposed to be better than Tamlin, but whatever. Mor tells Rhysand that a temple in some place named Caesarea was attacked, and all the priestesses were killed, and their stuff was looted. Wow, okay. Plot? Are we getting plot? They don't know who's behind it, but Rhysand is clearly pissed off by the slaughter, despite talking mad shit about Ianthe a few pages earlier, so I guess he cares about the priestesses, or cares about what's happening, I guess. Side note, when Rhysand gets really super mad, his wings appear, and not all fairies have wings, and actually most of them don't have wings, but we'll get into that later, don't worry about it. Just know that Rhysand has wings sometimes, and sometimes he hides them. Anyway, Mor says that some guys named Azriel and Cassian are waiting for Rhysand in the usual spot, because she doesn't want to say where in front of Feyre, and that he should teleport there to meet them. The teleporting magic is actually called winnowing, but the word annoys me, and it's like kind of difficult for me to say winnowing, so I'm just going to say teleporting, but they say winnowing in the book. We then get a side tangent as Rhysand explains how the teleportation magic works and that only stronger fae can do it, and the more powerful they are, the farther they can teleport. And because Rhysand is strong as hell, he can basically teleport across the entire country, because of course he can. During all of that info dumping, there is also mention of something called an Illyrian warband, so Feyre is like, what the heck is that? And Rhysand explains that the Illyrians are a warrior race that live within the Night Court lands, but I guess that he's not really like in charge of them, even though he's their High Lord. They seem kind of separate from him, like I don't really understand. And some of the Illyrians sided with Amarantha during the whole mess, and some of them went with Rhysand, but they don't have a great reputation because I think the majority of them went with Amarantha. Whatever. The Illyrians, they exist. But that's the reason why Rhysand hasn't bothered Feyre for the last 3 months, because him and his buddies were busy hunting down the Illyrians who were sided with Amarantha during that whole ordeal, and so he was busy murking them instead of messing around with Feyre. Anyway, Rhysand flies out of the window instead of teleporting to go meet his buddies somewhere, and he leaves Feyre by herself. She spent some more time practicing her reading before Rhysand comes back again from wherever he went. And it's been a week, so Feyre insists that he takes her home right away, even though he looks kind of tired and unkempt and like he's not having it either. Rhysand is like, fine, I hope you're ready to deal with all that wedding funny business. And Feyre is like, oh shit, yeah, the whole wedding thing. Like, I totally forgot about leaving the love of my life at the altar last week. Like, she somehow hasn't thought about it at all, which should tell you something, hint hint, wink wink. She tells Rhysand that is none of his business, because it's not, and he gets all pissy about it, because of course he does. He sarcastically says that he'll tell Mor bye for Feyre, and she's like, why? I didn't see her all week. And then Rhysand gets all pissy again, and he's like, Mor was being nice to you by leaving you alone, and you should have invited her to hang out. Like, how did you not know? Feyre is confused by all of this because she didn't come to the Night Court to make friends. Like, why would she do that? And Rhysand basically accuses her of wanting to be alone and miserable. Like, dude, you can't get mad when you force someone into captivity and they don't immediately trust everyone and want to be their friend. Like, why would she trust Mor with anything? Why? She doesn't trust Rhysand. Like, what the fuck? Like, I wouldn't trust them. Rhysand asks Feyre if she's made her choice yet, even though he previously told her she could talk to Tamlin and Ianthe about the choice, and Feyre clearly hasn't had the opportunity to do that yet because she hasn't gone back to the Spring Court. So Feyre says she'll tell him when she sees him next month, and Rhysand gets annoyed by that, even though he told Feyre the choice was hers to make. Like, bro, you can't say, oh, this is your choice, you can talk about it, you can think about it, and then be like, oh, give me a decision right now. Like, no, it don't work like that, dude. Rhysand reiterates that he's not Feyre's enemy, but Feyre's like, you're Tamlin's enemy, and that makes you my enemy. Rhysand again questions her blind loyalty to Tamlin, so Feyre counters by once again asking Rhysand to break their bargain. Like, hey bro, you wanna talk shit on Tamlin, but you're the one keeping me here against my will, like, what about that? Obviously, Rhysand refuses to do that and drops her back off at the Spring Court before she can push the issue anymore.
Anyway, I'm going home now. I feel physically, mentally, emotionally unwell, but that means that I might have had a good time.
Editing Senti back again to introduce the next coloring page. There was nothing super relevant from the ACOMAF portion of the coloring book, so I went back to the ACOTAR part to take this image of Feyre about to stab Tamlin, because I fucking hate Tamlin and we're back in his court again. I'd like to headcanon that he had actually died when he was stabbed, but unfortunately that's not what happened. I think this image is a little bit weird from a coloring perspective, because they're kind of like in a void of a background, and they're just kind of like floating in space, in my opinion, but whatever, whatever. Somehow, when Feyre gets back to the Spring Court, she makes it all the way to the study where Tamlin and Lucien are before anybody even notices she's back. I think they'd detect her presence, or at least Rhysand's, but I guess not. Tamlin jumps up from whatever he's doing to hug Feyre and make sure she's okay, and Feyre notices the study is like super messed up and covered in claw marks and like torn apart, and Tamlin admits he trashed half the house in a rage because that's not a red flag at all. I get being mad, I get being enraged even, but I draw the line at property damage, especially when it's your own property. That's toxic. That is crazy behavior. Feyre doesn't really see it that way though, and she just feels bad for like, oh, Tamlin must have felt so bad while I was gone. Like, oh, poor Tamlin. Tamlin says he's not letting Feyre go back to the Night Court again, no matter what the consequences. Like, screw the deal. You're not going back. And Feyre realizes he's just talking big, and he doesn't really mean it, because honestly, what is Tamlin even supposed to do to stop Rhysand? Like, he can't.
And hey, I promise to stay away from your girl, but I can't promise she's gonna stay away from me.
The two start getting down and dirty right there in the study, with Lucien awkwardly just standing there, like as per usual. But then Tamlin stops abruptly and he's like, no, we need to talk. He tells her that they need to know everything about the Night Court, the layout, who she saw, what kind of weapons that anybody she saw had, anything Rhysand did, anything he said. Like, they need to know all of it. I think that's actually pretty reasonable to ask, given that Tamlin and Rhysand are enemies, but Feyre seems uncomfortable by this, and she's like, well, I didn't know that I was supposed to be a spy. She asks them why they need to know all of this information again, like it's not obvious that you should try to gain intel on your enemies. They ask her yet again to just tell them what happened, and she accuses them of interrogating her, which feels weird to me. Like, why shouldn't you, if you're so loyal to these people, just tell them? Like, bestie, are you loyal to Tamlin or not? Like, you were so quick to throw that in Rhysand's face, and I get that she has conflicting feelings, but it's pretty clear that she's gonna go to Rhysand's side. Like, spoiler alert, everybody had to know she ends up with Rhysand. Like, why are we even pretending right now? Can we just do that? Can we let Feyre go with Rhysand already so we can get the plot of this book started? Like, please? No, the answer is no. We got some shit to do before we get to the plot, so let's carry on. Anyway, Feyre finally tells them everything that happened that week at the Night Court, and she feels really bad about it the whole time, like in a really weird way, and clearly she just needs to go be with Rhysand already. They talk about Feyre's budding Fae powers, and Lucien said that the other High Lords might be pissed that Feyre got some of their power, and they might even kill her over it, which, God, drama queens. So they went through this whole resurrection thing and didn't think their powers might be transferred to Feyre in any way? Was this the first time anybody's ever been resurrected or made into a Fae before? And if Feyre was the first one, then how did they even know how to do that? And if she wasn't, then wouldn't they already know that she would get some of her power? Or some of their power? Like, what? I don't know. Whatever. They're mad about it. Or they might be mad about it. They don't know yet. Everybody at the Spring Court is really worried about what Rhysand will do, since he knows that Feyre has powers, while the other High Lords just don't know yet. And Feyre's like, oh, he wants to train me so that, like, I can use my powers. And Tamlin is very quick to say, like, oh, you don't need to train. I'm just going to protect you. Like, I'm going to protect you. You don't need to protect yourself. Really? Even Feyre, Tamlin's biggest apologist, is like, remember that time under the mountain while you sat around and did fuck all while I broke the curse? It would have been real nice to have been trained at that point and been able to fight, but, whatever. At least we could train now, right? So, of course, Feyre pushes back and she's like, no, I really should train, especially if war is coming, like, hello. And then Lucien is like, war? Why do you believe war is coming just because Rhysand said so? Like, that guy lies about everything.
There's no war in Ba Sing Se. What are you talking about?
And Tamlin's like, yeah, and even if war is coming, and even if I started training you today, you're not even going to be combat ready for years, so, like, what's the point? Really? Tamlin, don't you remember you're immortal? What's a few years to someone who's over 500? And even if war doesn't come in the next few years, it still might come sometime during your immortal lifetime, so shouldn't Feyre still be taught how to fight? Like, why did it... Let Feyre fight, damn it! Tamlin shuts all that down and says, like, oh no, we can't even train you in secret because the other courts might find out, and then they'll know you have powers, and then they're gonna freak out. Like, what? Really? Are there spies in the Spring Court? Like, how would anybody know if Feyre is training or not? Like, they don't know. Nobody knows what's going on in the Night Court. Like, people keep secrets. Just train Feyre. Feyre is uncomfortable, but she just goes with it because of course she does. The next chapter opens with the Tithe, which I'll just sort of breeze through because it's not really important. All the various fairies of the Spring Court show up to the manor to pay their taxes to Tamlin, and a water wraith comes up and is like, I can't pay anything, my pond is out of fish. And Tamlin's like, too bad, too sad, I guess you better figure something out and you better find me some fish. Feyre feels bad about all this because Tamlin is coming off as super rude and honestly kind of like a tyrant because he's literally dripping in jewels and he's like, hey person who's starving, give me all of your fish. Like, I need the fish more than you, bitch. He obviously doesn't need any fish from the water wraith, and as the wraith leaves, Feyre follows her out and gives her a bunch of her jewelry so she can pay the tithe. And even though Feyre asks for nothing in return, the water wraith is like, I won't forget your kindness, Feyre. And yes, this will come back later. Surprise, wait for it. That night at dinner, Tamlin is obviously pissed at Feyre for undermining him in front of his court by helping the water wraith.
You don't have any cash, man? Come on, don't lie, man. I think you're lying.
And I kind of get his point, but he also needs to chill the fuck out. He should remember that Feyre was poor and starving when he basically kidnapped her from the human realm, so he should know that Feyre would want to help less fortunate people. And it does kind of come off bad when you're like forcing your people to give you all their stuff when you have plenty of stuff. They keep arguing, and Lucien kind of defends Feyre, but Tamlin's like, hey, butt out. And Lucien just does, because apparently he's a pussy now. Forget about the first book, that Lucien does not exist anymore. Feyre's mind-reading powers accidentally kick in, and she sees how sad and guilty Lucien feels about everything. And then her fire powers accidentally kick in, and she burns her handprints into the table, and she's like, oh shit, I better leave before Tamlin and Lucien see anything, because they can't know about my powers, even though they know. I don't know why she's, like, being secretive about it, but she does, and nobody knows this anyway. Like, nothing matters! I'm losing my mind! Anyway, Feyre goes up to bed, and eventually Tamlin shows up with a gift, and he apologizes to her. She also apologizes for reasons, and then opens the gift, and it's a super nice portable painting kit, which, like, might as well have been a pile of dog shit. Feyre is horrified by the gift to the point that she, like, literally describes it as looking at a crow-picked corpse. Like, it's horrifying to her. She is, like, so, like, oh, painting, what? This is all just because it is another reminder that Tamlin doesn't know anything about her because she hasn't been painting for months, and somehow he has just not realized this. She is also offended because she feels like he's just trying to give her a distraction so she'll stop asking to be involved with political stuff. Like, hey, you dumb baby, here's these painting stuff. Like, go paint and do that dumb baby stuff instead of doing my political stuff because I'm Tamlin and I'm the boss. And Feyre's just mad about it, and I'm mad about it too. Feyre begs Tamlin, like, please let me help you. And he's like, no, babe, you've already done enough. Like, you've broken the curse. Like, chill out. I know, but... I faced him, met his stare, the full power of the High Lord of the Spring Court. I'm harder to kill now. I'm faster, stronger. My family was faster and stronger than you, and they were murdered quite easily. Then marry someone who can put up with this. He blinked, slowly. Then he said with terrible softness, do you not want to marry me then? Bro, everyone at the Spring Court is way too quick to throw Tamlin's dead family in Feyre's face whenever they want to shut her up. But thank God, Feyre finally has had enough of that shit and she's like, I'm standing on business. Then marry someone who can put up with this. Damn, girl, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Thank God, please stand up to Tamlin. Give him a piece of your mind. Tell him what's up. Stand on business. I tried not to look at the ring on my finger, at that emerald. Of course I do, my voice broke. But you Tamlin, the walls pushed in on me. The quiet, the guards, the stairs, what I'd seen at the Tithe today. I'm drowning, I managed to say. I am drowning. And the more you do this, the more guards. You might as well be shoving my head under the water. Nothing in those eyes, that face. But then I cried out, instinct taking over as his power blasted through the room. The windows shattered, the furniture splintered, and that box of paints and brushes and paper, and it exploded into dust and glass and wood.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Oh, well, fuck that gift then. Feyre wasn't grateful enough for everything, so Tamlin decided to explode it all, I guess. Man's out here raising more red flags than a communist rally. Like, goddamn! Feyre is miraculously unharmed because her wacky Fey powers kicked in and conveniently generated a shield to protect herself. And if she hadn't, I guess Tamlin would have just killed her right then and there. Like, he splintered and destroyed everything. She would have just died. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to teach Feyre how to fight or control her powers. Not because he wants to protect her from their enemies, but because he doesn't want her to be able to protect herself from him. Like, hello? Tamlin is basically hysterical while he begs for Feyre's forgiveness, and he promises he'll do better about controlling his rage, and he's just been so stressed with the tithe and all this other stuff, and please just forget about the fact that I almost killed you. Like, let's just forget about this and move on. Please, babe. Please, please, babe. No. You don't get to gloss over almost killing someone. Like, move on. No. If Feyre didn't protect herself, which Tamlin didn't know she'd be able to do because nobody taught her how to use her powers, then surely she would be dead. Like, that's not something you forget about and move on, Tamlin, my boy. Like, hello? Feyre is totally speechless and just freezes up, which I think is a very reasonable response. She doesn't know how to fight. Like, what is she supposed to do against Tamlin? And she expected Tamlin to protect her and love her, and for him to do this, even though he's full of rage, why would she ever expect him to go this far? Like, of course she's not going to do anything right now. She is shocked. And also, Tamlin gets mad at just about anything she says, so if I were her, I wouldn't say anything either. Unfortunately, this causes Feyre to lose her nerve of breaking up with Tamlin, and he spends the next few days apologizing, and by that I mean giving Feyre that good fairy dick to love bomb her and forgetting that he almost just killed her. We get some more time skipping as Tamlin goes back to whatever fairy business he was attending to and is like, yeah, we forgot about all that shit. We're moving on. The days passed in a blur. Tamlin was away more often than not, and whenever he returned, he didn't tell me anything. I'd long since stopped pestering him for answers. A protector, that's who he was and would always be. What I had wanted when I was cold and hard and joyless. What I had needed to melt the ice of bitter years on the cusp of starvation. I didn't have the nerve to wonder what I needed or wanted now, who I had become. You know, I don't think it's really fair to call Tamlin a protector when he can't control his rage and has almost hurt or killed Feyre multiple times, but whatever. I think Feyre needs to find someone to train her while she stays single for a while, but what the hell do I know? I've never been a fairy. Feyre practices her mental shielding and reading and tries to convince herself she can fix things with Tamlin, and eventually Rhysand shows up to take her back to the Night Court for another week. Rhysand just brushed an invisible fleck of dust off Tamlin's sleeve. Part of me admired the sheer nerve it must have taken. Had Tamlin's teeth been inches from my throat, I would have bleated in panic. I'm glad to see that Rhysand has upgraded from brushing invisible flecks of dust off himself and is now grooming other people. If you don't remember, like, that's one of the things that was, like, a running joke in the first book, is that Rhysand is always picking invisible dust off himself, like a freaking chimp looking for bugs. The same as, like, how Feyre is described as multiple times as having watery bowels, like she's on the verge of diarrhea. Like, Rhysand's always dusty and Feyre always gotta poop. It's a thing. Anyway, Rhysand's back to get Feyre, and Tamlin obviously is not happy about it. Tamlin and Feyre bicker about it, and Tamlin starts to gaslight Feyre about how she doesn't need to know things, because she should just relax after you know, Feyre, you did enough under the mountain, like, you broke the curse, like, we love you for that, so, like, just relax now, you don't need to know this other stuff, like, you did your part, girl, like, just chill. But, you know, I think that saving the entire country should make you more privy to private information about said country, but what the hell do I know? Feyre doesn't have the energy to argue, so she's just like, yeah, whatever, and leaves with Rhysand. Editing Senti here with the next coloring page. Yet again, I have gone back to the ACOTAR section because there's not really anything relevant for the ACOMAF stuff. We have this coloring page here of Feyre showing off her tattoo bargain that she made with Rhysand. I thought this page was relevant because she's going back to the Night Court to take care of said bargain, so here it is. I do think this coloring page is a little bit boring. You can't even see Feyre's face. It's mostly this stone background. Like, I would not have put this in here, especially because the tattoo is black. Like, it's not got a lot of details. So this is one of those pages in the book that, I'm not really compelled by, but here you are, you're gonna sit and watch me color it anyway. They get to the night court, and Rhysand is clearly worried about Feyre and notes that she's lost even more weight, and she's just like really sickly looking. And Feyre clearly doesn't want to talk about what happened, but Rhysand keeps asking her questions. When we were almost to the table, Rhys said, I felt a spike of fear this month through our lovely bond. Anything exciting happened at the wondrous spring court? It was nothing, I said, because it was, and it was none of his business. I glanced sidelong at him, and rage, not worry, flickered in those eyes. I could have sworn the mountain beneath us trembled in response. It was nothing? Excuse me? Being almost murdered by your fiancé isn't nothing, but I do agree that it's not Rhysand's business. Oh, also it's good to know that Rhysand is just as quick to rage as Tamlin, and he's, like, even stronger and can rumble the whole mountain, but, you know, he can control it, you know, so he's good. He's the good guy. Feyre still won't tell Rhysand about it, because why would she? Everyone just wants to lecture to her about what's best for her without really considering her feelings or what she wants, and Rhysand is included in that. He went on and on about how he wants her to make her own choices, but obviously he only means that if Feyre is making the choice he wants her to make. Like, he doesn't want her to be independent. He wants her to choose him. They start arguing because of course they do, and then Rhysand asks Feyre if she's made her choice yet about working with him, and she says she doesn't want to, which obviously pisses off Rhysand because, again, he doesn't want Feyre to make her own choice. He just wants to convince her to do what benefits him. Feyre says that she feels like a pawn regardless, and the only difference is who is controlling her, and that's why, like, she's not going to choose. And girl, that's what I've been saying this whole time. Thank God she finally realized that, but it's not going to last for long. Rhysand angrily says he doesn't want to control her, he just wants her help. And Feyre's like, you only want my help because it's going to piss off Tamlin. And then Rhysand mopes around some more about Feyre not picking him, and then he kind of, like, gives one of these offhanded, you know, I understand why you don't want to help me, given all I've done under the mountain. Like, I get it. I get why you don't want to help me.
Shut the fuck up!
Rhys said quietly, I was a prisoner in her court for nearly 50 years. I was tortured and beaten and fucked until only telling myself who I was, what I had to protect, kept me from trying to find a way to end it. Please, help me keep that from happening again. To Prythian. Some distant part of my heart ached and bled at the words, at what he'd laid bare. But Tamlin had made exceptions. He'd lightened the guard's presence, allowed me to roam a bit more freely. He was trying. We were trying. I wouldn't jeopardize that. So I went back to eating. Rhys didn't say another word. Cool, so Tamlin gets to throw his dead family in Feyre's face to get her to do what he wants, and Rhysand gets to throw being Amarantha's sex slave in Feyre's face to get her to do what he wants. Like, great! Wah! Bad things happen to me, so you should excuse my bad behavior and do what I want you to do. I just had such a hard life, Feyre. You gotta understand. Shut the fuck up already. I hate both of these guys. Both of them, shut up. Also, Feyre, stop making excuses for Tamlin. He didn't do shit to help you under the mountain, and you know it. Things are kind of awkward between Feyre and Rhysand now, obviously, and they have another reading and shielding lesson where Rhysand tries to act normal, but Feyre really isn't having any of it and mostly just ignores him. Rhysand goes off somewhere to take care of some fairy business and only returns at the end of the week, and he shows up to bring Feyre some food and, like, try to make nice with her, and Feyre still just is like, Rhysand, like, I'm not feeling this, dude. Tell me what to do, he said. Tell me what to do to help you. Rhys kept the plate beyond reach. He spoke again, as if the words tumbling out loosened his grip on his power. Talons of smoke curled over his fingers, and great wings of shadow spread from his back. Months and months, and you're still a ghost. Does no one there ask what the hell is happening? Does your High Lord simply not care? He did care. Tamlin did care. Perhaps too much. He's giving me enough space to sort it out, I said, with enough of a bite that I barely recognized my voice. Dude, Feyre doesn't want your help. She turned down your offer. Get over it already. Also, if you really cared about what Feyre wanted and what you could do to help her, you would have broken the bargain like she asked you to do multiple times already. Again, Feyre, knock it off with the Tamlin excuses. Like, I'm tired of hearing her defend him when he sucks. Like, I'm tired of this. Can we get to the plot of this book already?
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
That's too damn bad!
Rhysand continues to beg Feyre to let him help her because if she falls apart, that means Amarantha wins. And Feyre still does not want anything to do with Rhysand and ignores him. So, of course, he's like, nope, we cannot have this. And he magically shuts her book so she can't read it anymore. And, like, so much for letting Feyre have her own choices. He decided they're going to talk, so they are. Feyre manifests some ice powers and then throws the book at Rhysand. And he eggs her on to keep fighting. Like, yeah, Feyre, let's go. You're showing some signs of life. And she's about to. But then she realizes she's about to go to the spring court where all she does is mope around. So she loses her will to fight and just sits back down. Rhysand says she can practice using her powers anytime that she wants with him and then takes her home to the Spring Court. Tamlin is pissed yet again when she returns, and he swears he's going to find some way to break the deal with Rhysand, even though obviously he's not. Tamlin had previously lightened up security after his fight with Feyre, like as a sign of good faith, but the guards are back in full force now, which upsets Feyre. Feyre pretty much can't even leave the house at all now, even though Tamlin and Lucien are always off doing God knows what. Ianthe came back to hang out with her, but that's not really enough for Feyre to forget about how nobody will really include her in anything. Some time passes, and Feyre overhears some conversation between Tamlin and Ianthe, and we aren't told what is said yet, or at all, really. I don't really even remember if they discussed what was said in this conversation, but that doesn't really matter. Whatever was said was enough to make Feyre mad, and her claws pop out that she inherited from Tamlin, and Lucien happens to notice this and sees her powers, and so he asks her about it, even though he already knows that she has powers manifesting. Why are we doing this right now? He promises to try and convince Tamlin to let Feyre train, because clearly her powers are going to show up anyway, so she might as well be able to use them. Feyre isn't very hopeful about all this, obviously, because when has Lucien ever stuck to his word? He's really shit the bed this book. Later that day, Feyre goes down for dinner, and she overhears another conversation with Lucien, Tamlin, and Ianthe, because I guess this is just the chapter where she eavesdrops all the time. Lucien is asking why they can't train Feyre, and Ianthe says that nobody can find out about Feyre's gifts, because not only will Feyre be targeted, but Feyre's children will be as well, which, why are we talking about children, theoretical people that do not even exist? She doesn't even know if Feyre wants kids. Ianthe says that the other High Lords might not kill Feyre, they might take her for themselves to make some powerful babies with her, which, ew, why are we talking about this? I don't like this. But if that were to happen, wouldn't they want Feyre to be able to defend herself? So, shouldn't she be training? And also, as I said before, I still don't understand how they can't secretly train her. How is anybody even going to know?
So I am confusion.
Lucien says that none of the High Lords would do that because none of the other courts would agree with it, so taking Feyre would mean turning a lot of Prythian against them, so he's nobody would ever do that. But Ianthe is hey, Rhysand might do that, because he's evil. He might steal Feyre, and he already does once a month. That could be a problem. What if one day he just decides not to give her back? That would be fucked up. She tells Tamlin she can have some people she met across the sea to help them, assassinate Rhysand, but Lucien is no, we're not gonna do that. Tamlin, can we just train Feyre? Obviously, Tamlin says no, because he's even stupider than he is stubborn. That's the end of that conversation, I guess. Daddy Tamlin said no, and his word is final. Feyre mopes around by herself for a while before she runs into Tamlin, who's clearly getting ready to go somewhere, because he's always going somewhere. She begs to go with him to be told anything about what's going on, and obviously he refuses to let her go or tell her anything. They argue about it, but Tamlin doesn't listen to a word she says. That girl who had needed to be protected, who had craved stability and comfort, she had died under the mountain. I had died, and there had been no one to protect me from those horrors before my neck snapped. So I had done it myself, and I would not, could not, yield that part of me that had awoken and transformed under the mountain. Tamlin had gotten his powers back, had become whole again. Become that protector and provider he wished to be. I was not the human girl who needed coddling and pampering, who wanted luxury and easiness. I didn't know how to go back to craving those things, to being docile. Damn straight, Feyre. There's the backbone I knew you had somewhere deep inside, even though I would still argue she's being very docile. I think the key word here is that Tamlin was the protector and provider he wished to be, not the one that Feyre actually needed or even wanted, because she doesn't need Tamlin for anything. He didn't help her under the mountain. She helped herself, like she just said. Well, Rhysand helped her a lot, and she wouldn't have made it without him, but shh, this is a Feyre empowerment moment. Tamlin says he won't take Feyre with him because her untrained abilities make her a liability, and if that isn't the most rage-inducing thing he said yet, I don't know what is. Bro, you're the entire reason her abilities are untrained. Don't throw it in her face now that it's convenient for you. This is your fault! Feyre says she's coming with him whether he likes it or not, so he's alright, bet, and puts up a force field so she can't leave. He walks off without even looking back, and the force field is so strong now that Feyre can't leave the house at all. She can't even go out onto the grounds, she can't even reach her hand out of the window. She is fully trapped. I'd think that'd be super dangerous in the event of a fire or an earthquake or some other catastrophe, being trapped there with nobody being able to get Feyre out. But obviously Tamlin didn't really think about that because he actually doesn't care about Feyre's safety as much as he says he does, and so he just leaves her there. Because of her time under the mountain, Feyre is really triggered by being confined in any way, so she has a full-blown panic attack. She's trapped in a fancy house instead of a nasty cell, but trapped is trapped, so I can't blame her for having a trauma response here. Feyre is so freaked out that all her powers start to manifest at once, and so there's wind and fire and ice and shadows and all sorts of shit going on around her, and I don't know how fire and ice can exist at the same time, or what. It's all happening all at once. The fire that is like whirling around her is hot enough to symbolically and dramatically melt off her engagement ring, which is a little cheesy, and like the emerald stone falls off and like pings against the floor, but even though it's cheesy, I'll let her have it if it finally means she dumps Tamlin. Eventually, Feyre exhausts herself and someone picks her up and starts to carry her off. She figures out that it's Morrigan, Rhysand's cousin she met that one time in the Night Court, and Feyre sort of half-heartedly fights her before she realizes that she's just there to help her out. Editing Senti back with the next coloring page. This time it's actually relevant. We have a page of Mor coming to rescue Feyre from the Spring Court. I love how Feyre is like dramatically thrown herself on the floor and she's like kind of peeking up through her hair, and it just seems so sassy, and girl, her yitties are yittying. Damn, Feyre, now I see why you have two guys fighting over you. You'll see that there is a part where I stupidly mistake Mor's arm for part of the floor, but I think that's really my issue. I think upon second viewing it's more clear and that was my mistake. Overall, I actually had a pretty good time coloring this page compared to some of the other pages. Mor says that Rhysand broke the shield that Tamlin put up, so she was able to walk in and grab Feyre and walk out, and they walk literally all the way out of the Spring Court into some other neighboring court. I don't remember where they go. And it doesn't really matter because Feyre passes out in Morgan's arms and they wake up in the Night Court. Rhysand is there and he's like, hey, I heard you freaking out and like I knew I need to come help you, like what is going on? By law and protocol, he said, stretching out his long legs, things would have become very complicated and very messy if I had been the one to walk into that house and take you. Smashing that shield was fine, but Mor had to go in on her own 2 feet, render the sentries unconscious through her own power, and carry you over the border to another court before I could bring you here. Or else Tamlin would have free reign to march his forces into my lands to reclaim you. And as I have no interest in an internal war, we had to do everything by the book.
Anonymous. You call anonymously! They know me. They know my voice. They'll know me. Please, you gotta do it for me. I'm begging you. Please.
I am so confused. If Rhysand was the one who ordered Mor to go get Feyre, then how is that any different from him going himself? What exactly was against law and protocol here? A High Lord kidnapping somebody? Isn't kidnapping whether it's a High Lord who does it or not? I think it's related to the fact that Feyre is Tamlin's bride, and so there's some weird political nastiness going on there. I don't know. But it doesn't make any sense because Rhysand regularly showed up to the Spring Court unannounced even before he made his bargain with Feyre, and now he comes once a month to kidnap her, so I guess the fairy deal makes it not illegal anymore. I don't know. She's in the Night Court now. Rhysand tells Feyre she doesn't have to go to the Spring Court if she doesn't want to, and he'll let her stay in the Night Court as long as she wants, and Feyre is pretty shell-shocked after everything that happened, so of course Rhysand jumps on that and takes the opportunity to try to convince her to work with him again, because of course he does. I looked toward the mountains, as if I could see all the way to the Spring Court in the south. Tamlin would be furious. He'd shred the manor apart. But he'd locked me up. Either he so deeply misunderstood me, or he'd been so broken by what went on under the mountain. But he'd locked me up. Feyre clearly isn't in her right mind and is basically in shock, and Rhysand is depicted as extremely perceptive, so he should have been able to pick up on that and realize, like, hey, this is not the right time to talk about this. And asking her to work with him after she already turned him down feels super manipulative, like, especially now in this moment of weakness. Like, he should not be asking about this right now. Feyre doesn't say that she'll work with Rhysand, but she does say she's not going back to the Spring Court, at least not yet. She's finally able to admit that she and Tamlin need time apart to separately deal with everything that happened under the mountain, and I wish more than anything that didn't have to involve Rhysand. Feyre just needs to be alone for a while, but no, we gotta keep a hot guy around or everyone will stop reading. Rhysand tells Feyre to rest for a few days while he takes care of some fairy business elsewhere, and I guess it's okay when he leaves Feyre alone in a house she can't escape, but not when Tamlin does it. Remember, Rhysand's palace is on the side of a mountain, like a literal cliff, so Feyre can't just walk out of there, and she can't fly, so she is essentially trapped on this house as well, and the only difference is that Rhysand is not keeping her inside with a force field. She just can't, like, fly. But she's still trapped! I don't know if Feyre realizes that, but she asks Rhysand to take her with him wherever he's gonna go. And at first Rhysand doesn't want to, but then he tells Feyre, well, I guess you can come with me, but you have to keep everything a secret from now on, because it's literally a matter of life and death. If you run your mouth, people will die. He's like, I know that might make things awkward in the Spring Court because you cannot tell them absolutely anything, so if you don't want that secret, like, hanging between you guys, don't come with me, but if you're cool with that, then by all means, let's go. Feyre thinks for a second and she's like, yeah, no, fuck the Spring Court, take me with you. So Rhysand is like, shit, bitch, let's get up on out of here. We're going to Valaris, the city of starlight. Feyre gets ready and then Rhysand teleports them into a really nice and cozy townhouse, and she's pretty confused by the concept of cities because she thought Amarantha destroyed every major city in Prythian, and apparently they don't have cities in the mortal realm either. Like, what? There were no cities left in our mortal territory, though some had sprung up on the main continent, full of art and learning and trade. Elaine had once wanted to go with me. I didn't suppose I'd ever get that chance now. Ma'am, excuse me? The war was 500 years ago and nobody's rebuilt any cities since then? Like, were there just not cities before the war? Like, do you have any idea how long 500 years is? Like, think about, 1524, about how different the technology was back then, now versus 2024. They didn't have any time to rebuild any cities? Like, I'm confused.
That doesn't even make any sense!
Also, I'll never not be mad that there's no proper name for the mortal territory or the main continent. Like, why does Prythian get a name, but the mortal realm doesn't? It seems just as important. Anyway, Rhysand welcomes Feyre to his home in the city, and almost immediately there are people knocking on the door. Whoever is out there is being super annoying, so Rhysand tells Feyre she can go upstairs and sleep if she'd rather not deal with them after all she's been through. Feyre takes him up on his offer, which is so relatable, and goes upstairs, but she can still kind of overhear Rhysand and his group of friends, and she knows it's their friends because they're talking really casually to each other, and it's really different from how she heard Tamlin talk down to Lucien, so she's like, wow, this guy's really different. There are some maids here at the house, and so Feyre asks them, why is the city even here? I thought Amarantha destroyed everything, and they're like, well, we can't tell you, not because we're not allowed to tell you, but because it's better if Rhysand tells you. And Feyre's like, yeah, okay, cool, and just goes to sleep, because why would Feyre ever ask any questions for real? I mean, she asks a lot of questions. She could ask more questions, but she doesn't demand answers. She's kind of like, yeah, whatever, I'll take whatever answer I get, which is a very annoying quality about her. Editing Senti here for the next coloring page. We have a cityscape of Valaris. There are these two people overlooking the city, and I think one is supposed to be Feyre, and I don't know who the guy is supposed to be because he has long hair. I guess Cassian or Azriel? I don't really know. Overall, I really, really did not like this page. You can see where I give up because there is a ton of tiny details in all of the little buildings and stuff, but the buildings are really boring to color. I don't mind really intricate detail if it's something interesting, but these are all buildings. How interesting can you get with the color scheme here, or your details? I just don't like this page at all. I think this coloring book is at its strongest when it features characters, not when it features locations. The next day, when Feyre wakes up, Rhysand invites her for a walk around the city, and we get several pages of description about how beautiful and lovely and lively Valaris is, and it's nothing like Feyre has ever seen, either in the mortal realm or Prythian, because apparently there's no cities. Rhysand points out a house built onto the top of a mountain and says it's the House of Wind, which is another place he owns in the city, and they're going to go there for dinner that night, and this is a place that they're going to go often throughout the rest of the book. But Feyre doesn't know that. She doesn't know she's in a book, so she doesn't give a shit about any of that, and all she cares about is hey, why does this city even exist? She asks Rhysand about it, and he's kind of evasive, and he's like, oh, we were just lucky. Feyre is immediately angry because obviously that's not the truth, and she's like, Rhysand, if you were that lucky, why didn't you extend that luck to anyone else? As if he hasn't told her many times already that he was Amarantha's slave for 50 years. It's not like he had the ability to go out and freely help people and freely do things, even though it kind of seemed that way sometimes. He didn't actually have, the free license to go, help people. The plot conveniently let him help Feyre every time she needed it, while not helping anyone else, so I do see why she is confused. Rhysand said that Amarantha didn't target Valaris because she didn't know it existed, and nobody does, actually. Remember, nobody really knows anything about the Night Court, and they're all just okay with that, and there's not even any maps of the place, so obviously nobody knows about what cities are there. Feyre asks why he didn't open the city to refugees, as if that wouldn't negate the entire purpose of keeping the city's location a secret. You can't... That's dumb.
You're not just wrong, you're stupid. Now wait just a minute. And you're ugly, just like your mum.
Rhysand said he had to make some hard choices, so Feyre is like, well, was the city worth saving at the cost of everyone else? And Rhysand is like, yeah, I think it was. And I'm just sitting here like, girl, what? Saving the people of Valaris didn't doom anyone else. It's not like all of Prythian could cram into that one city, and even if they did, Amarantha would figure out where they all were and just kill them there. This city was kept secret for a reason, and obviously that was the only way to keep everyone safe. Feyre is being unreasonable, but she kind of realizes that, so I'm gonna let it go. We get a little montage of Rhysand and Feyre exploring the city, and Rhysand stops at a jewelry shop to buy a present for his friend. They walk around through an art district, and it's super cool and all, and Feyre's like, well, I'm just not really into art right now. I don't really want to be here doing this. Can we go home? Seeing everyone in the city acting happy and carefree, like, while she was suffering under the mountain because she knows they were here, like, living it up, she's just kind of angry about it. And as I said before, she kind of realizes that it's kind of unreasonable for her to feel this way, but she does still feel this way, and I guess that's valid. So Rhysand starts to walk her home, but she makes the fatal mistake of asking about dinner at the House of Wind, and Rhysand tells her that his inner circle will be there, and instead of just introducing them there, we have to give a big info dump right now before we even meet any of these characters. The inner circle comprises of Amren, Cassian, Azriel, and Mor, and we've already met Mor. Amren is his second in command, and Mor is his third in command. And of course they're both ladies because Rhysand pretends to respect women.
I respect women more than I respect men. Are the men insulted by that, by the way? No. See, they all say no.
Amren isn't high fae, but Rhysand is kind of vague on what she is. All we know is that she's way older than everyone else, like over 5,000 years old at least, and that she is significantly stronger than Rhysand, who, I will remind you, is the most powerful High Lord in history. Then there's Cassian and Azriel, his Illyrian warriors. FYI, Illyrians also aren't considered high fae. Don't ask me why, I don't know. Anyway, fuck all those guys. We abruptly change the subject as Rhysand lets Feyre into his mind so she can see herself through his eyes, and she's surprised at how gaunt and blatantly like zombie-like she looks like from being so depressed all the time, which is kind of a wake-up call for her about how bad things had gotten. So the narrative then shifts from info dumping about the inner circle to info dump about the mind control or mind reading powers, and we get a bunch of like info dumping about how this shit works, and we learn that the people who have these powers are called Daimati, I don't know how to say that, and they're pretty rare because of course they are. Like, Feyre just has to have the rarest powers, and so does Rhysand. Actually, everybody in this book has the rarest and best powers, but we'll get into that later. My main gripe with all of this, that I love that this subclass of people who have these mind-reading powers get a special name, the Daimati, but the entire mortal realm doesn't get a name. Like, where are the priorities here? They finally make it home, and then we skip to later that night when they're gonna leave for dinner. Rhysand said they have to fly to the House of Wind because it's warded against teleporting, and there are conveniently a lot of other places throughout the book that they can't teleport into because that would make it too easy, and there's a lot of plot conveniences, but I guess the teleporting thing isn't gonna happen for them. Feyre is like, damn, really? Do we really have to fly? I spent forever on my hair. Like, I look so fancy, the wind is gonna mess it all up. It's all kind of just an excuse, because really she's just nervous to meet the inner circle, but Rhysand convinces her it's fine, so off they go. They fly off into the sky, and it's super cool, and the city is cool, and it's all just so cool. Rhysand tells Feyre that his mother was an Illyrian, which is why he has wings, but since his dad was fae, he can kind of summon the wings whenever he wants, instead of just them permanently being there. I don't know if I've explicitly stated it, but the Illyrians all have wings, like that's their main appeal, I guess. Cassian and Azriel are full Illyrian, and they can't make their wings disappear like Rhysand, they're just always there. Personally, I think all fairies should have wings, because duh, they're fairies. Fairies have wings, but what do I know?
What the fuck is this? I don't know.
They talk some more, and Rhysand totally kills the mood by saying he never expected to see a Valaris again after what happened under the mountain, and that he wishes he'd been the one who killed Amarantha, like before Tamlin could. Feyre opens up and somehow says the most self-aware and the least self-aware thing I have ever heard. I'm thinking that I was a lonely, hopeless person, and I might have fallen in love with the first thing that showed me a hint of kindness and safety. And I'm thinking maybe he knew that. Maybe not actively, but maybe he wanted to be that person for someone. And maybe that worked for who I was before. Maybe it doesn't work for what I am now. Girl, yes, Tamlin ain't shit. I have been saying that. But I find it extremely annoying that she doesn't realize that the exact same thing is currently happening here with Rhysand. She's more depressed and fucked up than she's ever been, and now there's an even hotter fairy guy to make it all better for her again. Like, we're just repeating the cycle here. And at this point, I'm scared we're gonna ditch Rhysand and get a new guy in the third book just to continue this cycle. But I know that's not gonna happen, but wouldn't it be funny if it did? Anyway, they finally make it to the House of Wind so we can formally meet the Inner Circle, and this is a very info-dumpy chapter, so I'm gonna do my best to summarize it all. Editing Senti here with the next coloring page. We're kind of burning through these, so we're going to slow down a little bit and take a little longer on the next coloring page. Thankfully, this is actually an interesting one, and we have the whole inner circle here. I've put Moore in her classic red, and Amren always wears gray, and then Cassian, Azriel, Rhysand, and Feyre are supposed to be wearing black in this picture, which doesn't make it very interesting, so I put Feyre in a different color. I don't really know that it worked all that well, and I also couldn't tell like what was her dress and what was the arm tattoo. It was a little confusing in that region. I also tried to paint Amren's eyes with like a shiny glitter paint to make them look sparkly because she has weird sparkly eyes, but it didn't really show up super well, especially given how zoomed out it is. Overall, I did actually have a pretty good time coloring this picture because it is compositionally very interesting compared to some of the other duds we've had before this. We finally actually meet Cassian and Azriel instead of just talking about them, and they're kind of the classic golden retriever black cat duo. Cassian is goofy and outgoing, while Azriel is more reserved, and we learn that Azriel is Rhysand's spy master because he has badass shadow powers that are apparently different from whatever shadow powers Rhysand has. Azriel is a shadow singer, whatever that means, because yet again we get a name for random small things, but not big things like the entire mortal realm. Oh, and also we learn that Cassian is the commander of Rhys's armies, but I don't actually think we ever see him command any armies, so good for him. Rhysand, Cassian, and Azriel refer to each other as brothers, but to be clear, none of them are actually related by blood. Moore shows up, and it's clear that Azriel has a crush on her, but nobody says anything about it. And then they all banter for a bit before we meet Amren, and Feyre is very unnerved by her presence because she always looks and acts vaguely creepy. Amren's head tilted to the side as she studied me. I tried not to shrink from it. Only once before was a human made into an immortal. Interesting that it should happen again, right as all the ancient players have returned. But Miriam was gifted long life, not a new body. And you, girl? She sniffed again, and I'd never felt so laid bare. Surprise lit Amren's eyes. Rhys just nodded. Whatever that meant. I was tired already. Tired of being assessed and evaluated. Your very blood, your veins, your bones were made. A mortal soul and an immortal body. I think we learned about Miriam in the first book, but I can't remember, nor do I care, because I don't think anybody really reads ACOTAR for the plot, let's be real. But this stuff with Feyre being made with a capital M will be important later. Or as important as anything is in this godforsaken book. They all start eating, and it comes off like a family dinner more than like a political meeting with the inner circle, and Feyre is all about that after dealing with the stuffiness of the spring court. Also, Tamlin seems to only have Lucien around in his inner circle, and Rhysand has a bunch of hoes that are down bad for him, ready to ride or die. We then get a ton of info dumping about the Illyrians and their training camps. Basically just think of Sparta. It's brutal and only the best warriors survive. And that's where Cassian, Azriel, and Rhysand all met and became bros. And as I said before, everybody is special in this novel, so of course Cassian and Azriel are considered the strongest Illyrians alive, because of course they are.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But apparently being an Illyrian is not all that great, because we then get a weird gross tangent about how Illyrians don't respect women, or females rather, because this book weirdly never uses men/women, only male/female, which I think I've complained about before, and it just is gross to me. Whenever an Illyrian female gets her first period, her wings are clipped like a pet store parakeet so she can't fly, and then she's kept around for breeding because that's not horrifying at all. Oh my god, Sarah J. Maas, you could have just not wrote this detail in, and the Illyrians, we don't need this detail. You could have just not put this in here. Why are we putting this in here? What purpose does this serve? Rhysand oddly drops in a story about how his Illyrian mother took herbs to delay her period for as long as possible, but as soon as it came, she was tied down in the middle of camp and was about to be like, everybody was about to go in on her, if you know what I mean.
Jesus Christ.
And then Rhysand's father showed up for some reason, and he looks at her in the eyes, and he instantly fell in love with her because apparently they happen to be mates. If you're confused, I'm confused. I don't know why we're talking about any of this right now. Interestingly, we learned that despite Rhysand's parents being mates, they actually weren't very compatible with each other, and they came to hate each other, like, later in their life. Like, okay, so the universe, or the Cauldron, or whatever, assigns you a mate, and you can't help but fall in love with them, but you might not even like them as a person? Like, that seems really inconvenient. Oh, and also we get this little tangent. One look at her, and he knew what she was. He misted the guards holding her. My brows narrowed. Misted? Cassian let out a wicked chuckle as Rhys floated a lemon wedge that had been garnishing his chicken into the air above the table. With a flick of his finger, it turned to citrus-scented mist. Woo! Wow, that's not terrifying at all to know that Rhysand can literally turn his enemies into mist. Love that for him. We get pages and pages of Rhysand's backstory at the Illyrian camp with Cassian and Azriel that I don't really care to cover. It's not that important. All you need to know is that they're all super badass fighters and they're best buddies. We get some political backstory about the part of the Night Court that's based under the mountain and learn that it is Rhysand's father's old court, and they sort of defected when Rhysand became the High Lord because they don't like that Rhysand is half Illyrian. Even fairies can't escape the awful clutch of racism, I guess. But to be fair, that is kind of a running theme that is not fully explored, but is mentioned that there are lesser fae and high fae, and the lesser fae are obviously treated worse. It's in the title, for God's sake. That is mentioned, but it is not really, they don't really do anything with that kind of plot thread throughout this book. Anyway, we're told that the court under the mountain is called the Court of Nightmares, and that Rhysand's court is called the Court of Dreamers, and together they make up the Night Court. The rest of Prythian only really knows about the Court of Nightmares, which is why they're under the impression that the Night Court is such a dangerous, awful place full of psychos and murderers, because that's exactly what the Court of Nightmares is comprised of. It's literally in the name. And I can't help but feel that this whole, Dreamer Court, Nightmare Court, it's just so cringe to me, guys. We're doing too damn much over here. Oh my god. I've had enough of this.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
I think Rhysand should have just misted the entire Court of Nightmares to clear out all the bad apples and then move on with his life, but I don't know why he didn't do that or why he's not going to do it now. Why are these people kept alive? What? I know it's kind of justified that they keep the Court of Nightmares there as a diversion so people don't learn about the Court of Dreamers, but if Rhysand is so strong, shouldn't he be able to protect anyone anyway? I feel like the Court of Nightmares is just a liability and they need to go. We learned that Mor is from the Court of Nightmares, but she escaped because it sucks down there. And Feyre instantly feels a connection with her because of what she endured under the mountain herself, so she's like, yeah, I understand how bad it sucks. So I guess they're besties now. After hearing all of this, Feyre finally formally accepts Rhysand's offer, and she's like, okay, I guess we can work together. Rhysand is like, cool, I'm glad you finally came around, because we have got to get down to business, because the King of Hybern is definitely going to start a war, and he's going to resurrect Jurian to do it. If you don't remember from the first book, Jurian's soul was trapped in Amarantha's creepy eyeball ring and fingerbone necklace, and who is Jurian? Why do we care? Jurian was a human involved in the war who pretended to fall in love with Amarantha's sister Clythia? I don't remember her name, but he pretended to fall in love with her so he'd get insider fairy information, and then when he got enough info, he brutally killed Clythia, which pissed Amarantha off enough to turn him into some jewelry. Amarantha was just the beginning, Rhysand once told me. Had he known this even then? Had those months under the mountain merely been a prelude to whatever hell was about to be unleashed? Resurrecting the dead, what sort of unholy power? Feyre, darling, are you forgetting that you were resurrected from the dead? Amren points this out, but the method they used on Feyre required all 7 High Lords to work together, and they definitely aren't going to help the King of Hybern, so he must be working on finding a different method. We're already 30% into this book and just now getting into the actual plot, so love that for us. Remember that vague mention before that temples are being attacked? Probably not, I barely remember it, but Rhysand says that Hybern must be looking for something and they're the ones attacking the temples. Amren tells Rhysand he's gonna have to go to the prison to talk to the Bone Carver because he'll know what's going on, and that doesn't sound weird or scary at all. The prison? The Bone Carver? Okay. Rhysand's like, yeah, you're right. Me and Feyre will go because the Bone Carver will actually talk to her because she's an immortal with a mortal soul or maid or whatever. Feyre's special. Of course she's special. They're all special. Everyone else is kind of freaked out by the Bone Carver and they're acting like it's too dangerous for Feyre to go, but she's like, fuck it. Bring on the Bone Carver.
Bring it on, bitch.
Rhysand and Feyre fly home, and we get some dialogue about how Rhysand has only been pretending to be a villain this whole time to keep the rest of the Night Court outside of the Court of Nightmares safe. I thought that there were times that Rhysand came off as really over-the-top villainous, so I guess that's why, because it was an act this whole time, and they had to make it obvious to the reader, I guess. I don't really know how nobody else noticed. Anyway, Feyre goes to sleep and has another nightmare, and unlike Tamlin, Rhysand actually notices and comforts her. Feyre is throwing up all over the place and is yet again described as flushing a toilet, which is really distracting to me. I can't exactly pin down the technology level in ACOTAR, but apparently they have indoor plumbing. But not electricity, or steam engines. I don't know what they have. We then skip to Rhysand and Feyre arriving at the prison, which is only called the prison and has no other name, because of course it doesn't. It's a big scary stone prison in the middle of nowhere, just like Azkaban, And side note, imagine if Azkaban didn't have a name and the book The Prisoner of Azkaban was just called The Prisoner of the Prison. If you couldn't tell, like, this whole naming thing is really bothering me. Anyway, Feyre takes one look at the scary-ass prison and is like, no thanks, bro. Actually, I don't want to go in there. So they just go home. Oh, and we get a random throwaway line about how Rhysand wrote a letter to the Summer Court to request a visit, and that's going to come up again real soon. Rhysand takes Feyre back home, and Amren shows up to give her a necklace and says, like, this necklace will protect you at the prison, and then we skip straight back to the prison. I think Amren probably could have given Feyre this necklace in advance to tighten up the plot, instead of, like, they go to the prison, and then they immediately leave, and then they immediately get this necklace and immediately go back. Like, it's just really clunky, and there's no reason for it. Especially since later on we learned that there was nothing special about the amulet at all, and Amren was just trying to be nice and comfort Feyre, so it was all useless anyway. This is another long info dumpy chapter that I'm going to try and breeze through for the sake of time because it's not important, and nothing in this novel is important. Oh my god, none of this is important. Rhysand and Feyre go to the scary-ass prison to meet the Bone Carver, who is an ancient shapeshifter that appears differently to everyone and he knows the future or something. I don't really understand his lore. His powers aren't really very clear to me. Feyre sees him as a little kid, and later we learn that Rhysand saw him as Jurian, so he just appears as different things to different people. Oh, but before we even get to all of that, we have to get a bunch more info dumping about the Inner Circle for whatever reason, even though they're not even here right now. The only part I'll mention is that Amren gave Feyre the necklace because she spent several thousand years imprisoned herself, like at that very prison, and Rhysand doesn't really know like what kind of creature she is, but she's probably from another dimension, which is cool, I guess? Anyway, in exchange for Feyre talking about how she died and what she experienced with all of that, the Bone Carver tells them everything they need to know. And no, it's not traumatic for Feyre at all to relive all of these horrifying memories. Unless, the boy bounced each finger off his thumb, his hand like some pale, twitchy insect. Long ago before the High Fae, before man, there was a cauldron. They say all the magic was contained inside it, and that the world was born in it. But it fell into the wrong hands, and great and horrible things were done with it. Things were forged with it. Such wicked things that the cauldron was eventually stolen back at great cost. It could not be destroyed, for it had made all things, and if it were broken, then life would cease to be. So it was hidden and forgotten. Only with the cauldron could something that is dead be reforged like that. Or all 7 High Lords could get together and do it without the help of the cauldron, but I guess that's different? Also, I thought the cauldron was just a metaphor, but apparently it is a tangible item that actually exists, which just kind of feels weird to me. And we learned that the 3 feet from the cauldron were removed to try and limit its power, and they were kept at the temples, and so that's why the temples were being targeted, so the King of Hybern could get the feet back and put it back on the cauldron. He's just really looking for some feet.
Alrighty then.
Rhysand asks who has the cauldron currently, and the Bone Carver is like, bro, you already know it's the King of Hybern. You knew that, you just came here to confirm it. Then the Bone Carver tells them there is a way to control the cauldron, and whoever made the cauldron also made a book called the Book of Breathings, which contains spells that can neutralize the cauldron's power, which is awfully convenient. And that seems like a pretty important thing to have, so you'd think all the courts would be fighting over it, but the book is pretty much considered useless because only someone who's been made with a capital M can read the book, and I'm sure you already know where all of this is going. After the war, the book was split in half, and one half went to the Fae and is now held in the Summer Court, and the other half went to the humans. The human half has a spell on it to prevent it from being stolen, and it also keeps the Fae from tricking them into handing it over, so if it is stolen or taken by force or tried to be taken by manipulation or something like that, the book will melt back into ore, which is pretty inconvenient. Oh yeah, the book is made out of metal, by the way. I guess the spells are like etched into it. I don't know. And oh yeah, remember how Rhysand has said before that he sent a letter to the Summer Court? Not only did he know about the cauldron already, but he knew about the book too, and making the visit to the Bone Carver is basically just irrelevant, and the scene serves to make this book even longer because he didn't learn any new information. Why did they even go here? Was this was just for vibes? Like this served no reason. They didn't learn any information that Rhysand didn't already know.
I had a reason.
What was the reason?
I had a reason.
What was the reason? What was the reason?
I just explained the reason.
What was the reason, bitch?
Feyre and Rhysand leave the prison to go talk to the Inner Circle about all the shit they already knew, and half of the squad is going to go after the book pieces, and the other half of the squad is going to try to figure out how to infiltrate Hybern to find the cauldron. Rhysand and Feyre are going to focus on finding the book. I braced myself as Rhys said, since these objects are spelled to the individual High Lords and can only be found by them, through their power, then in addition to her uses regarding the handling of the Book of Breathings itself, it seems we possibly have our own detector. Now they all looked at me. I cringed. Perhaps was what the bone carver said in regard to me being able to track things. You don't know... My words faded as Rhys smirked. Yep, this is why Rhysand needed Feyre this whole time. He's apparently known about all of this shit from the beginning, and he knew he needed to get Feyre on his side to find the book, and that's also why he's teaching her how to read, because she's the only one who can read the book. He's known about this the whole time and just did not tell Feyre for security reasons, but I feel like he just likes knowing things that other people don't know. Anyway, Rhysand says he needs to test Feyre's detection powers before they go all the way to the Summer Court because they probably only have one shot to try and find this book and they can't mess it up. And conveniently, Rhysand already knows of just the right task for Feyre to prove if she has these detection powers. They're gonna go to some person called the Weaver, who's an ancient scary-ass creature that collects objects, and she just so happens to have something of Rhysand's. If Feyre can find it, then they all know she has detection powers. Just like with the bone carver, everyone else is like, oh hell no, that is way too dangerous, you cannot do that. But of course they're gonna do it anyway, and Feyre doesn't really seem to care about the danger. I nod on my lower lip, weighing the risks, waiting to feel any kernel of fear, of emotion. But this afternoon had drained any reserve of such things. The bone carver, the weaver, can't you ever just call someone by a given name? No, Feyre, they can't, because they probably don't even have names. Most of the shit in this book doesn't have names, so you and I better get used to it. Rhysand says, well, let's add another title to the mix, and Feyre, how about you become emissary to the Night Court for the human realm, because that's not a mouthful to say, or anything like that. They're gonna need to find a way to convince the humans to willingly give up their portion of the book, so I guess that's also Feyre's responsibility. I guess Rhysand is pretty lucky that Tamlin turned out to be a total piece of shit, because it sounds like his plans would be totally fucked if Feyre never left the Spring Court. I don't know what his backup plan was, because it seems like he was pretty much counting on Feyre's help, and this whole plan is contingent on her. Feyre's like, yeah, fine, whatever, let's just get this show on the road. She's still pretty numb from everything that's happened, and she seems content to just do whatever she's told, which is pretty convenient for Rhysand. Anyway, I'm also gonna breeze through the whole Weaver thing, because it's another long segment that doesn't really matter. Editing Senti here to interrupt the inner circle for our next coloring page, The Weaver's Cottage. I was actually surprised to see this coloring page included in the book because I thought the Weaver was such a minor part of the plot that I didn't think it really merited a page, but here we are. I did mostly enjoy coloring this page, except there are some small details in the background that I couldn't really tell what they were, which is kind of a recurring issue with this coloring page. There are some finer details that they kind of just don't define, so then it's hard to color them. But again, I did mostly like coloring this page. Rhysand tells Feyre she has to sneak into the cottage, find the object that belongs to him, and then sneak out without touching anything else, or it will trigger the Weaver and like shit is gonna go bad, so don't do it. And I'm sure you already know what's gonna happen. Despite Feyre's previous numbness, she is now pretty nervous about all of this, so Rhysand tries to take her mind off of everything by being gross. He chuckled, the sound bouncing off the gray stones strewn across the forest floor like scattered marbles. Cassian tried to convince me last night not to take you. I thought he might even punch me. Why? I barely knew him. Who knows? With Cassian, he's probably more interested in fucking you than protecting you. You're a pig. You could, you know, Rhys said, holding up the branch of a scrawny beech for me to slip under. If you needed to move on in a physical sense, I'm sure Cassian would be more than happy to oblige. It felt like a test in itself, and it pissed me off enough that I crooned, then tell him to come to my room tonight. If you survive this test. They flirt a little more, and Feyre recognizes that Rhysand is just trying to make her angry so she's distracted from her fear. This is also one of the justifications we get for why Rhysand assaulted Feyre under the mountain, and I gotta say, I think there's probably a better way to help someone get over their fear than to make unwanted sexual advances and comments to make them angry, but whatever. Back to the Weaver thing, Feyre sneaks into the spooky-ass cottage and sees the spooky-ass Weaver spinning something on a loom. Feyre detects Rhysand's object, which is a ring, and when she grabs it, the Weaver turns around all dramatically and looks like something straight out of a creepypasta. Oh, and also this whole time, to hype herself up, Feyre keeps going, I am the wolf, I am the wolf, like, to like, hype beast herself into doing, like, she needs a 3-wolf moon t-shirt so badly, please get her one.
Looks like you're going to a fish fry, Dwight. No, they're howling at the moon. It's suggestive to women, because of howling during sex. Okay.
Oh yeah, anyway, Feyre triggers the alarm and the Weaver, like, fights her, and Feyre's like, oh shit, like, I gotta do something, and so she knocks over a candle to, like, set the house on fire, and she escapes through the chimney, and it's, like, a whole thing. Oh, and she, like, gets stuck in the chimney, and she's, like, wedged in the chimney, but then the Weaver starts to climb up after her, and it's described that Feyre is able to, like, knock a brick loose and throw the brick down at the Weaver. And I'm just like, how do you throw something if you're stuck? Like, if you're wedged into a space, how do you have the mobility to throw something? Like, whatever, we're moving on. Feyre manages to escape the Weaver, and she finds Rhysand, and she's super pissed that he didn't come and help her, but he doesn't say anything, and he just teleports them back to the Night Court so they can all talk to the Inner Circle together. It's then that Feyre realizes that Rhysand didn't help her because it was all just another test to see if she could handle herself in a dangerous situation without, like, panicking and losing her shit, and apparently she can, so good for her, she passed. Feyre realizes, like, oh, that was a pretty close call, so she asks Cassian if he'll teach her how to fight, and he agrees, because of course he does, he likes to fight, that's kind of his thing. I glossed over it, but earlier in the novel we learned that in hand-to-hand combat, like without using any magic, Cassian would be able to beat Rhysand, which is why Feyre specifically asked Cassian to train her and not Rhysand, and also she's still pissed at Rhysand, so she's just like trying to make him jealous a little bit by asking Cassian. Feyre asks how the Weaver even got Rhysand's ring, and we learn that it belonged to his mother, and she gave it to Rhysand, only then to take it back and give it to the Weaver so he, quote, wouldn't waste it. But just forget about the ring for now, we'll get back to that much, much, much later, like 400 pages later, so we'll worry about that in 400 pages. Rhysand and Feyre go home, and we get some more info dumping because apparently this chapter isn't long enough already. Rhysand once again mentions his distaste for the High Priestesses, especially Ianthe, and he lets Feyre into his mind to see why. I guess he can kind of play his memories like little videos or something, so that's what's happening here. Back before all the Amarantha business, Ianthe came to the Night Court to try and win Rhysand's favor because she's known to be power hungry and he's the strongest, so that makes sense. We see from Rhys's perspective, Ianthe is straight up laying naked in his bed trying to seduce him, and she's like super sexy, and it's described that she has really big titties, like good for her. But anyway, Rhysand is like, no, be gone, thought. I don't want any of that.
Be gone, thought!
Ianthe doesn't take no for an answer, and she tries to grab Rhysand's junk, and he's like, oh, hell nah. And he pretty violently crushes and breaks her hand with his magic. And this is even before all the Amarantha stuff, mind you, so he had not even had that trauma yet, but I mean, if you try to touch someone's genitals and they were pretty crystal clear that they did not want you to, and you try to do it anyway, I think you get what you deserve. But anyway, that's why Rhysand doesn't like the High Priestesses, or specifically Ianthe, and he says they're all just snakes trying to latch onto whoever has the most powers, like these hoes ain't loyal. Feyre then realizes that's why Ianthe was all over Lucien, and now that she's gone, she wonders if Ianthe will go for Tamlin next, because there's no competition anymore. Feyre is kind of disturbed by everything she's learned recently, but she decides she's better off being a, quote, certified book tracker than a, quote, party-planning wife for breeding little High Lords, so she decides to stick with Rhysand and the Night Court. Since the gang has yet to hear from the Summer Court, they decide to start working on securing the half of the book that's in the mortal realm. Oh, but first we gotta get some weird sexist world building while they get ready for their journey, because that's what we're doing now. Feyre and Mor are talking about how women are treated in the mortal realm, which is not very good, and then Mor drops this lore on us about the fairy world, which is also not very good. In the Court of Nightmares, she went on, the voice falling soft and a bit cold once more, females are prized. Our virginity is guarded, then sold off to the highest bidder. Whatever male will be of the most advantage to our families. And they were acting like the Illyrians were brutes and treated women especially bad, but it turns out the High Fae aren't any damn better, which we already knew. No women are safe in this universe. The mortal women, the High Fae, the Lesser Fae, we hate them all. Of course, Mor is one of the strongest Fae around because everybody in this book is the strongest one around. So she was highly sought after when she came of age, and by that I mean started her period, because even Fairy World, apparently that's like the main milestone of womanhood, even though I started my period when I was 11 years old, and certainly not a woman, but that's all a TMI rant for another time. I just think the concept of, oh, you bleed now, you're a woman, is stupid. Anyway, Mor weirdly says, like, oh, Feyre, I'll tell you about the rest of that story later. Don't worry, I got away, obviously, because I'm here with you now, but we'll talk about that later. Go to the human realm. I'm like, okay, let's do that then. I don't mean to minimize people's real-life experiences when I say this, but I really don't like how much sexual assault Sarah J. Maas crams into these books. At some point, it stops feeling like representation, and it just feels like a quick way to give a character a tragic backstory, which it just feels gross to me to repeatedly use that for that reason. But I'll stop with that rant so we can move on. Feyre and the Bat Boys, and by that I mean Rhysand, Azriel, and Cassian, head off to the human realm by flying through a hole in the barrier that separates the two realms. It's winter in the human world, so it's all cold and snowy. Unlike the Night Court that they just left, that is summer even though it's snow. The Night Court is stupid. You should remember from the first book that Tamlin gave Feyre's family a bunch of jewels and money, and so they're back to living in a super nice mansion and being super rich compared to the shitty cabin they were living in when they were all starving to death. Oh, but fuck Tamlin though, so we don't like that guy anymore. Let's just forget that kindness that he did in getting these people back to their high status. Feyre goes inside to talk to her sisters, like without the rest of the Bat Boys, and the vibe is super awkward. Remember, they don't know that she's High Fae, or they're about to find out, and Nesta is standoffish as usual. I said, "Where is father?" It felt like the only safe thing to say. "In Neva," Nesta said, naming one of the largest cities on the continent, trading with some merchants from the other half of the world, and attending a summit about the threat above the wall, a threat I wonder if you've come back to warn us about. No words of relief, of love. Never from her. I'm glad to see that Nesta is as hateful as ever. Also, gotta love the inconsistent world building, because I thought there weren't any cities in the human realm, except there are, or she said there were cities on the continent. I don't fucking know. There's cities, I guess. Also, how on earth do the humans know what's going on with the potential war with Hybern? We will get into this later, but at this point in the book, you don't know that, and I guess, I don't know why Feyre doesn't really question that. But anyway, Feyre reveals that she's now Fae to her sisters, and they're both clearly scared of her, and they should be. They should have been scared of her when she was a human. She would have whipped their asses. Feyre tells them everything about what happened with Amarantha and the threat with Hybern, and Nesta immediately shuts Feyre down when she asks to use the house as their base of operations for the mortal realm, because they're gonna have to, stick around to get the book. Nesta is like, no, that is way too dangerous, and people are gonna think we're cool with fairies, and we are definitely not cool with fairies, because remember, in the human realm, people are really freaked out by fairies. We don't like them. Oh, and also that's gonna ruin Elaine's wedding to some guy whose family super hates fairies, so yeah, no, go somewhere else to do your business to save the whole fucking world. Good thing Elaine finds a backbone and tells Nesta there won't even be a wedding if the whole world is destroyed, and they should help Feyre after all she did for them. Nesta's like, fine, I hate Feyre, but I love Elaine, so I'll allow it. They send the servants away so they don't get them involved in all the fairy business, and then the Bat Boys come in and they eat the most awkward dinner together of all time. Nesta and Elaine are clearly terrified of the Bat Boys but try to play it cool, and they all sit around and they eat an elaborate feast that the servants must have thrown together before they were sent off, but human food isn't very good compared to Fae food. I found Nesta watching me. "Is there something wrong with our food?" she said flatly. I made myself take another bite, each movement of my jaw an effort. "No." I swallowed and gulped down a healthy drink of water. "So you can't eat normal food anymore, or are you too good for it?" A question and a challenge. Reese's fork clanked on his plate. Elaine made a small distressed noise. And though Nesta had let us use this house, though she'd tried to cross the wall for me and we'd worked out a tentative truce, the tone, the disgust and disapproval, I laid my hand flat on the table. I can eat, drink, fuck, and fight just as well as I did before. Better even. Does Nesta have to be so damn nasty all the time? She is always on the attack. The story tries to act like she really does love Feyre deep down, but I don't feel that at all. Good on Feyre for finally standing up to her though, she burned her there at the end. Nesta tries to laugh it off, but is still clearly annoyed, and Rhysand's like, hey, if you ever came to the fairy world, then you'd see how good our food is. Nesta's like, yeah, I'll take your word for it, bro, cause fuck the fairy world, I'm never going there. I wonder who will go to the fairy world. All of this irritates Cassian, who swiftly puts Nesta in her place when she snaps at him and asks what he's looking at. Cassian's brows rose. Little amusement to be found now. Someone who let her youngest sister risk her life every day in the woods while she did nothing? Someone who let a 14-year-old child go out into that forest, so close to the wall. My face began heating and I opened my mouth. To say what? I didn't know. Your sister died. Died to save my people. She is willing to do so again to protect you from war. So don't expect me to sit here with my mouth shut while you sneer at her for a choice she did not get to make, and insult my people in the process. Damn, Cassian, get her!
Shots fired! Shots fired!
As an eldest sister myself, I would never ever sit on my ass when my little sister struggled to single-handedly support the entire family. You would have to kill me. I could not do that. But actually it's worse because Nesta didn't just sit there uselessly like Elaine. She actively insulted and basically bullied Feyre while she did all the work. So it's even worse. Nesta, you're doing too damn much, girl. I have two sisters of my own and we don't always get along, but I've never been this blatantly nasty to them. It's just wrong to do to family. No. Nesta has zero response to what Cassian said because all he was spitting was facts there. And Elaine is quick to blabber some excuses for how they treated Feyre in the past, but she does apologize for it, which is something, but Nesta doesn't apologize because of course she doesn't. Rhysand tries to keep the peace by asking if they can just start over, and Nesta's like, fine. Nesta tells them to write their letter to the Queens and they'll mail it tomorrow, so they talk about sleeping arrangements and then dinner's over. Feyre and the Bat Boys spend like all night writing a letter, even though I'd think they'd come with one already prepared. I don't know why they like waited until they got there to write it. Also, I don't think I mentioned it before because I don't really care, but there are 6 human queens in the mortal realm who have control over the book. Are these 6 queens from 6 different countries that all don't get names? Why are the queens in charge of this when the mortal realm still treats women like shit? Like, shouldn't the kings rule? It seems like women aren't respected here, so I don't get this. But they have to get permission from all the queens. They finish writing the letter and go to bed, and Rhysand and Feyre walk into the room that they're going to share, and there's only one bed. Oh no, the one bed trope, ooh. Except not really, because then Rhysand pulls a whole ass bed out of his weird little pocket dimension thing that apparently all fairies have conveniently instead of carrying a bag. It's not even bag size because it can fit a whole ass bed in there. They just have weird pocket dimensions they have access to. But Rhysand pulling a whole bed out of it like actually had me cracking up because I so did not expect that. Feyre and Rhysand talk a little bit before bed and he says exactly what I was thinking. Rhys didn't answer. Instead he said, I didn't think I could get through that dinner. What do you mean? He'd been rather calm, contained. Your sisters mean well, or one of them does, but seeing them sitting at that table, I hadn't realized it would hit me as strongly. How young you were, how they didn't protect you. I managed just fine. We owe them our gratitude for letting us use this house, he said quietly, but it will be a long while yet before I can look at your sisters without wanting to roar at them. Dude, that's what I've been saying, except not the roar thing. Rhysand is always roaring, which is so funny. But Elaine and Nesta suck. I don't care to read about them. They're going to get their books later on, or at least Nesta will, and I don't know how this narrative is going to try to make me like Nesta, because I do not like her. We then jump right into a scene of Rhysand training Feyre out in the snowy woods, which kind of caught me off guard. It doesn't really seem like a good idea to practice their fairy powers in the mortal realm, and I kind of thought they were just there to take care of some business and leave, but I guess they're sticking around. Rhysand shows Feyre that he does have an actual map of the Night Court that's like not just blank, so I guess he just has a blank decoy map ready to go in case he needs one, except he can erase people's minds, so the decoy map still seems pretty unnecessary, and it doesn't seem like they get a lot of outside visitors to the Night Court, so I don't know why he just had that blank map ready to go. Anyway, they talk about Feyre's powers, and Feyre tells Rhysand to let her practice on her own because she can't concentrate while he's around, so Rhysand's like, yeah, cool, see you later, and teleports away. But the two send each other flirty little messages by writing on a magic piece of paper that's basically primitive instant messaging, so he might as well just stayed if they're gonna keep talking. Also, it's stated that Feyre is using a pen to write these messages, and the word pen is very confusing to me in a fantasy context, like a ballpoint pen? Shouldn't she be writing with a quill and like a little pot of ink? What is this pen? Or even a pencil? But why a pen? What?
I hate it here.
Editing Senti here to introduce our next coloring page. I went back to the ACOTAR section of the coloring book and pulled out this image of the Adder, who is also now relevant in ACOMAF. I do think this is kind of a bizarre image to include because the Adder is entirely gray and he's standing in front of a stone background, so there's just not a lot of interesting color choice here if you go based on what he's supposed to look like canonically. And also he's a villain and not a very well liked villain, like some people like villains. Nobody likes the Adder. Not even one person likes the Adder. Please tell me I'm wrong if you like him. Nobody likes him. So I just thought this was strange to include in the coloring book, but here we are, I'm gonna color it anyway. Anyway, Feyre doesn't really get to practice her powers at all because the Adder, that evil fairy from the first book, shows up to torment her, and it doesn't even really get to talk to Feyre or do anything before Rhysand is immediately there to fuck it up. Rhysand pins the Adder down and basically starts torturing it to get it to spill the beans about why it's there, and the Adder is like, I was here to kidnap Feyre, and the King of Hybern has a huge army ready, so get ready, guys. And then Azriel shows up and he takes the Adder off somewhere to torture more information out of it, because I guess that's his job as the spy master, and Feyre's like, dude, what the fuck just happened? Like, it seems like you kind of were expecting that to happen, like, what is going on?
What the fuck is going on in here on this day?
And Rhysand's like, oh yeah, I definitely sensed that we were being hunted, so I brought you out here to practice alone because I wanted to see who was going to come out as soon as I left you by yourself. Feyre's like, dude, what the hell? You were just using me as bait and you didn't even tell me about it? And he's like, well, yeah, I used you as bait, but you were safe the whole time. Like, I came right and got you, so like, who cares? Feyre rightfully doesn't think that's a very good answer and says he should have told her what was going on. And Rhysand seems annoyed that Feyre is bothered by this, and he's like, you forgot how strong you are. You could just fight, but your problem is that you won't fight. You stopped fighting. Like, you could have saved yourself. Maybe she would have been more likely to fight if she'd been expecting an enemy to show up so she could mentally prepare for it. And, like, this is no excuse to not tell her what was going to happen. Like, shut the fuck up, Rhysand. Feyre starts chasing Rhysand around the snow to fight him, but he keeps teleporting away from her as he laughs and taunts her, and in a rage, Feyre finally figures out how to teleport and tackles Rhysand into the snow. I panted, sprawled on top of Rhys in the snow while he laughed hoarsely. "Don't," I snarled onto his face. "Ever." I pushed his rock-hard shoulders, talons curving at my fingertips. "Use me as bait again." He stopped laughing. I pushed harder, those nails digging in through his leather. "You said I could be a weapon. Teach me to become one. Don't use me like a pawn. And if being one is part of my work for you, then I'm done. Done." I'm glad Feyre is finally standing up for herself, but it sucks because I know Rhysand isn't going to take any of this seriously, and he is still going to conveniently withhold information from Feyre whenever he feels like, and we're just expected to forgive him for that. Rhysand's response is, well, fair enough, because he doesn't actually intend on respecting Feyre enough to fully keep her in the loop for all of his plans, which, fair enough, at least he's not going to sit there and pretend he's going to be honest from now on. He apologizes, but Feyre doesn't care and asks what the King of Hybern even wants with her. Rhysand says that he's going to find out why, and then they go back to the house together. They send their letter to the Queens, and then they head back to the Night Court, and Rhysand says they tortured a bunch of info out of the Adder, and he proceeds to dump it all on us. The king somehow knew where Feyre was, and he ordered the Adder to go out and kidnap her, and it's apparently common knowledge that Rhysand took Feyre from Tamlin, and the Spring Court has tightly shut down its borders as a result. The Adder says that the King of Hybern can help Rhysand keep Feyre away from the Spring Court in Tamlin if he just works with the king, and that doesn't really make any sense to me. Is Feyre not allowed to decide that she wants to stay with Rhysand? I don't understand why Rhysand has to fight to keep Feyre, she chose to go. Anyway, as per usual, they don't really learn anything they didn't already know, so the whole ordeal with the Adder was pretty useless. They already knew Hybern was going to be after them, the Adder thing was pointless. Feyre's like, what the hell is going on with the Spring Court? And Rhysand implies that Tamlin might do something crazy to get Feyre back, even going so far as to maybe wage war. As far as Tamlin knows, Rhysand just showed up and kidnapped Feyre and is holding her against her will, and he has no idea that Feyre is actively choosing not to come back to the Spring Court because of how badly he treated her. He thinks she got kidnapped. Feyre's like, oh shit, I gotta write him a letter and clear all this up. So this is what she comes up with. I left of my own free will. I am cared for and safe. I am grateful for all that you did for me, all that you gave. Please don't come looking for me. I'm not coming back. Short and to the point. Too bad Tamlin doesn't know that Feyre knows how to read and write now, so it definitely won't be suspicious to receive a letter from someone he thinks is illiterate. He definitely won't take this the wrong way and blow things out of proportion like he's known to do. Feyre tells Rhysand to send the letter and says that she's tired of sitting around and wants to go see more of Valaris. Editing Senti here with our next coloring page. This is a filler image of Rhysand and Feyre from the ACOTAR portion of the coloring book where they escape from under the mountain. This coloring page is the one that finally made me realize I need to buy a set of grayscale markers for this coloring book because everything is freaking gray. Also, I'm living for Rhysand's angsty broody pose. But anyway, back to the video, I guess. So instead of going to the Summer Court to get this plot moving along, we get a bunch of what feels like filler chapters of the Inner Court having fun together in Valaris, and they go out on the town and go drinking and dancing at a place called Rita's, which the name Rita seems very modern to me, but in the concept of going out clubbing like this feels very modern, but whatever. Rhysand and Feyre do some more instant messaging, flirting back and forth, and at this point I am so ready for them to kiss or bone or do whatever. My Kindle says I'm 46% of the way through this book, and I'm ready for Feyre and Rhysand to get together already instead of flirting and having this will they, won't they thing going on. It's clear they're going to be a couple, so let's get to it already. This book's pacing feels so damn slow and it's driving me crazy. We then skip to some more filler chapters of Cassian training Feyre how to fight, because remember she asked him to do that a while ago. Rhysand and Azriel are sparring too, and of course they aren't wearing shirts and they're super muscly and tan and covered in sexy Illyrian tattoos. That's their thing, by the way. They all are covered in tattoos, and Rhysand is covered in tattoos because we gotta have a tattoo bad boy. Feyre's kind of having a nice time staring at them when Cassian ruins it by asking about the letter she sent to Tamlin because, this man knows how to kill a vibe. Feyre is obviously caught off guard and basically snaps at him to stay out of her love life because clearly he has a crush on Mor and Feyre doesn't bother him about that, so he should just leave her alone. Cassian is like, sorry dude, I was just trying to see if you wanted to talk about it. I wasn't trying to be a jerk. Feyre's like, yeah, fine, and broods over Tamlin while they start sparring again. I had done everything for that love. I had ripped myself to shreds. I had killed innocents and debased myself, and he had sat beside Amarantha on that throne. And he couldn't do anything. Hadn't risked it. Hadn't risked being caught until there was one night left. And all he'd wanted to do wasn't free me, but fuck me, and... Damn, Feyre, that's a good point that I didn't think of. Tamlin didn't do shit for Feyre under the mountain, and the one time he's alone with her, he tries to, like, get with her instead of comforting her or making sure she's okay or trying to help her in any way whatsoever. Feyre realizes that Tamlin ain't shit and that the relationship is almost definitely over, and then bursts into tears, which is something she needed to get out of her system a long time ago. She cries about the fairies she had to kill and how she wishes she was the one who died, and then Rhysand comforts her for like 10 whole pages, and then we immediately get another sparring scene straight after. Oh my god, Sarah J. Maas, you do realize you can do character development and progress the plot at the same time, right? Like, they don't have to happen completely separately of one another, and that's why this book is so goddamn long. The inner circle gathers because Rhysand has some news to share. The Summer Court has finally responded to the letter, so it's time to go and progress the plot. Only he, Feyre, and Amren will be going because Cassian got himself banned from the Summer Court somehow by ruining a building or something. They don't really elaborate. Asriel is busy dealing with spy stuff in the mortal realms trying to get the book, and Mor needs to run the rest of the court, so they're staying behind. They're kind of concerned about Feyre going to the Summer Court with Rhysand because apparently all of Prythian is kind of under the impression that he kidnapped her from Tamlin, but they'll deal with that when they get there. Editing Senti here again for another coloring page because I'm really trying to get my money's worth out of this godforsaken coloring book. We have this image of the Summer Court, and it is actually described in the book that it's more like coral colors, but I didn't have pastel markers, so instead I went for a sandcastle vibe, so this kind of went kind of monotone, but I tried my best. So they teleport to the Summer Court to finally get the plot moving, and as you'd imagine, the Summer Court has beachy, tropical vibes, and their main city, Adriata, is a port with a lot of trade and merchants and all kinds of cool stuff. It's a pretty big shift from the wintry scenes we got in the Mortal Realm, and it is a little jarring because it was like really cold and wintry in the Mortal Realms and in the Night Court, and now we're suddenly in summer, but whatever, we're doing a vibe change. We meet Tarquin, the High Lord of the Summer, and Feyre instantly feels a connection with him because of their shared power, like how it split when she was resurrected. Amra and Rhysand are acting all rude and snotty because of their whole pretending to be evil shtick, and Feyre feels sort of awkward playing along because of how nice everyone is being to them, and to me this feels like a scene from The Office of them like pretending to be mean girls while everybody else is just being so nice and genuine. It's just weird.
Ew, this is so cringe. Guilty.
The High Lord did not smile. I kept my face neutral, vaguely bored. His gaze drifted to my chest, the bare skin revealed by the sweeping V of my gown, as if he could see where that spark of life, his power, had gone. Rhys followed that gaze. Her breasts are rather spectacular, aren't they? Delicious as ripe apples.
Excuse me, the fuck did you just say?
Rhysand, brother, you're pouring it on a little thick, don't you think? If you twirl your mustache any harder, they might realize you're only pretending to be evil. We're then introduced to Cressida, Princess of Adriata, whatever that means. It's confusing that there are High Lords, but there are also princesses. Like, does that mean there are High Kings or High Queens? Like, I'm really confused. But actually, I don't really care, so let's move on. We also meet Varian, the Prince of Adriata, whatever prince means, and Varian is not important at all, and neither is Cressida, really, but they're here. Tarquin talks about how they've been rebuilding their main cities after Amarantha wrecked everything, and Rhys not so subtly says that he hopes they didn't lose any valuables during all that. Remember, they're only here to steal the book, so they're fucked if something happened to it, and they can't outright ask about it, or they'll tip the Summer Court off that there's some funny business going on. They keep walking through the palace, and Feyre and Tarquin kind of go off on their own to have some semi-flirty banter. Feyre feels bad about it because she's there to steal from him, and he seems like a really nice guy, but she goes along with it anyway. Tarquin's like, so what is it that you do with the Night Court? And Feyre doesn't really know how to answer that, and Rhysand quickly jumps in to say she's their emissary to the mortal world, because she is, even though she doesn't do that often. He uses that to transition into talking about what's going on with Hybern while they awkwardly eat lunch, because every other scene in this godforsaken book takes place during a meal. They talk about the war, and Tarquin agrees to fight against Hybern, but kind of vaguely tells Rhysand he's not interested in fighting in another war. Feyre is clearly confused, so Cressida implies that Tamlin is going to go to war to get Feyre back from Rhysand. If Tamlin went to war to get me back, no, that wouldn't be an option. I'd written to him, told him to stay away, and he wasn't foolish enough to start a war he could not win. Not when he wouldn't be fighting other High Fae, but Illyrian warriors, led by Cassian and Asriel. It would be slaughter. Feyre, darling, what makes you think he's not that foolish? Tamlin regularly destroys his entire house in a rage, so what's to stop him from destroying his entire court in a war? It's definitely something he would do, and is probably going to do. Cressida asks Feyre what's going on with all that, and Feyre says it's none of her damn business, but that she doesn't expect Tamlin to start a war because she's fully delusional over how crazy and dangerous Tamlin really is. Crusade's like, oh, that's a relief, because I'd really hate to tell Tamlin that you were here, because if you're a stolen bride, the law says we have to give you back to him. What law? Why are we talking about the law again? Is there some kind of federal Prythian law system while each court has their own laws like individual states do in America? No, Senti, don't think about it too hard. Senti, knock it off. Don't think about any of this too hard. Tarquin tries to relieve the tension by saying they're gonna have a fancy party on a boat that night, but Rhysand doesn't really take the bait. He says in no uncertain terms that if Cressida tells Tamlin anything about Feyre, that he'll kill her and anyone else that he has to. Lovely, just lovely. I bet they're gonna have so much fun at that party later. So instead of skipping to the party, we skip to a scene of Rhysand and Feyre getting ready for said party, and Rhysand says he kind of likes Tarquin, so it sucks that they have to steal the book from him because he's just such a nice guy. He asks Feyre to be extra secretive about how she steals the book so that they can try to be friends after all this, and maybe he won't even notice. He then teases Feyre about how she was kind of flirting with Tarquin, and kind of implies that she's allowed to flirt with him if it means that she's able to get the book, but he doesn't outright state it. They banter some more, and it seems like they finally might kiss, but instead Feyre shows off that she has sick-ass water powers now that she's in the summer court. Then the vibe is ruined when one of them mentions Tamlin, and Rhysand asks Feyre if going to war for her is the big grand gesture that she was waiting for to win her back, which is a very weird thing to say. Feyre is like, oh hell no, killing people is the worst way to win me over, which has got to be one of the more reasonable things she said. Then we cut to the fancy dinner boat party, where Tarquin and Feyre flirt some more, and Feyre not so subtly asks what kind of treasures they have in the summer court. She makes a lame excuse that since her dad was a merchant, she just likes to look at stuff, and I guess Tarquin buys it because he offers Feyre a tour of all their treasure rooms, because he's just such a nice guy. He also tells Feyre that he wants to eliminate the class divide between High and Lesser Fae, which is noble of him, and I did say that they mentioned this earlier as a theme, but this really doesn't ever go anywhere, at least in this book. I haven't read the other books yet, so I don't know if they ever pick back up on this. We learn that Tarquin is only 80 years old, which makes him very young compared to all the other Fae in this book, so that is a pretty lofty goal for him to have to separate a class divide that has been around for so long. Now Feyre feels extra bad about stealing from this super nice guy, but she's gonna do it anyway, because she has to save the world. What choice does she have? She's like, you know, Tarquin, you seem pretty easy to love, and even easier to call a friend, which is a direct quote from the book, and it cracked me up because it sounds like she put him in the friend zone, but they continue to flirt all the time that she's at the summer court. Feyre looks over and sees Rhysand flirting with Cressida, the princess, which makes her extremely upset. She somehow forgets that she's only flirting with Tarquin to get information about the book, so it makes sense that Rhysand would flirt with the princess to also get information, but Feyre just, that does not cross her mind. Feyre realizes how lonely she is and how lonely she's been feeling since she left Tamlin, so she decides to storm off to be more alone. She runs into Amren and the prince hanging out, and it's implied they have kind of a love-hate relationship thing going on, but I can't remember if that ever goes anywhere, and I think it doesn't, so just ignore that. We then skip to the next morning, and Feyre is all angsty because she's not sure if Rhysand spent the night with Cressida, and she's super jealous even though she's trying not to be. They all meet up for breakfast, and Feyre won't even look at Rhysand, and sort of punishes him by giving all of her attention to Tarquin. I love that they have time for all of this middle school drama while they're trying to prevent a war from happening. We then skip to Tarquin showing Feyre all of his treasures, but there's no book to be found. I turned in a circle. What's the most valuable thing in here? Thinking of stealing? I choked on a laugh. Wouldn't asking that question make me a lousy thief? Lying, two-faced wretch. That's what asking that question made me. Tarquin studied me. I'd say I'm looking at the most valuable thing in here. Feyre is not being subtle at all about why they came to the summer court, but I guess nobody's noticed that the night court keeps mentioning treasure. Good thing Tarquin is too enamored by Feyre's apple boobs to think any more about it. Tarquin gifts her a black diamond necklace and says it'll suit her in the night court, so maybe he isn't really buying into this whole flirting thing as much as it seems, because he knows that she's not staying there with him. Feyre does kind of hint that she might want to stay there with him, but he obviously does not buy any of that. Instead, Tarquin says he'd like her to be his ally in the north because she gets along with Rhysand and nobody gets along with Rhysand, so he'd like to be on her side. He's heard all the stories about how evil Rhysand is, but he spared the summer court under the mountain, and if you don't remember what I'm about to say, I fully don't blame you because it seemed weird and unimportant in the first book, and even I didn't really remember it. There's a scene under the mountain where someone in the summer court is acting sketchy, so Amarantha orders Rhysand to read their mind and spill the beans, and he clearly sees something but keeps it to himself and lies about whatever it is. Amarantha tells him to torture the fairy to death, and Rhysand instead gives him a quick mercy killing, and then they kind of move on without ever explaining it, until now. Tarquin says that the Summer Court had been secretly building an army to try and invade Under the Mountain to overthrow Amarantha, and that's what Rhysand had seen in that fairy's mind and decided to keep a secret. Basically, the Summer Court owes Rhysand big time, and Tarquin kind of sees right through his pretending to be evil act, and I think Tarquin is the only one who sees that. I thought nobody would ever notice that, and Feyre is super uncomfortable by all of this talk, and she quickly shuts Tarquin down. She says, hey, like, I can't promise to be your ally or make any promises on behalf of the Night Court. Like, I'm kind of with them right now, but I'm not really, like, I can't make their decisions for them. So then she abruptly starts talking about Tamlin, and Feyre confirms yet again, like, hey, I was not kidnapped. I really did leave because I wanted to. Like, don't worry. They go and look at some more treasure, but Feyre does not find the book. Editing sent you here with another coloring page because this next scene actually happens to be in the coloring book. Fun fact, I have not been coloring these pages in the order that you're seeing them appear in the video. They are actually kind of all over the place, and this happens to be the first coloring page that I used the markers on. And I had yet to realize that there was like a little thing that you could swatch the colors on, so the color choice is a little all over the place here, but I still think it's fun. We then cut to Feyre going back to her room and encountering Rhysand so they can argue about all the flirting they've both been doing with people other than each other. Rhysand is kind of salty that Tarquin gave her that necklace, and Feyre is like, hey, like, he's super nice. If you ask him, he'll probably just give you the book too. And after all of their conversations, I would say it's pretty reasonable that Tarquin would just hand over the book without a fuss if they just told him what was going on and what they needed it for, but of course that would be too easy, so we're not going to do that. Feyre sort of accuses Rhysand of sleeping with Cressida, and then that really pisses him off. Rhysand's teeth flashed. Do you think I particularly like having to flirt with a lonely female to get information about her court, her high lord? Do you think I feel good about myself doing that? Do you think I enjoy doing it just so you have the space to ply Tarquin with your smiles and pretty eyes so we can get the book and go home? You seemed to enjoy yourself plenty last night. I mean, that's pretty much what I was saying before, but of course Feyre doubles down so they keep fighting about stupid nonsense when they should be focusing on finding the book that will help them prevent the war and save the world! Rhysand says that he didn't sleep with Cressida, and then argues with Feyre about how she's also being all flirty with Tarquin, even though he basically gave her permission to do that earlier if it meant finding the book, but no, forget about that. God, I hate these two. I take everything I said back about how they should just get together already. Feyre should stick with nice guy Tarquin if she really can't be alone during this healing process, and I don't really care what Rhysand does. He can go do whatever he wants, but I'm fully on board with Feyre and Tarquin, because Tarquin is nice. Rhysand admits that he's upset that Feyre told Tarquin he'd be easy to love, because he knows he's not easy to love, and damn, that's the truth, but I didn't expect Rhysand to be so self-aware and angsty about it. He goes on to say that he spared the Summer Court Under the Mountain because he agrees with their desire to get rid of the divide between High and Lesser Fae, which makes sense given his Illyrian heritage, because they are not considered High Fae. This causes Feyre and Rhysand to make up, and they share a drink together as a sort of peace offering. 2 days pass, and Feyre still isn't any closer to finding the book. She's kind of just been wandering around town looking for leads, but trying not to seem too interested in the treasure so she doesn't tip anybody off and nobody ever notices. Finally, she sees a little building out in the water that would be fully submerged in high tide, which is why she didn't notice it before, and she's pretty sure the book is in there because she just instantly is drawn to it. But the building is kind of right out in the open, so she wouldn't be able to approach it without a bunch of people noticing her do that. We then cut to dinner with the Summer Court folks because it wouldn't be an ACOTAR book if we didn't have at least a dozen scenes that take place during a meal. Feyre mentions the little building she saw and asks Tarquin to take her there because that's not suspicious at all. Tarquin says it's just a temple ruin and there's nothing special about it, but he's acting really sketchy about it. And he's kind of like realizing what Feyre is trying to ask him. Feyre realizes that she's being too obvious with her questions, so she uses her mind control powers to slip thoughts into Tarquin's head to get him to trust her again. Of course it works right away, even though Feyre hasn't really used her powers like this before, but whatever, she just knows how to do it, and she seems to know how to do a lot of things randomly with her magic that she's never done before, like does it perfectly on the first try, but whatever. I guess Tarquin is so naive and just such a nice guy, it doesn't take much to change his mind. Tarquin doesn't specifically agree to take Feyre to that weird little building, but he says he'll show her around the mainland, and that's good enough for Feyre because obviously she can't steal the book if he's standing right there, and they don't need him to get inside since she has enough of his power to trick the magic locks into thinking that she is him, so they don't need him to go to that little building. After dinner, Rhysand, Amren, and Feyre all meet up to come up with a plan now that they know where the book is, and Rhysand compliments Feyre on her slick use of her mind control powers. Feyre says that she feels really bad about doing it, and that Tarquin will never forgive her if he knows that she was like messing around in his brain like that. Rhysand's like, yeah, don't worry about it. He won't even know that you did it, and you'll get used to feeling bad about the mind control thing, so, like, don't worry about it. Or maybe you could just refrain from controlling people's minds if it makes you feel bad, but honestly, I don't think I'd be able to resist using those powers if I had them, so, I can't blame them. Anyway, they decide that Feyre and Amren will try to get into the building while Rhysand flies around overhead to keep watch and take out any guards that might see them and raise the alarm. This very much feels like a video game stealth mission to me, and it's going to continue to feel like that. To prepare for this, they're going to spend the next day observing the guards' rotations, and then they'll go for the book in the nighttime. So the next day, Feyre visits the mainland with Tarquin, and she feels guilty about it the whole time, and she hates that she has to lie and steal from such a nice guy, but apparently they can't risk just asking him for the book if he is not going to be on their side, so the heist is the only way. Once night falls, the Night Court gang executes their plan, and this is a pretty long segment, so I'm just going to breeze through it. Feyre and Amren go into the little building as planned, and down into an inner chamber that, as I said before, Feyre is able to unlock by pretending to be Tarquin. There's a creepy lead box on a pedestal in the middle of the room, and Feyre hears an extra creepy voice coming from it, like emanating, talking directly into her head. They grab the box to run out with it, and in true Indiana Jones style, the door slams shut and locks as the room starts to fill up with water. There's some kind of magic that's nullifying their powers, so they're kind of screwed and they're about to drown. They are nearly about to die trying to get out when some water wraiths show up to save them. Remember that wraith Feyre spared in the Tithe and the Spring Court at the beginning of the book? I hardly remember it, and I told you it'd come back, and here it is! Conveniently, that wraith had some sisters in the Summer Court who extra conveniently were all around when Feyre needed them to save her, so good for her. I guess they're like a hive mind, even though they are in totally separate courts, and whatever, they saved her. Rhysand meets up with Feyre and Amren is like, dudes, what the hell happened? You triggered like every alarm this place had, so I've been karate chopping guards down left and right. My hand is sore from all this karate chopping. Since the room blocked out their magic powers, he wasn't able to connect with Feyre through their bond, so he had no idea how much trouble they were in. Rhysand doesn't really seem all that concerned that they almost died and asks if they found the book, and as soon as they confirm that they did, he grabs them and teleports them back to the Night Court. Hey guys, Editing Senti here with the next coloring page. We will be doing the Book of Breathings, which is a metal book, so I busted the colored pencils back out because I had some metallic colored pencils. I don't really know how well that shows on the camera, but I did do colored pencil and marker for this one, which I kind of like. But in general, the concept of a metallic book on a stone background, I tried to use interesting colors, but there's not a lot of interesting color potential if you want to stick to the canon of how the book is supposed to look like, so I did my best. They comically flop onto the floor with a bunch of water and sand right while everybody is trying to eat breakfast, and Cassian's like, stop! You could have made me drop my croissant!
Stop! I could have dropped my croissant!
Feyre and Amren explain what just happened to everyone before Feyre tries to unlock the box with the book in it, and they can all hear its creepy, unsettling voice, and I don't really know what it's supposed to be. Like some kind of ancient magical force or like a spirit? I don't really know why this book is talking. Feyre gets the box open and reveals a book made of metal, so I guess the words are just etched into it rather than printed. I don't know. Feyre doesn't recognize the language, but Rhysand and Amren clearly do. Amren says it's a holy language from another world. Rhysand says he heard a legend that the book was written in a language of, quote, mighty beings that feared the cauldron and created the book to combat it. Except I thought earlier that someone said the same person who forged the cauldron also forged the two halves of the book, so I don't know if Sarah J. Maas is confused by her own world building or if I'm just getting it wrong, but what? Rhysand seems to have already known in advance it would be written in this language, which is why he wanted Amren to come to the Summer Court with him, even though she didn't even look at the book until they were back in the Night Court, but whatever. I don't know how he knows all these things all the time either, but I guess he does. He tells Amren he didn't tell her before because he didn't want her to get her hopes up if that's not the language it was going to be written in. But maybe there's a spell in the book that she can use to get back to her original world, wherever that is, or wherever she's here. I don't know. She might be able to go home. Amren says she needs the other half of the book before she can decipher the language, but of course they haven't heard anything back from the Mortal Queens, so that sucks. Guess they're just gonna wait around on that forever. The group then speculates about why the King of Hybern is even trying to resurrect Jurian in the first place. So then we breeze right through some seemingly important plot-related stuff, because even Sarah J. Maas can't pretend that anybody actually cares about the political story that's happening here in the background. I'm pretty sure I've already mentioned Miriam in this video before, and if you don't remember, she's the other human who was made into a fae. Jurian doesn't know about that and doesn't know that she is still alive, so if he's resurrected, he might join Hybern's side under the guise of being able to resurrect Miriam, because again, he doesn't know she's even alive. Why would he want to do that? To get revenge on Draken, of course. Who's Draken and why would Jurian want revenge? Who cares? They all rest for a little bit, and then Feyre goes out to the garden where she finds Rhysand sulking and drinking. He starts monologuing about how he considered just asking Tarquin for the book, but decided it was too risky, which we've talked about ad nauseum. He also feels super bad about stealing from him because he's just such a nice guy, which we have also talked about ad nauseum. None of the other High Lords really ever wanted anything to do with Rhysand, and for good reason given his reputation, so he feels extra bad about ruining a potential alliance with the Summer Court, because that would kind of be his only friend outside of his inner circle. He dramatically opens a little box to reveal big-ass red stones that he calls blood rubies. Apparently they're a message from the Summer Court that there's now a bounty on all of their heads for stealing the book. Fuck you guys, here are some priceless gems, just so you know how mad we are. We're the Summer Court. We're all nice. Rhysand goes on to say the stupidest shit I've ever heard. He says that they know the book is gone because he simply forgot to wipe any of the guards' minds?
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
I'm sorry, what the fuck, Rhysand? He kind of just got into the zone with his karate chopping and physically took down all the guards instead of dealing with them mentally because... Okay, what the fuck, Rhysand? Rhysand is so powerful, he didn't even have to fight at all. He simply could have looked at each guard and said, forget everything you just saw and go stand in the corner with your eyes shut and your fingers in your ears going la 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 for the next 2 hours. But that would make too much sense, and then Tarquin might not be mad at them, and they wouldn't have a reason to mope, so I guess Rhysand had no choice but to fall back on karate chopping, because it's as stupid as hell. Feyre's like, dude, that sucks, maybe we can give Tarquin the book back when we're done with it and try to make amends. Rhysand doesn't feel that bad about taking it, because he's quick to say, no, we're not giving it back. Amren can keep it as long as she needs, because she might need to do a spell. Making an enemy out of the entire Summer Court was worth it to him if she can find her way back home. Rhysand is still being all mopey and emo, so Feyre takes a note from his playbook and starts flirting with him to try to distract him. She makes a big show about talking about how she's going to go to town to buy some sexy lacy panties. So I held his gaze. I never knew Illyrians were such morose drunks. I'm not drunk, I'm drinking, he said, his teeth flashing a bit. Again, semantics. I leaned back in my seat, wishing I'd brought my coat. Maybe you should have slept with Cressida after all, so you could both be sad and lonely together. So you're entitled to have as many bad days as you want, but I can't get a few hours? Oh, take however long you want to mope. I was going to invite you to come shopping with me for said lacy little unmentionables, but sit up here forever if you have to. He didn't respond. Girl, don't even start with your jealous nonsense about Cressida. He explained the whole situation, girl. You're reading into nothing. Also, you're sad and lonely yourself, so you don't have any room to talk. Rhysand has a point about how he should also be allowed to have a bad day, considering Feyre moped around for months and months on end. But again, he also incessantly pestered Feyre under the guise of making her feel better, so he shouldn't complain about Feyre doing that for him. Since that didn't work, Feyre says she'll send some panties to Tarquin with a message that she'll wear them for him if he takes back the blood rubies. That starts to get a rise out of Rhysand, and the two banter back and forth. Things are getting a little spicy until Azriel shows up, and Feyre runs off to give them some privacy, even though I'd think she'd be pretty interested in whatever he found out and came to tell Rhysand. She thinks about how she really did love Tamlin, but if Rhysand wanted to go downtown to buy some panties, then she was so down for it. She has a pretty vivid, naughty daydream of doing just that, and then realizes it's Rhysand putting those thoughts in her head, like how she was putting thoughts in Tarquin's head, which is kind of creepy, actually. And I guess Rhysand wasn't really interested in whatever Azriel had to say either, if he's spending time, like, sending porn vision to Feyre. What? Okay. Like, does this scene not give weird implications that maybe Feyre doesn't really have an attraction to Rhysand, and he's just been beaming those thoughts into her head this whole time to make her think that she feels that way? Like, that's possible, right? What's to stop him from doing that? Like, his integrity? I don't think he really has that much integrity. He could be doing that. Like, truly, how do we know that he's not? We skip to later that night, and Feyre senses something wrong with Rhysand. She runs to his room and discovers him having a nightmare, and he's all dramatically covered in shadows and freaking out, and she manages to wake him up and comfort him. He's like super naked and super covered in super sexy tattoos, so Feyre tries not to look at his ding-dong while they have an emotional conversation.
Oh no, he's hot!
I was going to complain about how often everyone in this book has nightmares, but I also pretty frequently have vivid nightmares, so I'll keep my mouth shut. We skip to Feyre standing around in Amren's apartment while she works on relearning the mysterious otherworldly language the book is written in, because I guess she just couldn't know this language. She has to relearn it, because of course she does. This book is so complicated. We interrupt this scene so Feyre can have a flashback of some more flirty messages she sent to Rhysand through their weird paper instant messaging system that she writes with her weird immersion-breaking pen. Like, come on, Sarah J. Maas, just give these hosts some cell phones so we can make this shit make sense. They already have flushable toilets and pens, so we might as well have gone full modern day with this fairy nonsense instead of vaguely medieval. Anyway, Amren drinks the blood that Feyre bought her. Oh yeah, I don't remember if I mentioned that Amren doesn't eat food. She drinks blood because she's just extra super creepy. Feyre only went to visit her because Cassian asked her to go bring Amren some blood because he knew she wouldn't go get any for herself and she would just hole herself up and starve. That scene, like many others in this horribly bloated novel, felt like entirely useless filler. We then get a time skip as weeks pass while they wait to hear back from the mortal queens. They've sent multiple letters without any response, and I don't know why they didn't send Nesta or Elaine or some servant or anybody to go hand deliver a message to the palace of the nearest queen, and I guess they don't have that kind of clout. Like, they're just waiting around. Feyre has been training with Cassian, and she's actually eating food now, so she's getting kind of swole. She's also been training to use her Fae powers with Rhysand, so when shit inevitably pops off, Feyre can go full killing machine. Oh, and she's also been going on fun shopping sprees around the city with her new bestie Mor. I'm glad they can still find time to shop till they drop while the fate of Prythian and the mortal realm lies in their hands. Rhysand and Feyre flirt some more, and then finally he says they've received a letter back from the mortal queens. Thank God we can move the plot at least a little bit. So then we jump into the meeting, and all the inner circle is there except for Amren, and they're in their fanciest clothes. And we get a very long description of what everybody is wearing exactly, because the word count of this book is not long enough. I'm sure some people are really into the in-depth clothes descriptions, but I don't really care about what they're wearing. They all stand around nervously and wait for the queens to show up, and as soon as the meeting time comes, the queens and their guards teleport in. Yes, teleport, because they also have magic for reasons. There are 6 mortal queens, and they are, quote, a mixture of age, coloring, height, and temperament. I'd appreciate the diversity if I gave a single shit about the queens or the mortal realm in general. Only 5 of the 6 queens showed up, and they just vaguely say that the 6th one was too sick to come, but don't worry, they'll do the meeting without her. The inner circle kind of introduces themselves, and somehow the mortal queens all immediately recognize Mor from the war, the only Mor. I'm losing my mind, guys.
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
If anyone's still watching this far into the video, please send help. If this video has been uploaded, that means I've completed my descent into madness and I'm probably in an asylum somewhere, so please someone come get me. Anyway, someone asks the queens how they can teleport, and they are again vague with their answer. They like always speak very vaguely, which is very annoying. They say it's a gift from the Fae, but how any of that actually works is a secret, and I don't think we ever get an explanation for this, nor do I care. Rhysand gets right down to business and tells them that war is coming, and he gathered them all there for a favor. And the queens are like, yeah, dude, we've been knew about the war, and we've been preparing for years. Girl, what? How do they know? They will actually explain this later, but somehow, like, the other characters don't really care to, like, force them to explain how they know. Feyre is confused and is like, why does it seem like nobody around here knows about the war if you've been preparing for years? She's only been in Prythian for like a year, and so if they've been preparing for years, then she and her sister should definitely know about it. The queens coldly reply that, well, yeah, you know, that territory that you guys live in, well, it's right by the wall, it's right by Prythian, so we're not going to waste our resources trying to save that. Excuse me? Like, what? Shouldn't they dump a ton of resources into fortifying the area by the barrier so they can try to keep the Fae from getting any deeper into the human realm? They're just immediately going to abandon the front line? Like, I've never been in any battles myself, I've certainly never led a war, but this sounds like really terrible strategy to me. Everyone else but the queens seems to think so too, and even Rhysand questions how easily they're willing to let innocent people die. The queens are like, yeah, war sucks, people die, that's just how it is. If y'all care so much about that human realm by the wall, like, y'all should just protect it yourself. We hate the Fae and all that jazz, but it's only fair that y'all defend the humans from the other Fae who are causing this whole mess. Like, you started this war, you could take care of it. And like, maybe they have a point, but I don't really care about any of this. Rhysand's like, hey guys, let's stop fighting. We all want the same thing. Let's work together. And of course the queens are like, yeah, no, fuck that. You're like the most evilest fairy of all time, and even us mortals know how awful the Night Court is. It's really sus that a guy who's known to torture people for fun is now talking about peace and working together all of a sudden. Like, I don't know, something feels real weird about that. Which is a pretty good point. It looks like that evil reputation that Rhysand spent so much time cultivating has really come back to bite him in the ass. Who would have guessed? Feyre starts to panic and is like, no, wait, we really need to work together, and we really need your book. The queens are like, yeah, no, we already told you we're not interested. We're keeping the book, and we're never going to hand it over. It's kind of their only bargaining chip, so I understand why they don't want to give it up, because then they have no use. I don't understand them abandoning the front lines of the incoming war, but I do understand why they aren't going to give up the book. Feyre pleads for them to listen, and she tells them all about Amarantha and the curse and how she died and had to be resurrected. She makes the extremely reasonable point that if Amarantha was able to effectively bring Prythian to its knees, then an army of people just like her will destroy the human realm in an instant. If they don't work together, they don't stand a chance. The queens come off as bored despite Feyre's impassioned speech, and the old crone queen is like, you don't know shit about war, youngin'. despite the fact that she also knows nothing about war because there's only been one war in all of history, and it was 500 years ago when she definitely wasn't alive. She's an old crone, but she's not a fae, she's a human, she's like maybe 80. You know, not like the fae sitting across from her who were actually at said war, and Feyre who basically fought a war of her own under the mountain. Do not sell marijuana to my husband. Sorry.
Do not sell marijuana to my husband.
Okay.
Do not, Rhys said with deadly quiet, condescend to her. The eldest queen, who was but a child to him, to his centuries of existence, had the good sense to look nervous at that tone. Rhys's eyes were glazed, his face as unforgiving as his voice as he went on. Do not insult Feyre for speaking with her heart, with compassion for those who cannot defend themselves, when you speak from only selfishness and cowardice. Wow, thanks Rhysand. Finally somebody's sticking up for Feyre. I don't even like her, and it still annoys me how so many of the other characters speak down to her, like, all the time. Including Rhysand, but I guess he's on her side right now. The queens still don't really want to give up their book, but Mor's finally had enough of their shit, so she stands up and she's like, I'm the Morrigan, bitch! I only speak the truth! Actually, she says that her gift is truth, whatever that means. I don't think any of this Morrigan and truth or whatever came up before now, so it kind of confused me and caught me off guard because I just didn't understand where this truth power thing was. Like, is she Wonder Woman? Does she have a truth lasso? I guess since the Fae are known for being tricksters, it's notable if one of them is super into telling the truth, and so that's a thing? I don't really know. Anyway, Mor proceeds to info dump some truth bombs on everyone, and she talks about how she fought alongside Miriam in the war and freed some slaves in some place called the Black Land. All the human queens back in that time were bad bitches, and it's a real shame that the current ones are just plain old bitches. She goes on to tell them that Miriam and Draken are still alive and thriving on an island somewhere, and Rhysand is like, dude, shut up, that's enough, they don't need to know about that. The queens understandably ask for some receipts to back all of that up, because that is all pretty unbelievable. If Rhysand can provide some kind of proof that he's actually a nice guy and not a mustache-twirling villain, then they'll consider handing over the book. Until then, good luck bitches, and then they just teleport away, back to whence they came. The chapter ends with Elaine, of all people, going, wow, they suck, and quote, I hope they all burn in hell. Which I think is supposed to be a comedic ending to a tense scene, but it's just another bad world-building detail in my opinion. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this in the first video because this distinctly stands out to me, but I think another character told someone to go to hell in the first book, and it's a really weird phrase to use, like go to hell or burn in hell. I don't really remember if they've lore dropped what happens after death in the fairy world other than what Feyre told the Bone Carver she experienced when she died, but the concept of hell feels very specific to Christian religions, and the Fae seem to have more of a pagan thing going on, but even if the Fae did have some kind of afterlife that had a place like hell, I don't think they would call it hell. Like that, the word hell is very Christian. Fairies would not use the word hell. Anyway, rant aside, they all go back to Valaris to figure out what the hell they're gonna use as proof. Editing Senti here with the next coloring page. We have Mor and Feyre hanging out somewhere doing something. I don't know what the book passage is for this coloring page because, as I said in the intro, when you rip the pages out, the other side does not have that book passage. It's for the next coloring page. So I actually don't know where this is from in the book. So I'm just going to use it as a little bit of filler material right here until the next page. There's a lot of filler in this book, so it'll fit right in. Cassian is like, hear me out, guys. How about we just kill all the queens and replace them with queens who will help us, and, like, that'll definitely work. But of course that's a plan only a bonehead would come up with, and Cassian is like the king bonehead around here. Rhysand is like, no way, bonehead. If we kill them all, that will definitely trigger the magic spell to destroy the book, and then we're all boned.
I can't see what's happening. Are we boned?
Yeah, we're boned.
Mor says she'll go back and talk to them and work her truth magic again, like, cause that worked so well the first time. And Azriel is like, no way, Jose. All the palaces the queens live in have anti-fae magic, like the watery tomb Feyre and Amren almost died in, so like, that's why they haven't been able to be more aggressive and trying to go get the book themselves. But he's like, Mor, it is a death trap. If you get caught in one of those palaces, they'll kill you, so like, no, you can't go. Feyre's like, oh, by the way, who are all these people you keep mentioning? Like, can't that lady Miriam and Draken come talk to the queens if they're alive and that's supposed to be like a big deal? Rhys is like, no, they can't, but I'm glad you asked so I can info dump to you all about them. Long story short, that Black Land that Mor mentioned before was another Fae kingdom down in the south that kept human slaves and were exceptionally cruel to them, to the point that the narrative says that the Queen of the Black Lands made Amarantha look, quote, as sweet as Elaine. Miriam, Rhys continued, was a half-Fae female born of a human mother, and as her mother was a slave, as the conception was against her mother's will, so too was Miriam born in shackles and deemed human, denied any rights to her Fae heritage. Have they mentioned half Fae before? I didn't think Fae and humans could reproduce because of how do I say this? How flippant Tamlin and later Rhysand are about busting a nut in Feyre. Oh god, I could have phrased that so much nicer, but
Brother,
Okay, sorry, let's wipe that image out of our head. I guess Feyre's been taking her birth control juice or something, and that's why they've not been worried about it. But anyway, I'm very confused about how all of this works. I don't think they have mentioned High Fae at all before now, and I don't even think they come up again in this book, really. So, like, okay, I guess there are, half Fae, whatever. Also, at this point in the book, I'm confused because they said that Miriam was also capital M made like Feyre. So how is she only half Fae? Like, and being born half Fae, how does that make her maid? Like, clearly something happened later on and that change happened, but right now I'm confused. Amren's like, dude, get to the point, and then proceeds to take over rambling for Rhysand, and she rambles just as much. She tells them about how the Queen of the Blackland gifted Miriam to her fiancé, and by her, I mean the Queen gave Miriam to her own fiancé, and that fiancé was a foreign prince named Draken. Draken wasn't down for slavery, so when the queen, who I think never gets a name, gives Miriam to him, he's like, oh shit, get up out of here, I don't want you, run away. So Miriam runs away and meets up with Jurian and the human army, and she becomes his lover and then a healer for that army. After a hard battle, Miriam is going around healing up the soldiers, and she stumbles across Prince Draken again, who'd realized how evil the Queen of the Blackland was and broke off his engagement with her and then went to fight with the humans. Jurian was so focused on fighting the war that Miriam and Draken fell in love behind his back, but Mor is quick to jump in and say that Miriam and Jurian broke up first, and I'm just glad that we get this middle school gossip when we are trying to just lay down the plot here. Or not even the plot, because I don't even know how much of this is even plot relevant. This is all just backstory for reasons. Anyway, eventually Jurian is killed by Amarantha, but right before she killed him, she's like, hey dummy, your girl fell in love with a fairy. Aren't you embarrassed? Aren't you so mortified? So Jurian died believing that apparently his ex-lover at this point, according to who you ask, had betrayed him by falling in love with a fairy, which is his mortal enemy. And then everyone thought that Miriam and Draken also died at some time during the war, but apparently they didn't, and they're on an island somewhere, just having some pina coladas, I hope. God, I need a pina colada after all this shit. Anyway, Feyre is like, well, shit, let's go get them then. Like, they can stop drinking their pina coladas long enough to come to the human realm and prove through their beautiful love story that human and Fae can work together and blah, 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 blah. And Rhysand's like, yeah, no, I already said no, we're not doing that. Those two aren't proof that I'm a nice guy because he had nothing to do with any of what they were doing. And the Queen's asked for proof that Rhysand was a good person, not about, like, fairies in general. And he's like, also, they suffered enough, I'm not dragging them into this shit. Which, I think they'd get dragged into it anyway, whether they like it or not if war comes, but I guess their island is really secluded, and I guess they'll be okay. Rhysand says they're just gonna have to spill the beans and show the Queens Valaris, except the Queens definitely aren't going to agree to go to the Night Court, and Rhysand can't show them with his mind control powers, like he can't beam the memories into their brain, because they're definitely not gonna believe that what he's showing them is real and that he's just trying to trick them. Good thing there's a super convenient orb that's kept in the Court of Nightmares that's basically a crystal ball that the gang can use to show the Queens images of Valaris, and apparently, like, they'll just know that it's the truth because it's coming from this truth orb. I'm sure this orb will definitely be used again at some point during the series and isn't just a MacGuffin for this one plot convenience. To be fair, I haven't read the rest of the books yet, so I don't know if the orb comes back, but I'm willing to bet that it doesn't. We get some more filler as Feyre walks to the artist quarter, decides not to go in, and then just goes back home to talk to Rhysand some more. He says he really doesn't want to bring her to the Court of Nightmares because it's just like Under the Mountain, actually even worse, and he has to pretend to be extra super evil when he goes there, like way more evil than he already pretends to be because of how brutal this place is, and he must be the brutalest of all the brutes. Like, he's just gotta do it. Feyre's like, yeah, that's chill though, because I know you're not evil, and I'm buff as hell now, so I'm not even scared of Under the Mountain anymore. Like, I could totally beat them bitches in a fight now. I trust you, so let's go. Oh, but also, by the way, why does Mor look so scared about going to the Court of Nightmares, even though she's already told me backstory about it, and Feyre should not be confused right now. Like, oh boy, I guess Feyre just forgot about all that stuff Mor opened up to her about and how her virginity was prized and that she was going to be a pawn in a political marriage before Rhysand showed up to save her. Like, Feyre just doesn't remember any of that. So Rhysand tells her that Mor was to be wed to some guy named Eris, the eldest son of the High Lord of the Autumn Court, who is also Lucian's brother. Oh right, didn't Lucian's brothers brutally kill his girlfriend right in front of him? Yeah, Eris is definitely not a nice guy, so Mor was desperate not to marry him. I brought Moore to the Illyrian camp for a few days, and she saw Cassian and decided she'd do the one thing that would ruin her value to these people. I didn't know until after, and it was a mess. With Cassian, with her, with our families, and it's another long story, but the short of it is that Eris refused to marry her. Said she'd been sullied by a bastard-born lesser fairy, and he'd now sooner fuck a sow. Her family, I'd never seen him at such a loss for words. Rhys cleared his throat. When they were done, they dumped her on the Autumn Court border with a note nailed to her body that said she was Eris's problem. Nailed. Nailed to her.
Excuse me, what?
Just like Rhysand, I am also at a loss for words. Was this kind of backstory really necessary? Like, I don't mean to sound like a prude or a baby or rehash some complaints I've already had in this video, but I really don't like when sexual assault is just crammed into a narrative. It just doesn't feel like representation for me. It just feels like checking a checkbox of how do we make this edgy and dark, and I know we'll have assault like that. It feels like a checkbox item, not actual representation or that thought went into crafting this kind of backstory. In this case, it just feels like a gross perpetuation of purity culture in a fantasy world where purity culture doesn't really need to exist. Nor does it really make sense for it to exist in this case. These fairies live to be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old, so I'd imagine that they're going to be sleeping around a lot, and so the whole purity thing wouldn't really matter to them. Like, it just seems like they would all be above that. So why are we stooping to this level? Can't the fairies have a nice world? Why does this world also have to be shit? Like, I want to escape into a nice fairy world. I don't want there also to be purity culture here. Like, let's move on from that, please. Anyway, I don't really remember how much of this I've glossed over, but this explains the weird moments that occasionally pop up between Cassian, Moore, and Asriel. Asriel clearly has a crush on Moore, and Cassian sometimes seems like he does too, which makes sense considering they slept together or whatever, and Asriel's jealous. I don't know. These three have like a weird dynamic going on. Anyway, that sure sucks that all of that happened to Moore, but enough of all of that distressing, depressing talk. We have business to take care of in the Court of Nightmares, so let's get this show on the road. Oh wait, no, we need more Feyre and Rhysand banter before we move the plot along. They're flying because I guess they can't teleport into the Court of Nightmares, and sometimes they fly, sometimes they teleport. It's all just based on what the plot needs them to do. But Feyre's like, hey Rhysand, I heard that the size of an Illyrian's wing says a lot about the size of something else if you catch my drift. What's that all about, huh? I also heard that Asriel has the biggest wings. Rhysand's like, let's literally have a dick measuring contest and get out the measuring stick, why don't we? We will prove this once and for all I have the biggest wings. And I'm like, why am I reading this dirty talk after I just read about a pretty brutal assault situation? Like, this feels like a very weird tonal shift, and I really do not like this. Feyre touches Rhysand's wing, I guess for the first time ever, even though they're flying around a lot, and they've been flying around a lot before this scene, but I guess this is the first time she does it, and he literally whimpers. Side note, but you girlies who are into the whole whimpering ASMR thing are super freaks. I said what I said. Y'all are freaky. Y'all are down bad. You're nasty! If you want an Illyrian male's attention, you'd be better off grabbing him by the balls. We're trained to protect our wings at all costs. Some males attack first, ask questions later, if their wings are touched without invitation. And during sex? The question blurted out. Rhys's face was nothing but feline amusement as he monitored the mountains. During sex, an Illyrian male can find completion just by having someone touch his wings in the right spot. Okay, so this is a super niche and degenerate reference that I hope at least one of you viewers can understand, or I'm gonna look like a mega freak loser. But all I can think about right now is how Rhysand is like a bird maid from the show Interspecies Reviewers. Google that at your own risk, you've been warned, it is very NSFW. Anyway, I guess that means we're gonna get some wing play during the spicy scenes we inevitably get later in the book. Oh, good for us, I'm so excited. They keep dirty talking until they're interrupted by arrows being fired at them, but not just any arrows, ash arrows. Remember that fairies are weak to ash wood? I sure didn't. The word count is further padded out by the gang trying to figure out who shot the arrows at them, but they can't track them, and it's sure weird that this is now the second time that their enemies knew exactly where they'd be, like how the Adder found Feyre in the human realm. Like, that's real weird. Oh yeah, but we have an orb to get in the Court of Nightmares, so I guess they're gonna have to figure out that whole mess later, and so they just like leave that whole situation behind. Editing Senti here with the next coloring page. We have the Court of Nightmares, which would be yet another entirely gray scene if you were to do this canonically, which I think is really stupid for a coloring book. Like, give us something that we can actually, I don't know, put some fucking colors in. Seriously? So since I'm filming this during Pride Month, I don't know if this will still be uploaded during Pride Month. This video is kind of taking a while, but anyway, I yassified the Court of Nightmares because I'm sure the Court of Nightmares hates gay people, so fuck them. I yassified it. You can't do anything about it. So enjoy this rainbow catastrophe. Feyre and Mor enter the Court of Nightmares first, and we get a bunch of pages of descriptions of how the place looks. Basically, it's a fancy version of Under the Mountain and actually looks like a city instead of just a dark, gross cave. Oh, but also, the descriptions are not done yet because we get a big, long description about how Mor and Feyre are dressed, and they're like all sexy and hot, and Feyre is specifically in that slave Leia costume that Rhysand forced her to wear under the mountain. And they're basically dressed like strippers, like, good for them. Like, I'm sure they look hot. I guess it's a good thing we just glossed over all the stuff that happened under the mountain, and Feyre's suddenly cool with everything that happened then because she knows that Rhysand was only pretending to be evil by doing evil things. But since his intention wasn't to be evil, then that makes his evil deeds not evil, or something. I'm still on team fuck Rhysand. Well, not fuck Rhysand, but like, I don't like Rhysand. I will never like Rhysand. I hate this guy. But that's enough of my ranting. Feyre and Mor go to some kind of throne room and are like, hear ye, the High Lord will soon arrive. And then Rhysand strides in all dramatically, and the whole mountain literally shakes with each step because he has to be super extra edgy to get everyone to fall in line and behave. So he's just like, near, I'm here, bitches. Cassian and Azriel are flanking him, and they're also acting all super tough and badass, like super badass guard dogs, and I think this is supposed to be cool, but it's really not cool. This all feels very cringe to me, and is kind of like the entrance scene of like a professional wrestler. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting right now. But everyone else is like so into this, and they all drop to their knees to bow to Rhysand as he comes in, like including Feyre, and some of them are even like pressing their foreheads to the floor. Like they're so into worshiping Rhysand. And Rhysand goes straight for Feyre and is like, Feyre darling, welcome to my Court of Nightmares. Come with me, kitten. And he like lifts her chin up and then like picks her up and carries her to the throne room together, and it's supposed to be all sexy, but I'm just like, I'm cringing so hard, guys. It is so hard to get through this for me right now. Oh yeah, the whole plan, by the way, is that Rhysand and Feyre are going to distract everyone with this whole slave Leia thing while Azriel goes and gets the orb. Considering Rhysand is the High Lord, I don't know why he can't just take the orb because he said so, and then he's like, hey, I want the orb, I own this place, like, give me the orb, but he can't? And I guess they don't want to tip the Court of Nightmares off that something is happening with Hybern, even though they would want their help. I don't know why they can't just get the orb.
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
I think this is all just an elaborate way to rewrite history because we're basically redoing all of the shit that happened under the mountain, but now Feyre is actively consenting to it, and you can't rewrite the past. I read it, I know what happened. But anyway, Rhysand's like, look at my hot bitch Feyre. She literally saved all of Prythian, and now she's my little kitten. Isn't that so cool? Aren't I the best? Like, aren't I the coolest for taming this wild beast? And then he and Feyre dry hump in front of everyone while they all watch, and boy, this scene is long. Like, really, really long, and kind of gross. Actually, very gross. My breasts tightened, becoming full and heavy, aching like what was now pulling in my core. Heat filled my face, my blood. Ma'am, excuse me? Please see a doctor because I don't think it's normal for your boobies to tighten. Like, tighten? What? Also, they became full and heavy and aching? Girl, are you lactating? Did your milk supply come in? Like, girlie, what are your titties doing? Feyre feels weirdly empowered by being groped in front of everyone, and she's like, yeah, I'm hot, what about it? Which, good for her, I guess. If that's helping her heal, good for her, but I'm really not into any of this. So they're still dry humping and doing their thing when Rhysand tells Mor's father to come give him a report of what's going on around the Court of Nightmares. Yeah, Mor's family is still in charge after all they did, which is why she didn't want to go and why she seems so worried about going. I think Rhysand should just mist them all and get it over with, but I guess he's letting them live for now for reasons? Mor's dad is like, hey, my lord, things are all chill here. There's nobody for you to torture, but I could pick someone out for you if you want. Rhysand's like, yeah, no, I'm good. I have this cool new pet. So now let's focus on her. Let's focus on Feyre. Isn't Feyre super hot? Don't you want to look at her boobies so you don't realize that one of my guard dogs is off stealing your orb? Like, don't look at Feyre. Nothing weird is happening behind the curtain. Like, nothing's going on back here. Just look at us. And everyone's like, yeah, that's sick. Let's drink some wine, put on some music, and watch you two dry hump some more. Like, we're down for a good time. So that's exactly what happens, and Feyre is like, oh my god, this is great. I was so lonely without Tamlin, and I guess that saying about how the fastest way to get over someone is to get under someone else is totally true, and like, she's living it up. Feyre is having the absolute time of her life before she's like, actually, no, wait, maybe this is kind of fucked up. But right as she starts to have that realization, Azriel shows up with the orb, so they're like, okay, cool, we're done now. Rhysand starts talking to Mor's dad again, and Feyre hops off his lap to go cool down somewhere. And as she walks past Mor's dad, he's like, "You'll get what's coming to you, whore." For no apparent reason, he just like is, I guess he must have been one of the people on Amarantha's side in the war. Like, I don't know why he's so mad at Feyre right now. Rhysand is like, "Oh, hell no," and immediately starts breaking the dude's arm. It's pretty brutal, and the guy's like screaming and crying while Rhysand starts breaking his fingers too. Like, oh my god. This graphic violence is a pretty drastic tone shift to what was supposed to be some super spicy dry humping. Like, this was meant to be titillating, or like the dry humping was. I don't know if this bone breaking thing is, but like, the tone shift is really weird, and it makes me feel gross. Some people come out to grab Mor's dad, so his cries of agony don't ruin the party for everyone else, and then the inner circle hangs out around the Court of Nightmares for a little longer before going home with the orb. Because I think if they left immediately, it would look suspicious, but the fact that they went there at all seemed suspicious to me, but whatever. Oh wait, but actually Feyre and Rhysand don't go home. They go to some random lake to have a private conversation when they could have just had a private conversation at home, but I guess we're getting a new setting for some reason, and I don't think they ever even come back to this lake. Rhysand seems kind of shaken up and apologizes to Feyre, who is a little confused because, as I said, she was having the time of her life riding that man like a pony. He says that he wishes she hadn't seen that side of him, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I guess you did kind of torture that guy, but don't worry about that, bestie. Just don't start getting all psycho like Tamlin did when he was, quote, protecting me." Rhysand is immediately offended and says he will never lock Feyre away, but he will straight up kill anyone who hurts her, and I guess that extends to maiming people who speak badly of her. It's just his instinct, he can't help it. Except he totally can, and that's all just an excuse, and Feyre is suddenly socially aware enough to remember that instinct was also Tamlin's excuse. Feyre gets upset and tells Rhysand to get control over himself because she doesn't want him to stop telling her things or inviting her places because of potential threats against her that make him feel bad. You know, exactly like Tamlin did to her. Also, Rhysand has been selectively telling Feyre whatever info he wants this whole time, so girly, he's already got one foot in the grave there. He's already halfway to Tamlin. Rhysand is now even more offended and tells Feyre to stop comparing him to Tamlin because he would never do anything as bad to her as Tamlin did. You think I don't know how stories get written? How this story will be written? Rhys put his hands on his chest, his face more open, more anguished than I'd seen it. "I am the Dark Lord, who stole away the Bride of Spring. I am a demon and a nightmare, and I will meet a bad end. He is the Golden Prince, the hero who will get to keep you as his reward for not dying of stupidity and arrogance." Oh, I'll tell you how this story will be written, Rhysand. I've been telling you for hours now, but there's something about this little rant that kind of gave me the ick. Rhysand calling himself a demon and a Dark Lord is a little cringe, and also I didn't realize Tamlin had such a good reputation. Like, the Golden Prince? Really? Considering his family was aligned with Hybern in the war, I'd think at least some of the people in Prythian might not view Tamlin in the best light. Like, I feel like Rhysand is really overblowing how much people like Tamlin. Tamlin isn't a particularly nice or charismatic guy, and he doesn't really hide that, so this all just feels very melodramatic out of nowhere. Oh, but don't worry, it's going to get even sappier. Feyre is like, "Cool story, bro, but what about me? What about my story? What about what I want?" And then Rhysand immediately puts Feyre in her place because he's like, "Fine, what do you want then?" And she has no answer for that. He kind of cruelly laughs at her and says she better figure that out, so Feyre goes all in and reads him for filth. "Perhaps I don't know what I want, but at least I don't hide what I am behind a mask," I seethed. "At least I let them see who I am, broken bits and all. Yes, it's to save your people, but what about the other masks, Rhys? What about letting your friends see your real face? But maybe it's easier not to. Because what if you did let someone in? And what if they saw everything and still walked away? Who could blame them? Who would want to bother with that sort of mess?" He flinched. The most powerful High Lord in history flinched. And I knew I'd hit hard and deep. Too hard. Too deep. Actually, Feyre, I'd say you didn't go hard or deep enough in Rhysand. Oh, wait, no, not like that. I've certainly said much worse things about Rhysand throughout this video, so I think Feyre could have hit him a lot harder. She really could have leaned into how manipulative he is and how wearing his various masks all feed into that manipulation. But she just doesn't really take it there for me. She doesn't go far enough. Even though I think Feyre could have said significantly worse, that shuts Rhysand up and he takes Feyre home. She immediately regrets laying into Rhysand, even though what she said really wasn't even that bad. Well, the part about who would want to bother with that sort of mess was pretty bitchy, but the rest of it was just straight up the truth. And he kind of deserved it because he was also shit-talking. Feyre gaslights herself into believing that Rhysand's protective anger is different than Tamlin's because the guy he tortured really deserved it. Like, that guy actually deserved to be hurt, so Rhysand is different. I mean, the guy did kind of deserve to be punished, but like, it's still a red flag to crush someone's bones into dust because they dissed your girl. Feyre feels a little insecure because she thinks she really might have feelings for Rhysand, and she isn't sure if all his flirting was just an act or a distraction, or if he might actually have feelings for her too. Obviously he does, and he's pretty much outright stated it multiple times, but I can see why Feyre might not believe him given how easily he can pretend to have an entirely different personality. If he can pretend to be evil, he can definitely pretend to think that Feyre is hot. Feyre has a come to Jesus moment and realizes that what she wants is Rhysand, but after their argument, he doesn't come back to see her that night. In fact, he just straight up vanishes, and Feyre can't get a hold of him the next day with their weird paper instant messaging system that should have just been a cell phone. So Feyre goes to Amren's apartment because she doesn't have anything better to do, and Amren says that Rhysand has left to hunt whoever shot arrows at them that one time, and definitely not because he's brooding like a little bitch boy. Feyre's like, oh yeah, I guess we did get shot at with arrows that one time. Do you think it's the summer court? Like, they put that blood ruby thing on us. Amren's like, maybe, who knows? I don't know why neither of them seem to realize it's more than likely the king of Hybern who's sending people after them. Like, I mean, he already knew exactly where Feyre was to send the adder after her, so why wouldn't he go back and finish the job with some other troops? I just don't really know why Amren or Feyre don't think to bring that up. Especially because Amren says they're able to track like they, as in whoever is after them, must be able to track Rhysand's magic and know where he teleports, which is how they've been able to figure out where they're going. And I don't know how anybody figured that out. Like, how do they know this? Like, I'm not understanding how they got this piece of information. Did they just guess? Because they're like, how do they know this?
I don't understand. I don't understand, bitch. I don't understand. I don't understand, bitch.
But anyway, now they have to leave Valaris for everyone's safety because Rhysand is constantly using a lot of magic. Like, even hiding his wings away takes magic, and I guess they can track that, or maybe they can only track when he teleports. I don't know. But being in the city, like, risks revealing its location, which I guess is why they have to leave. So they're gonna go chill at an Illyrian war camp until they can take out whoever's after them, because nobody would be stupid enough to, like, march into a war camp to confront them. It would be sure death. Oh, but they're gonna go do all of that in a few days because Starfall is tomorrow, and that's way too super cool to miss. Feyre's like, oh, sick nasty. I guess that explains why everyone's putting up party decorations. Like, I didn't think about that until literally right now. I really think that these fairy festivals or holidays or whatever are a weak point in these novels because it's really a highlight of how bad the world building is. So I'm really not looking forward to Starfall. I know enough about this book going in that Starfall is a very beloved scene in the ACOTAR franchise, but to me it's just more filler and I don't particularly enjoy it. Anyway, Feyre goes home and still can't get a hold of Rhysand. She writes him a note that reads, quote, "Is this punishment, or do people in your inner circle not get second chances if they piss you off? You're a hateful coward." And of course, that's the one message that Rhysand takes, and he leaves Feyre on red because he is in fact a hateful coward. Again, Feyre's just spitting facts here. I don't think she's saying anything wrong. Maybe she should be the Morrigan, whatever the fuck that means. Editing sent you here with the next coloring page. We have one of the more iconic scenes from this book, the Starfall Festival. I'm sure this coloring page would be really cool if you're actually an artist, but for me it was kind of difficult. Feyre's dress is described as like literally being made out of starlight, so I don't know how to color that. I tried to put some glitter on it and it didn't really come out so well. And then for the sky, like it's supposed to be this magnificent scene, and so I also used glitter, and I don't really know that it came out so well, but you know, if you're really an artist, I'm sure you could do a whole lot better than I did, but you know, as I always say, I did my best. So let's get to coloring. The next day is Starfall, and Feyre looks super hot in her beaded crystal gown that might as well be made of stars itself, whatever that means. She's filled out a lot now that she's not too stressed to eat anymore, and because of her training regimen with Cassian, she's like putting on some muscle, and she's not all gaunt and sickly anymore, which is awesome. Good for you, Feyre. Get swole. I hope she goes full muscle girl and gets a better six-pack than Rhysand and leaves him, but I really don't think that's gonna happen. Rhysand still hasn't come back from wherever he is because of course he hasn't, so Cassian flies Feyre over to the super lavish party at the House of Wind where they can observe the festivities. Feyre hangs out with Mor, who won't be going with them when they leave Valaris. Instead, she's going to be taking care of business in the Court of Nightmares. I don't know why she has any involvement with how that place operates, and especially given her traumatic past with them. And I feel like it's weird that we're rehashing more of all this shit now to ruin the fun vibes of the upcoming festival. Like, the tone is all over the place in this book. They keep talking, and they talk more about the pseudo Cassian Azriel Mor love triangle thing that's not really a thing before Rhysand finally shows up. Rhysand and Feyre try to act cool even though there's a lot of tension between them, and luckily there isn't really time to talk anyway before the main event begins. Ever since Starfall was first brought up, Feyre has asked what the event is, as if the name doesn't give it away, and then she realizes what the festival is all about when the sky starts lighting up with shooting stars. Except they aren't stars at all, they're lost souls or something? And nobody really knows why they show up that day or where they're going, because of course they don't, because Sarah J. Maas can't be bothered to write a fairy holiday that makes any goddamn sense. Like, I'm telling you, this is just showing how bad the world building is. Like, what are these star spirits? Where are they going? Why? Not even Sarah J. Maas knows. Feyre and Rhysand go to a private balcony to watch the show and both apologize to each other. Rhysand says that Starfall means a lot to him, and of course Amarantha knew that and knew what day it was, so whenever that holiday came around, she kept him underground and made him service her all night. Holy trauma dump, Batman. Despite all my complaints about how often sexual assault is brought up in these books, I do sort of appreciate that we are getting some representation from a male survivor, especially against a female perpetrator. I feel like that's something that I don't really see a lot of representation for, and I think that'd be a lot more powerful if being assaulted wasn't so frequently used as a quick way to give someone a tragic backstory. I really wish we had cut off some of that unnecessary kind of filler, in my opinion, and focused more on this Rhysand story, but we don't get that. Anyway, the mood is lightened when Feyre and Rhysand start throwing the fallen stars or souls or whatever they are at each other like they're snowballs. Actually, they're more like water balloons because they burst open with a glowing paint-like liquid when they when they throw them. It splatters like paint. It's weird. Girl, excuse me? Are they just casually tearing souls apart? I thought the star spirit things were just traveling across the sky, not all falling out of it onto the ground. What? Do they just make a huge mess every year? What is happening?
All right, let's everybody just calm the fuck down.
Calm down, Senti. It's not about the world building. It's about the vibes. Just go with it. Feyre and Rhysand flirt some more and they have a lovely dance together while they're both still covered in weird glowy spirit goo. Ectoplasm, perhaps? The specifics don't really matter. All you need to know is everyone had a great time and it was vibes. Editing Senti here with our next coloring page. We have our two favorite Illyrians, Cassian and Azriel. I've since got a better skin tone marker for them from the inner circle coloring much earlier in this video where I had to use a colored pencil because I didn't have the right color, so I think they're looking a whole lot better. Also, they're supposed to be dressed head to toe in black, but that seemed really boring to color, so I gave them their signature color schemes, red for Cassian and blue for Azriel, just to spice things up a little bit. So let's get right into it. The next day, the gang go to the Illyrian war camp to all hide out. I think if their enemies have been tracking Rhysand's magic for this long, they'd already know what Valaris is, but I guess they don't? I still don't even know how they knew what's going on or how they knew they're tracking Rhysand, but okay, we're at the war camp now. The war camp is brutally cold and pretty primitive compared to the nice-ass mansions they've been staying in. Feyre isn't doing too well because she was tossing and turning all night, but not because she was worried about her enemies or the war camp, but because she now can't stop thinking about how badly she wants to fuck Rhysand, and considering we're now 70% through this book according to my Kindle, I wish she would already. I've barely been able to fall asleep because of it. Traitor. Even if I'd left Tamlin, I was a traitor. I'd been gone for 2 months. Just 2. In fairy terms, it was probably considered less than a day. Tamlin had given me so much, done so many kind things for me and my family, and here I was, wanting another male, even as I hated Tamlin for what he'd done, how he'd failed me. Traitor. I think Feyre's beating herself up over nothing here. 2 months is plenty of time to move on from her relationship with Tamlin, especially because the last 2 months before that, things were pretty bad between them and Feyre was already starting to distance herself. I think the timing is okay. Also, if anyone needs to hear it, it doesn't matter how much someone has done for you in the past. That doesn't give them free license to treat you badly in the present or the future. And if they hold the good things they did for you over your head and use it against you, then they were not good things. They were doing that to control you. Not that Tamlin even really did all that much for Feyre anyway. Given that she literally saved all of Prythian and they were fucked without her, she deserves a hell of a lot more than what she got. Oh right, anyway, we're at the Illyrian war camp. We're gonna do the plot now. There's some snooty captain guy that Rhysand stops to talk to, and we get some exposition about how females are supposed to be allowed to train now, but they still aren't really letting them because of course they're not. Rhysand outlawed the whole thing about clipping the females' wings like pet store parakeets, but a lot of places still do it, and apparently it's too much work to stop them. I guess we're supposed to applaud Rhysand for his half-assed attempts to make the Illyrians treat their women better, but it doesn't really seem like he's trying all that hard or has even accomplished that much. I guess even the strongest High Lord of all of history cannot beat misogyny. Anyway, we get another Feyre and Rhysand training scene out in the mountains, and miraculously they don't get sneak attacked by some enemies while they're out there like in every other goddamn training scene. As they train, we get some info dumping about why Rhysand and Tamlin hate each other so much. They used to be buddies back during the war, and apparently Rhysand even taught Tamlin some Illyrian fighting techniques. But of course, Tamlin's father was a weak little bitch who felt threatened by Rhysand and his strength, so for some reason he provoked him by killing his mother and sister? I think Rhysand was also supposed to be there when they were attacked, but for some reason he wasn't there and so he was spared. At the time, he wasn't the High Lord, so he actually might have been killed in that attack, but it's lucky he wasn't there, so he survived. And I'm really confused by Tamlin's father's motivation here, because if you could see that somebody was going to become really strong, wouldn't you want to befriend them so they would be your ally? Whatever, I guess I'm not politically minded. Rhysand might have been lucky that he did not die, but his mom and sister weren't, because they did die, and I don't think his mom or his sister get a name, so R.I.P. unnamed family. And Tamlin plays into all of this because it was his cowardly ass who told his father where they would all be, so he completely betrayed Rhysand. So Rhysand and his father went to the Spring Court and wiped out Tamlin's family, including his mother, who was supposed to be spared, but Rhysand's father just killed her anyway. And Rhysand's father was also about to kill Tamlin, but because Tamlin's dad had just been killed, the High Lord title snapped to Tamlin, so he got super powerful all of a sudden. And he like one-shot killed Rhysand's dad, who I'm assuming had to have been pretty powerful. But then because Rhysand's dad died, the title of High Lord that he had immediately snaps to Rhysand, so now he's all of a sudden really powerful. Good lord, that's not complicated at all. I'm not sure if any of you followed any of the shit I just rambled about. There's more involved in all of that situation, but all you really need to know is that Rhysand and Tamlin used to be bros, their insecure daddies ruined everything, and everyone ended up dead, except for Rhysand and Tamlin, who now hate each other. It's kind of shitty for Tamlin to treat Rhysand like he's so evil given the role he played in that whole mess, but Tamlin isn't exactly known for recognizing his own character flaws, so that's to be expected from him. Feyre's kind of shook by all this because Tamlin didn't really tell her any of this, which of course he didn't because it makes him look bad too, as I just said. She loses control of her powers for a moment due to her emotions and blasts out a big combo ray of fire, ice, water, shadows, whatever. It's kind of the same thing she did last time, and again, I'm confused how all of these things can exist at the same time, but she does it. Feyre gains control of herself and tells Rhysand that she finally feels like painting again and that she wants to paint him. And he's like, sick, you know, nude would be the best, because of course he says that. And that's it, the scene is over. It was really weird. They go back to the shitty cozy cabin they're staying in at the war camp, and the others talk more about the females they're supposed to be training. The whole group act like they're totally helpless to change anything about how the women are treated in these camps, despite how powerful they all are, which is more than a little bit annoying.
We've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas.
Feyre goes to bed and hopes Rhysand will go with her, but he doesn't, and it's all she can think about. Oh my god, can we please get this girl some dick already so she can think about literally anything else? We then skip to another training scene out in the mountains despite the fact that it's pouring down freezing rain. Yeah, not snow, freezing rain. They're extra far away from the camp so that they don't draw any attention with Feyre's magical blasts, so I'm sure y'all already know what that means. It's time for an enemy ambush. Except you'll never guess who shows up, and I was genuinely surprised by this, even though I probably should have seen it coming. It's Lucien and some random guards from the Spring Court who have shown up to rescue Feyre. Remember, from their perspective, they left Feyre locked in the manor, and Rhysand busted down the barrier they put up so more could come in and carry Feyre out. And then the only time they've heard from Feyre since then is the pretty short letter she sent them. And considering they think she's illiterate, they obviously don't think that she was the one who wrote it. So they've been under the impression she was basically kidnapped by Rhysand and that they all need to rescue her, and they've been looking for her this whole time. Feyre goes all surprised to Pikachu and is like, oh hell no, these fools have it all wrong.
Hey, you get your fucking hands off me.
Feyre, he said, holding out a hand. Let's go home. I didn't move. That stopped being my home the day you let him lock me up inside it. Lucien's mouth tightened. It was a mistake. We all made mistakes. He's sorry. More sorry than you realize. So am I. He stepped toward me, and I backed up another few inches. Shut the hell up, Lucien. We all made mistakes. Seriously? Feyre is far from perfect, but what mistake is he trying to pin on her? Not being submissive and obedient enough? Miss me with that shit. Sorry is not enough at this point. Tamlin almost killed Feyre. Like, come on. Obviously, Feyre does not want to go with Lucien, and she's ready to fight if she has to. Of course, she's separated from Rhysand again because of the same plot-convenient excuse as before that he distracts her when she's trying to practice her magic. So he's not there, and it kind of seems like maybe Lucien will be able to get her. But Feyre is strong as hell now, so she doesn't even really need Rhysand. Or at least the narrative is trying to convince us of that right now, but I don't buy it. Lucien lunges at Feyre to try to grab her and teleport away, but she teleports away right as Rhysand teleports to her side. Like, everybody's teleporting right now. But now that Rhysand is there, they both go into their fake evil mode and really lay it on thick, which I think is really counterproductive here. Like, I don't understand what Feyre is trying to do. She's acting just as evil and cold as Rhysand, which seems to make Lucien think that Rhysand is using his mind control powers on her, and now he thinks that she needs their help more than ever. And I don't know if that's what Feyre's goal was here. I don't know why Feyre is doing this. Feyre calls Lucien out for not helping her when everyone at the Spring Court should have seen how miserable she was, And of course he makes the same lame excuse that he had to be obedient so that they could rebuild. Feyre is like, that's some bullshit, and you're a coward for following Tamlin's orders, even though he knew that what you were doing was gonna hurt me. Like, you should have did something. Lucien doesn't have any good response to that, so of course he's like, well, the Night Court can't be any better. Again, remember that they all think that the Night Court is a super evil, scary place full of psychos and murderers, and it's, like, so scary. Of course, Feyre knows now that it isn't like that, but she also knows that she can't tell Lucien that, so she decides to go full edgelord. I said to Lucien, low and quiet and as vicious as the talons that formed at the tips of my fingers, as vicious as the wondrous weight between my shoulder blades. When you spend so long trapped in darkness, Lucien, you find that the darkness begins to stare back. Oh my god, that like actually hit me like a punch to the chest, and not in an emotional way, but because it makes me so embarrassed I want to die. I know we're supposed to think that's super badass, but it comes off as so cringe and cliche. The original quote is by Nietzsche, I'm sorry, I do not know how to pronounce that, but I'm sure you've probably heard this quote before. And if you gaze for long into an abyss, the abyss gazes also into you. Now, I'm not accusing Sarah J. Maas of plagiarism for putting her little spin on this classic line, but I am accusing her of being incredibly lame.
Ew, this is so cringe. Guilty.
Oh, and as I've been harping on, this little emo act isn't doing anything to help Feyre. It's just making Lucien think that she's under Rhysand's control, and so she isn't making anything better because it's just making it seem more like she needs to be helped. Feyre is so mad by this whole thing that just like Rhysand, when he gets really mad, she gets some shadowy wings of her own, but it's explained that it comes from her shapeshifting powers that she got from Tamlin, and it has nothing to do with Rhysand's powers or being Illyrian or whatever. I think this matters, I don't know if it does. But Lucien realizes he's outmatched by this whole situation, and he lamely threatens the Night Court before he runs away because he's a coward now. Rhysand is like, sick wings, Feyre. But then he picks her up and flies away with her instead of letting her try to fly by herself, so I don't know why she even got wings, and maybe I should have just glossed over this and not even brought it up. As they fly off, Feyre realizes the reason she feels so guilty about falling for Rhysand is because she actually feels guilty for not feeling guilty, but that's still feeling guilty, so I don't see the difference. Good lord, I'm tired. I forgot how long it takes these two to just bang it out already, and we still have a way to go before that even happens, and like, good lord, can we get this show on the road already? They're so far out in the mountains that they go to some random inn instead of going back to the cabin at the war camp. If you didn't already see it coming a mile away, we get the one bed trope as Feyre and Rhysand are forced to share a tiny room together. Yeah, the room is so small that even if Rhysand could use his magic right now, he can't reach into his little pocket dimension and pull out the second bed. Like, they're sharing for real this time. Oh, and since Rhysand can't use any of his powers because he's being tracked, he can't warm up the room with magic either, and Feyre can't control her powers well enough to do it and might burn the whole inn down. So you heard it here first, folks. They gotta cuddle for warmth in their one bed together.
Finally!
Even my cold, dead heart is finally warming at the chance to get some spice and actually get some shit happening in this book. Like, I was promised spice. Where is the spice? Nothing is happening. Oh, but first, they gotta eat dinner, because as I've said many times before, it's not an ACOTAR book if, like, every other scene isn't a meal. Like, goddamn, these people be eaten! So Rhysand goes down to get something for them while Feyre stays in the room to angst over Tamlin. I'd sent that note to Tamlin, and he'd chosen to ignore it, just as he'd ignored or rejected nearly all of my requests, acted out of his deluded sense of what he believed was right for my well-being and safety. And Lucien had been prepared to take me against my will. Or, hear me out, bestie, Tamlin still thinks you're illiterate and that Rhysand was the one who sent that note and it was all a trick. To be fair though, I think Tamlin would still ignore Feyre's wishes and go after her anyway if he thought that she wrote the letter because he just can't help himself. And yes, Lucien sucks just as much for going along with it all. Feyre thinks about how much better Rhysand is because he noticed how sick and miserable she was and did his best to help her, even if his attempts were sometimes misguided. Of course, she is conveniently forgetting that Rhysand needed Feyre for her to locate the book and how he needs her to read it once it's decoded, so he has reasons to help Feyre outside of just caring about her well-being. But I guess we're going to ignore all of that and just pretend Rhysand is a nice person. Rhysand shows up with the food and then starts stripping out of his wet clothes because I guess he didn't dry off beforehand like Feyre did. Even though she's eating food, Feyre is so hot and bothered by him and that he's getting changed and undressed that she forces herself to think about gross stuff so she doesn't have to think about how sexy he is, which feels so incredibly juvenile and lame to me. Like, these people are thirsting over each other like teenagers. And I guess Feyre is not technically a teenager anymore. She's now 20, good for her. But Rhysand is like 500. Can we like act like adults here? Oh, but side note, since Rhysand can't use his magic, he can't hide his wings. So they're out all of the time now since he can't hide them away. and he makes some comment about like he uses a lot of magic all of the time to glamour himself. And part of the reason why he does that is because he has such a huge source of magic that he will go insane if he doesn't release it. Like, not releasing his magic will cause some kind of buildup that will literally drive him into madness. And like, okay, this is the first time I've ever heard this brought up. Like, okay, does this happen to other people? Like, is that why Feyre was having so many problems, is because Tamlin wouldn't let her use her powers, and so they were building up and making her go insane? Okay, why are we bringing this up? Like, I'm so confused now. Also, I feel like this is all a metaphor or a euphemism for something else, but I'll leave it to you to figure out what I mean by that, because I've already been pretty gross during this video, and I can't stomach any more grossness right now. They change topics, and Feyre asks Rhysand if she thought she was going to go with Lucien. And he's like, nah, not really, but if you had chosen to go with them, I'd have to accept it because it was your choice. Bro, knock it off with that shit. We all know Rhysand would be just like Tamlin and go and try and get Feyre back anyway, despite what he's saying now. Remember, he needs her to enact his plan, and it does not seem like he has a backup plan, so yeah, he would definitely go get Feyre. Feyre then asks what he would do if Lucien had taken her against her will and like she hadn't chosen to go with them. And of course Rhysand answers that he'd tear apart the whole world to get her back, which is, I believe him, I do think he would do that. Except earlier in the book, Feyre explicitly told Rhysand that she didn't want Tamlin to go to war for her because killing and fighting wouldn't win her back. So she definitely wouldn't want Rhysand to kill half of Prythian to get her back from Tamlin, like that would not go well for them. Or maybe it would because she's so down bad for Rhysand that she might just change her mind. I don't know. This is all so dumb to me. Good thing Rhysand is just as down bad for Feyre, and they start pretty openly talking about how badly they want each other. Feyre says that her lust for him started even before she left for the spring court, which makes her feel like trash, and Rhysand is quick to say that it doesn't. But it did. I'd wanted to see Rhysand during those weeks between visits, and hadn't cared when Tamlin stopped visiting my bedroom. Tamlin had given up on me, but I'd also given up on him, and I was a lying piece of trash for it. Damn, apparently Tamlin isn't as good at laying pipe as I thought he was if Feyre's over here thinking about Rhysand. Also, Tamlin gave up on Feyre long before she ever gave up on him, so I don't think she's trash at all for fantasizing about a way hotter dude when she was still with Tamlin. That whole thing sort of kills the mood, so Feyre's like, let's go to sleep. Oh right, but they only have one bed and they have to cuddle for warmth, so the spark comes right back. So they cuddle, and Feyre does the classic back that ass up initiating move, and Rhysand is quick to oblige. And they get all touchy-feely and spicy, and he asks Feyre, like, what do you want? And she plays it off by saying, like, oh, I just want a fun distraction, you know, something casual and light. Even though what she really wants is a relationship, but she's not going to say that for whatever reason.
Oh my god, I'm livid. Oh my god, I'm actually livid right now, so... Oh my god, I'm actually fucking raging. I'm fuming, babe. I've literally read 400 fucking pages. I'm fuming.
And Rhysand seems taken aback by what she said, but proceeds to finger blast her anyway. I guess this is the spice we've been waiting for. He doesn't want to go any further than that in this shitty little inn and like have like full-blown like actual intercourse, so Feyre's just gonna have to take what she can get. I was gonna eat him alive. I slid a hand up to his chest to pin him down, but he gripped my wrist. When you lick me, he said roughly, I want to be alone, far away from everyone, because when you lick me, Feyre, he said, pressing nipping kisses to my jaw, my neck, I'm going to let myself roar loud enough to bring down a mountain. Bitch, what? Thinking about Rhysand roaring during sex is so funny to me. What does roaring in that context even sound like? Like, it seems like it would be goofy or scary or some weird mix of both. Like, roaring? What, is he a lion? Is this the Lion King? Why? Anyway, Rhysand's pretty good with his hands, so Feyre's cool with that for now and goes right to sleep when they're done. Good for her. She wakes up the next morning feeling like $1,000,000 and then promptly ruins it by asking Rhysand why he made the bargain with her in the first place. Like, okay, we're rehashing this now? Rhysand is surprisingly cold and abrupt with his answer despite how hot and heavy they got last night. And he says that he wanted to piss off Amarantha and Tamlin, and he also needed to help Feyre to keep her alive so that she could break the curse, but he had to do it in a way that didn't seem like he was taking mercy on her. Normally he would have just given some kind of like flirty, sexy answer, but the fact that he answered so like coldly and calculated, it just feels really weird and the vibes are all weird now. Feyre is back to feeling like a pawn in this whole situation, and she definitely is, but Rhysand is also just being weird. They leave the inn to go back out to the middle of nowhere to do some more training. They train for hours and hours in silence, and miraculously, they don't even get attacked. Oh wait, just kidding. They're flying off back to the inn when Rhysand finally speaks to Feyre and says he has something to tell her, but then he's dramatically shot full of arrows. Not just any arrows, but ash arrows, because remember, those are super effective against fairies. Feyre's like, oh shit, Our enemies found us because Rhysand had to use magic when Lucian's punk ass showed up. God damn it, Lucian! You ruin everything! Rhysand dramatically starts falling out of the sky because he can't fly anymore, and in a final attempt to save Feyre, he yeets her into the woods. Except he threw her kind of hard, so she starts crashing through the trees until she's finally able to make a little barrier to catch herself. Like, she was slamming into branches and it seemed really painful. I feel like we went from 0 to 60 real quick. Would it really be a Sarah J. Maas book if nothing happened until the end?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to process a tremendous amount of insane information.
I feel like the action could have been better distributed throughout the book instead of all being dumped in the third act, but I'm getting ahead of myself. You have seen nothing yet. Editing Senti here with the next coloring page. This is from the ACOTAR portion of the coloring book. It's Feyre out hunting in the woods, and I thought it fit here because she's doing some outdoorsy stuff. I think this coloring page is very basic, especially compared to a lot of the other ones in this book. Most of the background is snow, which is white, so I tried to color this the best I could, but it's kind of boring. Feyre is furious at whoever has attacked Rhysand, and she's terrified, but instead of freaking the fuck out, she kind of gets oddly calm, which I can actually relate to. In moments of stress, I kind of find the inner zen mode and just figure shit out. Instead of freaking out, I freak out later. So that's exactly what Feyre is doing. Feyre knows that she has to find Rhysand fast because in addition to dealing with whoever's shooting arrows at them, the weather conditions are brutal and there's some kind of big scary creatures wandering these woods. I don't know if they're fairies or monsters or fairy monsters, but she's real worried about these creatures that she can't even see. She can just kind of hear them roaming the forest floor beneath her. Feyre isn't able to hear Rhysand through their bargain anymore, so she resorts to good old-fashioned tracking to find him. She's dramatically teleporting through the trees, and she uses her animorph powers to give herself some kind of animal night vision. She uses Tamlin's transformation powers to give herself animal eyes, which I guess is cool. I think it's kind of goofy, and it is, very animorphs, as I said. Feyre is able to make it back to the location where they were originally attacked, and she starts following the trail of arrows through the woods, collecting them as she goes. She finds a busted up tree and a bunch of blood, so she figures that's where Rhysand must have crashed out of the sky. There are a fuck-ass load of arrows in the snow around that, so she's like, oh hell, I hope this fool is even still alive. I wish he wasn't, but he is. Spoiler alert, obviously Rhysand is alive, and Feyre's gonna go find him. She goes full bloodhound mode and smells out his blood, and she's tracking it through the snow. And this happens for pages and pages on end, but I'm gonna breeze through all that. Eventually she finds a small cave and she can hear a cracking whip and sees people guarding the front, so she's like, oh, Rhysand's definitely in there, I gotta go get him. She teleports past the guards and through the cave as she follows the sound of the cracking whip until she finds Rhysand. He's all full of arrows still, and he's strung up with some weird looking chains that are made of stone or something, and 2 guards are beating the hell out of him. I don't really know why they have to be beating him right now instead of just holding him captive, but I guess we have to beat up Rhysand. And I know it sounds like I'm complaining about that, and you're probably confused because I clearly hate Rhysand and should probably want him to get his ass beat. But this scene just kind of is a little weird to me. This book frequently references dark and violent events that occurred in the past off page, but there isn't often that kind of action on page. We hear all this shit about these characters' awful backstories, but that all happened in the past. That's not happening now. There is violence that does occur throughout the story, but not nearly so much as, the backstories they have described. Nothing that extreme happens, during the course of this book, in my opinion. I'm not typically bothered by violence depicted in books, and I wouldn't say I'm bothered by this. It's not particularly disturbing, but it just kind of feels out of place. I think people primarily read for the romance and not for the action, so all of the action scenes just have a super weird vibe I can't pin down. And also in a romance novel, I don't think people want to read the main character being tortured. At least I don't really want to read that. Anyway, Feyre goes full John Wick and just starts killing. She's using the arrows she picked up daggers, which doesn't make sense to me. She's slitting people's throats with the arrowhead. And she's just teleporting to each person throughout the cave and just murking everyone. They are all going down. She's all covered in blood, which should freak her out given her past, but unlike Under the Mountain, none of these people are innocent like those fairies she had to kill. So she feels totally fine about murdering 6 people in a row because they totally deserve it. They're bad guys. Feyre runs back to Rhysand and frees him, but he's too weak to teleport them home after the arrows and whatever chains were holding him. Feyre can't control her teleporting well enough to do it herself to teleport 2 of them that far. She's only been able to make it work for short distances, and she's exhausted from training all day, so she doesn't have a whole lot of magic left either. Feyre manages to teleport in short bursts until she gets Rhysand into another cave where they'll be safer. She's in full Bear Grylls survival mode, which is actually kind of cool, and I wish we got more scenes like this where Feyre could show off her wilderness skills. Feyre doesn't actually get to do a lot during the book, and what she does do is directed by other people. She is not often directing the action herself or making her own choices. Even though Rhysand likes to say that Feyre has all the choices, like, Rhysand is the one directing everything. Don't get that twisted. So it's kind of refreshing to get to see Feyre take the reins for at least a little bit, but it does not last long. Feyre uses her newfound agency to torture Rhysand some more. The arrows that are still, like, poking out of his wings are covered in poison, so Feyre knows that they can't stay in him because they'll just keep, like, leaching poison into him. So she realizes she has to take them out, but remember, his wings are, like, very sensitive, so this process is very agonizing for him. So she starts telling him random stories from her past to distract him from the pain. She tells him about how Elaine bought her some paint for her 17th birthday, which was only like 3 years ago, mind you. I think Feyre is canonically 20 at this point. And when Feyre got that paint, she painted everything in their house, even though it was said that Elaine only gave her a small amount of paint. Whatever, she paints a lot. Most importantly, she paints a dresser. And this dresser is kind of an iconic part of the ACOTAR series, so I was kind of surprised that it wasn't referenced in the coloring book. The sisters all shared this dresser, so Feyre painted Elaine's drawer with flowers, because duh. And she painted flames for Nesta, because also duh. Rhysand asks what she painted for herself, and she tells him the night sky, which was weird because she didn't even really go out at nighttime, so she didn't know why she was drawn to that imagery. I wonder if some part of me knew what was waiting for me, that I would never be a gentle grower of things, or someone who burned like fire, but that I would be quiet and enduring and as faceted as the night, that I would have beauty for those who knew where to look, and if people didn't bother to look, but to only fear it, then I didn't particularly care for them anyway. I wonder if, even in my despair and hopelessness, I was never truly alone. I wonder if I was looking for this place, looking for you all. I really want to like this because this is actually the kind of melodrama that I think is kind of enjoyable, but this scene really just kind of pisses me off. It's proof that Sarah J. Maas can do both action and character development at the same time, but she just chooses not to for like 80% of the book, which makes it such a slog to get through. Feyre gets all the arrows out of Rhysand, and right before he passes out, he manages to tell her it was Hybern soldiers who ambushed them, and they have magic nullifying chains, which is why he couldn't fight back. Uh-oh, it would sure be inconvenient if Hybern could just magically nullify people's powers anytime they needed to for the plot. That definitely won't come up later. Feyre and Rhysand have a pretty rough night out in the cave, and the following day, Feyre realizes that nobody is going to come help them because nobody even knows where they're at or how long they're going to be gone. Rhysand is all full of poison and won't wake up, and she doesn't know how to help him. She does, however, know someone who will know how to help. Feyre gathers some supplies and heads out to catch herself a Suriel, because I guess they don't just live in the spring court, and also conveniently live in this much different snowy climate. I want to give Feyre credit for coming up with this plan, but it's just so stupid to me that the Suriel is conveniently wherever Feyre needs it to be whenever she needs to talk to it. If you don't remember from the first book, the Suriel is like a type of fairy that can tell people answers to questions. Like, I don't think it can see the future or things like that, but it seems to know everything about the present or the past. Like, I don't know the extent of its knowledge, but it answers questions. Anyway, Feyre catches the Suriel and asks it how to help Rhysand. It tells her that the poison is like wolfsbane or something, and tells her to make Rhysand drink a few gulps of her blood because she got healing powers from the Lord of Dawn. It's a good thing we never mentioned those powers until right now when Feyre needed them. It's real convenient that the Lord of Dawn has healing magic. Right as Feyre is about to release the Suriel from its trap, it gives one last piece of advice. The Suriel's stained teeth clacked against each other. If you wish to speed your mate's healing, in addition to your blood, a pink-flowered weed sprouts by the river. Make him chew it. I fired my arrow at the snare before I finished hearing its words. The trap sprang free, and the word clicked through me. Mate. What did you say?
What did you say? What the fuck did you just say?
The Suriel is really out here serving ice-cold tea, and Feyre is slurping that shit up. Somehow she was the only one who didn't know that Rhysand is her mate. If you're into the books that have soulmates or fated mates or whatever stupid romance term you want to use, I'm sure you knew right away that they weren't communicating telepathically through that stupid bargain they made under the mountain. Like the whole, oh, you have to come to the night court 1 week every month. That was just Rhysand's stupid excuse to Feyre, and I guess they must not have mating bonds in the human realm, so she didn't know any different. So they've been communicating through that bond the whole time, not the bargain, which is whatever, it's stupid. Feyre is very shocked by this somehow, and the Suriel is like, damn bestie, I thought you been knew. I wasn't entirely sure I was breathing. Interesting, the Suriel said. Mate, mate, mate. Rhysand was my mate. Not lover, not husband, but more than that. A bond so deep, so permanent that it was honored over all others. Rare, cherished. Not Tamlin's mate. Rhysand's. Except we've already established with Rhysand's parents, and I think even Tamlin's parents, that mates aren't always well matched and can grow to hate each other. So is that bond really that special? The mating bonds also seem kind of rare, not everybody gets one, so I'd be pissed if I ended up with one and got stuck with some schmuck to put up with for the rest of my immortal fairy life that I didn't even like. That seems really inconvenient that you could just be stuck with someone you don't like. Also, take a shot every time they say mate, and you're gonna go to the hospital. You're gonna need your stomach pumped, because they're gonna say it over and over and over. You just have to get used to it. I think the love you choose to cultivate is more beautiful than having some magical soul bond, so I don't really vibe with the whole mate or fated mate trope. I think love is a choice. It is not something determined by destiny or fate or the universe. It is an active choice that you make. But if this whole soulmate thing is your thing, more power to you, but it really cheapens the romance for me. Mates are pretty much guaranteed to get together and stay together because they're the most perfect match. Why would they ever go with somebody else? So that kind of kills the tension for me. There's no surprise. You know they're going to be together and stay together. Anyway, Feyre's pretty pissed because the serial also tells her that Rhysand already knew that they were mates and has known for a long time, which should be no surprise to anyone because Rhysand knows everything, like obviously he knew. She storms back to the cave and straight up throws that weed that the serial told her to collect at Rhysand and it like bounces off his chest. She's like, eat that bitch, then wash it down with my blood. Rhysand is feeling pretty weak and Feyre is acting kind of scary, so he does as he's told and he instantly starts to perk up as he drinks Feyre's blood. I didn't know we were going to get some vampire action in our fairy book. Feyre should be happy that Rhysand is getting better, but she just is so angry she does not care. She angrily asks him how long he's known about the whole mate thing, and he's like, oh shit, you found another serial, didn't you? I don't know how Rhysand knows that, like if he's just reading Feyre's mind right now because she's too upset to block him out, but he just knows. He tells her that he had suspicions about the whole mate thing for a while, but that he knew for sure when Amarantha killed her, which is pretty sucky timing, but when Feyre was resurrected as a fairy, that is such a hard sentence to say. When Feyre was resurrected as a fairy, that's what solidified the bond between them, which, good for them, I guess. Feyre is like, cool story, bro, but when were you gonna tell me any of this? For once, Rhysand is off his game and actually sounds kind of flustered and nervous and like that he doesn't know what to tell her. So he says that there were multiple times he wanted to say something, but it never felt right. He told Amren and Mor about it, like right away, but not Cassian or Azriel for some reason, even though they're the bestest bros. But of course, because they are the bestest bros, they kind of suspected that something was going on even without him saying anything. My face burned. They knew? Why didn't you tell me? You were in love with him. You were gonna marry him. And then you were enduring everything and it didn't feel right to tell you. I deserved to know. The other night you told me you wanted a distraction. You wanted fun, not a mating bond. And not as someone like me, a mess. So the words I'd spat after the Court of Nightmares had haunted him. I don't really know how to feel about any of this. I can see why Feyre's mad about Rhysand not saying anything, but I also don't really know when he could have said anything without it coming off like he was manipulating her, which I have accused him of doing many times throughout this book already. Feyre clearly didn't recognize the mating bond, so she might not have even believed Rhysand if he did tell her about it. I think he was just kind of awkwardly waiting for her to figure it out herself, which feels pretty cowardly, especially given Rhysand's character throughout the book as being so strong and powerful. But again, I don't really know how or when he was supposed to drop this news on her about the bond. Like, I kind of see Rhysand's point here. Oh, and by the way, that's the reason Rhysand was acting all weird after their spicy night together, it was because of her whole fun distraction comment. Because sometimes he can read her mind and sometimes he can't based on whatever the plot calls for. Like he knew that Feyre found the cereal, but he doesn't know that Feyre was lying about only wanting a distraction. Feyre has been desperately thirsting for Rhysand for like the last 10 chapters. Like over and over she's had these repeated thoughts of how much she wants to fuck Rhysand. But he somehow hasn't picked up on any of that and actually believed her when she said she didn't want something serious, which is like so stupid. God, this is exhausting. I wish we hadn't waited until almost 80% of this book to solidify this relationship, and they aren't even together yet because of how mad Feyre is about all of this. Feyre reminds him that they promised they were not going to keep secrets anymore, and Rhysand starts trying to justify himself, which Feyre is very quick to shut down. She's like, I'm done letting other people decide what's right for me and keep me out of the loop while they make decisions for me, so you better eat your fucking weeds, drink my blood, and take me home right now. So Rhysand finishes eating his weed and... So Rhysand does as he's told, and he finishes eating his weeds and drinking Feyre's blood, and he gains enough strength to teleport them back to their cabin in the Illyrian war camp. Yeah, remember, they're staying there, not Valaris. I already forgot about that. They flop out onto the ground out front of the cabin, and Feyre straight up leaves Rhysand face down in a mud puddle, as Cassian and Mor see them through the window and rush out to help him. I don't know why Mor's at camp when she's supposed to be at the Court of Nightmares, but Feyre needed her here for the plot, so here she is. Feyre asks Mor to teleport her literally anywhere else, and Mor kind of looks at Rhysand groaning and moaning Feyre's name as he writhes around in the dirt. And she's like, well, okay, that kind of looks fucked up. Okay, Feyre, I'll take you somewhere else. I think this is a fairly solid character moment because unlike those peons in the Spring Court, the Night Court doesn't blindly do whatever their High Lord wants. Lucian would have just immediately, pushed Feyre towards Tamlin and ran off, and Mor is like, well, you wanted to leave? Okay, I'll take you. We'll go. Mor takes Feyre to a cabin, another cabin. There's a lot of cabins in this book, and they're out in the middle of a snowy mountain range where there's nothing else around. It's some kind of special magic cabin that is basically the family vacation home, and they go there during the summer and the winter. I guess there's shit to do in these mountains. Editing Senti here with the next coloring page of Feyre and Rhysand at the cabin. No, I don't consider this a spoiler because obviously they're gonna get back together, duh. And I don't really have anything too much to say about this coloring page. It's pretty unoffensive. They're just, having a good time together, I guess. So here we go, let's color it. Feyre confronts Mor about the whole mate thing and tells her she had to find out through the cereal, which was really disappointing. Mor just asks if Rhysand is okay, and Feyre kind of shrugs and is like, yeah, he'll live. They go inside, and Mor tells Feyre how this super convenient magic house will keep a magic fire going, and there's magic food, and there's all the supplies. She just has everything she needs in this magic house. Feyre tells Mor not to tell Rhysand where she is, and Mor is like, well, he's gonna look for you. Feyre's like, homie, then tell him not to come look for me. Mor tries to say it's not any for business, so Feyre's like, then just keep your mouth shut if it's not your business, and don't tell him anything about me or where I'm at. If it's not your business, don't run your mouth then. Mor tries to defend Rhysand, but Feyre is very quick to cut her off and is like, look, I don't care. He made a bad choice by disrespecting me and not telling me the information I deserve to know, and I'm allowed to be mad about it. I really wish Feyre got this backbone sooner, and we only see glimpses of it throughout, but Feyre just needs to stand up for herself. She is too passive. It is one of my biggest complaints about her. She really needs to channel her inner Nesta more often and let her bitch flag fly when people are acting up. Mor finally leaves Feyre alone in the cabin, and the plot grinds to a screeching halt yet again as we get pages and pages of Feyre moping around. I thought we were past all this moping, girl. I let you get away with it at the beginning of the book, but I'm tired of it now. This feels like such a regression, and I know that can happen, but reading about it is so annoying. I feel like we're basically limping over the finish line with this one, and I just want this book to be over. Feyre thinks in circles about Rhysand for what seems like an eternity before she decides that even though she's pretty mad, she wants to give this whole mate thing a try. I mean, I don't think she really has a choice in the matter. I don't think they've ever mentioned a mated pair that rejected each other, so obviously they're just going to be together now. I think they have made mention that people can reject the bond, but they've never said anybody specifically who has done it. Feyre finds some paint in a random supply closet and gives the cabin a little redecorating because of course she does. By the time Mor comes back to check on her, the place is painted head to toe with little doodles and scribbles like a crazed toddler was set loose.
Nice!
She's painted on the wall, the ceiling, the furniture. She's painted this whole damn place. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this in the first video, but it's my favorite headcanon that Feyre is actually terrible at art, and everyone's just being nice to her when she shows off her work. When you view this scene through that lens, it is absolutely hilarious. Imagine that your friend is having issues with her boyfriend, so you let her stay at your family's vacation home for a little break, and when you come back to get her, she has utterly obliterated the place with her shitty murals across everything. Tell me that's not funny. This is ridiculous. Mor tells Feyre she should give Rhysand a chance, but she hasn't told him and won't tell him where Feyre is because she kept her promise that she didn't even make. Feyre is completely unable to check the vibe, so she asks more about the Court of Nightmares and says it sucks that Rhysand makes her go there and conduct business there after all that happened. Mor is like, bestie, why are you bringing this up? But also, Rhysand doesn't make me do shit, and he'd kill everyone there if I said he could. I don't know why Mor chooses to visit and doesn't just let Rhysand mist them all, but whatever. It's her choice, I guess. It's always her choice. Everybody gets to make choices. Rhysand lets people make choices. Sorry guys, I am spiraling into madness as my thoughts are consumed with all of this fairy bullshit. I am so tired of thinking about fairies.
I've dared ask the question, what if fairies clapped cheeks?
Feyre further spoils the vibe by asking about the whole Cassian and Azriel love triangle thing, which isn't really even a thing that we need to worry about, so I'm not going to recap all of that. Eventually, Mor leaves, and Feyre spends the next 5 days, almost a week, painting and fantasizing about Rhysand. I'm glad that nothing is happening with all of their enemies or the war or anything like that, and we could just lay around this cabin and vibe. I'm just so happy that we put the brakes on the plot right when it finally started to gear up again, and we're just gonna... oh my god. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic. I am pissed that we put the brakes on the plot right when it finally started to kick up into gear again, and it's gonna be a while before we're back on track with all of that. Rhysand shows up and Feyre is instantly swooning over him and happy to see him, but she keeps all that shit in her head and kind of coldly lets him into the cabin and is like not really saying anything to him or looking at him. He's clearly nervous and the vibes are awkward because he somehow can't tell what Feyre thinks or feels because that's what the plot requires right now. As I've said multiple times, sometimes he can read her mind and sometimes he can't. It is all down to whatever the plot needs it to do in that moment. Feyre's like, well, how did you find me? How'd you know I was here? Rhysand says that there's only a few places that she could be that are like safe and reasonable for her to be at. Like Mor wouldn't have dropped her off in some random scary place. So he's been flying around for days checking all of these places because he can't teleport or he'll be tracked by that like magic thing that their enemies have on him for some reason. Again, I don't know how he knows that his enemies are tracking him through his magic or like how they managed to do that, but whatever, it's what's happening. Feyre says that Rhysand must be hungry after all that flying and offers to make him the fairy equivalent of a can of Campbell's soup, which he's super touched by. He lingered in the center of the cabin, watching my every move. He said hoarsely, "It's an important moment when a female offers her mate food. It goes back to whatever beast we were a long, long time ago, but it still matters. The first time matters. Some mated pairs will make an occasion of it, throwing a party just so the female can formally offer her mate food. That's usually done amongst the wealthy, but it means that the female accepts the bond." Princess, you want to make me soup? Oh, thank you, princess. Oh, I love you too, princess. Oh, bleh. Sorry. Bleh.
Oh, this fucking shit. What's the point? I can't take it anymore.
Even the fairies aren't free from the evil clutches of compulsory heterosexuality. This very much implies to me that there aren't any gay couples as like a mated pair, which I guess makes sense because the term mate sort of implies to me that there is going to be some breeding going on, which ew. But now that's making me wonder if infertile people get mates, or if you don't even want kids, do you still get a mate? Like, or is the mate thing not related to having biological children at all? I don't know. Maybe the universe is just homophobic and doesn't let gay mates be together, but whatever. I don't think there are any. I don't even want to sit here and dissect what I think about the female being the one to accept the bond by making her man a plate of food. I just can't. I can't with that. I can't even begin to describe how annoying that is. I am so tired, you guys. This fairy book is... oh my god. I'm so tired of this shit. Feyre tells Rhysand to tell her everything while she heats up his soup, and he proceeds to monologue for literally 10 straight pages. There are little action breaks of like, Feyre stirs the soup, or Rhysand shifts in his chair, but other than that, he is straight up yapping for 10 straight pages. I'll do my best to summarize it here, but oh my god, this man will not stop yapping! Rhysand starts his tale with the time he was captured by Amarantha during the war 500 years ago. Yep, that war. The only war. Cassian and Azriel were split up leading other armies, so they didn't know that Rhysand was even in trouble and needed their help. So Amarantha's goons spent weeks and weeks torturing him and his men to get information on the Night Court. Rhysand makes a dumb comment about how if they'd realized he was an Illyrian and threatened to cut off his wings, he would have just yielded and told them everything, which, okay. I'm just sitting here wondering how they didn't know. It seems like common knowledge that there are Illyrians in the Night Court, like in their own territory in the Night Court, and they're like the only humanoid-looking fairies with wings we've seen so far. Like, I would think everybody would know what an Illyrian is, but I guess they don't, so okay, fine. Rhysand goes on to say that Amarantha didn't even know who he was because she was so caught up in all the drama with Jurian and her sister, Clythia. So he was covertly plotting his escape, which involved killing Amarantha pretty violently. Right as he was about to execute this plan, Amarantha killed Jurian and then sealed his soul in her weird creepy jewelry. And like Rhysand was chained up to like watch this happen for some reason, and I think Jurian doesn't like him because he was just like watching this happen. I don't know, it's weird. But I guess that whole thing was the final big event that ended the war for some reason, even though I don't really understand that. Because the treaty was signed before Rhysand could finish his revenge plan on Amarantha for all that torture stuff she did. His father ordered him to let it go because any retaliation would just cause another war, and this one ended for some reason. I'm not even really sure why this event ended the war, but I guess they decided like they were just gonna keep killing and nobody was really gonna win, so they just gave up. It kind of seemed to me that Amarantha had just gotten the upper hand, so I don't know why this ended the war. I would think it would turn the tides in Hybern's favor, but maybe I'm missing something. If I'm just not understanding what is happening here, please let me know. Rhysand never forgot his grudge for Amarantha, so when she returned to Prythian 50 years ago, he planned to take his chance to kill her no matter the consequences. Even if it meant starting another war, so be it. That bitch had to go. He went to that fancy party she threw and was gonna kill her there before she pulled an Uno reverse card and sealed all of their powers. Again, not really sure how she managed to pull that off, but she did. As soon as she took control, she immediately killed half of the Night Court out of revenge for Tamlin's family, because if you've forgotten by now, Amarantha has a big old crush on Tamlin because they're basically childhood friends because of his ties to Hybern, and Rhysand's family killed Tamlin's family after Tamlin's family killed Rhysand's family, so Amarantha doesn't like Rhysand because she likes Tamlin, which is definitely makes sense. That was not confusing at all. The fact that Amarantha was so easily able to wipe out half of Rhysand's court made him realize that he could not stop her if she went after Valaris, so protecting it basically became his #1 goal. Like in the last moment before his powers were sealed away, he somehow managed to like spread out a barrier and wipe everybody's mind to make him forget about Valaris and like send a message to his inner circle that some shit was going down, or I don't know, he just like did a bunch of things right before he lost his magic. And now that he doesn't have a lot of his powers anymore, he pretty much has to become Amarantha's slave to do whatever she wants so that she'll stay focused on him, and he'll be able to stay close enough to keep tabs on her to see if she's starting to realize where Valaris is or what her plans are, and like, I guess that's what we're doing. That's why he did what he did. The whole time Rhysand wanted to kill Amarantha and frequently fantasized about it during certain activities, but he knew that he couldn't go through with any of that. He lived pretty miserably until a few years ago, before the start of this book, when he started getting random snippets of someone else's dreams. Obviously these are Feyre's dreams, like, because of course they are, and seeing Feyre's dreams gave him the strength to continue, even though he didn't even know who Feyre was or why he was seeing her dreams. It feels very wishy-washy to me right now. But then, conveniently, he started to see preparations for Calanmai in her dreams, because Feyre, I guess, has a dream diary where she dreams about what's happening during the day, very conveniently. So because she was very clearly, like, seeing Calanmai stuff happening, that meant she was in the Spring Court, so Rhysand knew where to go look for her. Rhysand figures that this was his best chance to go meet Feyre and figure out why he's seeing her dreams and who she even is. So that's why he randomly showed up to that festival in the first book, and that seemed like, as I said, very random for him to just appear there to like kind of taunt Feyre and like flirt with her. This is why he went. He walked up on Feyre being harassed by some other fairies in a very like stereotypical scene, if you don't remember that. And now he admits that he pretty brutally had those guys killed, because of course he did. Like, he didn't just let them go. They fucking like got tortured to death for trying to get with Feyre. Which Feyre doesn't really seem to care about, despite her proclamation that killing won't win her over. Rhysand goes on to say that he still didn't really know who Feyre was at that time, and despite being drawn to her, he knew he couldn't pursue her because he didn't want Amarantha to find out about her and hurt her. So much for that, given that Amarantha later kills Feyre. Like, whatever, Rhysand didn't even accomplish his goal there. Rhysand was pretty sure that Feyre was his mate, but he knew he couldn't really make any moves on that. So we went back under the mountain until Amarantha ordered him to go back to the Spring Court to fuck with Tamlin some more. Remember that random scene in the first book when Rhysand just kind of shows up into the Spring Court during lunch and Feyre hides behind a curtain? I'm pretty sure that's the time that he's referring to right now. That scene felt very out of place and just like Rhysand's time to be evil for the sake of being evil. I don't know why Amarantha told him to go there, but I don't even know. I don't know. All of these retroactive explanations for things that felt weird in the first book are kind of just confusing me more. I think I'm just thinking about this too much, and you're not supposed to think while you read this book. Anyway, Rhysand walked in ready to be a jerk as usual, and then he saw the way that Feyre was looking at Tamlin with like that puppy dog eyes, and he realized he needed to do something about it. And I decided that I had to scare Tamlin. I had to scare you and Lucian, but mostly Tamlin. Because I saw how he looked at you too. So what I did that day, his lips were pale, tight. I broke into your mind and held it enough that you felt it. That it terrified you, hurt you. I made Tamlin beg, as Amarantha had made me beg, to show him how powerless he was to save you. And I prayed my performance was enough to get him to send you away, back to the human realm, away from Amarantha, because she was going to find you. If you broke that curse, she was going to find you and kill you. Now I'm extra confused. I kind of think Rhysand was just angry that Tamlin had his girl, so this is just his excuse for breaking them up. Amarantha surely had eyes on the Spring Court because she knew that Tamlin needed to fall in love with a human in order to break the curse. Because she's the one who set the terms of the curse in the first place. With the 50-year deadline coming to an end, I'm sure she'd have more surveillance than ever on the Spring Court to see how Tamlin was progressing with finding a human girl to fall in love with. Did she really not know about Feyre until Feyre went under the mountain to save Tamlin when he got kidnapped or whatever? Or whatever happened? I don't remember, but like, how did Amarantha not know about Feyre before all of this?
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
I could keep ranting about this, but I am so tired and I'm so confused. Let's just try to get through Rhysand's monologue. Rhysand wanted to know Feyre's name, and that's when she gave him the name of someone from her town, Claire Better. He knew she was lying, but he also didn't know that Claire was a real person, because I guess he didn't think Feyre was stupid enough to throw a real person under the bus. Like, any reasonable person in this situation would give a fake name. They would not use a name of someone they actually know. That's kind of fucked up. And it ended up causing that whole mess where Claire was kidnapped and tortured, and that, like, Rhysand was the one who enabled this to happen, and he feels bad about it, and Feyre feels bad about it, but it happened. Except don't worry, folks. Even though Claire was tortured to death, Rhysand felt so bad about it that he blocked her mind so that she wouldn't feel any pain. She didn't suffer, but she's still dead, so I'm still counting this as a loss. Also, I've lost my appetite for soup now, but I guess Rhysand has not. Rhysand wasn't ever expecting Feyre to show up under the mountain, and then he was horrified when she did, like when Tamlin was kidnapped or whatever and she went to go save them. He decided that Feyre showing up was his best chance of overthrowing Amarantha because she was the only one who could break the curse, and he knew he needed to help Feyre, but he had to make it not very obvious. Except I feel like he made it very obvious, and I'm confused how he thought it was a secret at all, or I don't know. Like, this is so dumb. So of course his way of making it seem like he's not helping her is to get her to dress up all sexy and then get blackout drunk on fairy wine and dance all night for his amusement so it looks like he's being evil and weird and sexist. And like that's how he's gonna convince everybody that he's like only helping her for his own personal gain. I guess that was his plan? He had to keep pretending to be evil, remember? The whole fairy wine blackout juice thing wasn't evil though, remember? No, he's just pretending. That was to protect Feyre from remembering how bad it all was. He wasn't actually like drugging her against her will and making her perform sexual favors against her will. He was, no. He was doing her a favor. If you actually believe that, please seek therapy, because no, that is not how any of that went down. Like, please get help if you believe Rhysand did nothing wrong in this situation. I genuinely mean that.
Stop it. Get some help.
Anyway, Rhysand asks Feyre to forgive him for kissing her at that weird party where Tamlin was randomly able to meet up with her. Like, I don't know if you're remembering any of this from the first book, but there was that weird party that Tamlin was able to go to, and he saw Feyre, and they were able to get alone together and go into some, like, broom closet, and the first thing he does when they're alone is, like, try to kiss her. But then, like, Amarantha was gonna find them in the closet, so Rhysand went in the closet, and then he kissed Feyre, and he's like, hey, Feyre, I'm sorry for doing that. I had to do that so Amarantha wouldn't catch our trail. And I guess Feyre's like, oh yeah, cool, that makes sense. Which, okay, none of this makes sense. None of this has ever made any sense. Back to Rhysand's monologue, he goes on to say that later on when Feyre beat the last trial and Amarantha started torturing her, like out of revenge, Rhysand knew for sure that Feyre was his mate and he couldn't take pretending to be Amarantha's slave any longer. And right as he was about to fight back, Amarantha snapped Feyre's neck, so he was a little too late on that one. I know I'm sort of yada-yada-ing through all this nonsense monologue, but Rhysand is now like tearfully recalling all of this, and it's supposed to be this big moment. And it might be the only time we see him cry. I don't remember if he ever cries again in this book. But I just want to say this is supposed to be a serious moment, but I'm not taking any of this seriously, because I'm so tired of listening to Rhysand yap!
Receipts, proof, timeline, screenshots, in everything.
Rhysand continues his long-ass story by saying he knew he had to save Feyre, and now that his powers were back, he planned on mind-controlling the other High Lords into resurrecting her, but luckily they agreed so he didn't have to do all of that, which would have caused a lot of trouble. He thought about telling Feyre about the whole mate thing before they left Under the Mountain, but she'd just been through absolute hell, and it did not seem like the right time, and she seemed very happy to be back with Tamlin again, so he was like, I could not tell you. He thought about breaking the bargain to let her just go be happy with Tamlin, even though that thought destroyed him, but somehow he knew the whole thing with Tamlin locking up Feyre in the Spring Court was going to happen, so he couldn't let her go, and of course Rhysand just knows everything and knew this was going to happen, and so that's why he did this. Like, okay, I know Rhysand is a mind reader and all that, but he seems to be, like, clairvoyant and know things that he should not know and, like, know the future. Like, this goes beyond mind control. He knows things he should not know. Anyway, Rhysand returns to the Night Court for the first time since Amarantha took him over like 50 years ago now at this point. And the first thing he says to Mor is that Feyre is his mate. Like, fuck all that other shit that happened in the last 50 years. The mate thing is way more important. At that point, Rhysand planned to just let Feyre be with Tamlin and do her thing, and he had really no intention of ruining her wedding until he heard Feyre crying out for help. And that's when he was like, okay, well, I guess I better go ruin this wedding. I don't know if I really believe that, but whatever. I guess that's what Rhysand's gonna tell himself is what he was going for. Once Feyre came to the Night Court permanently, Rhysand decided that he wasn't going to tell her anything about the mate stuff, and he wasn't going to break their bargain either because he'd rather Feyre hate him than feel nothing for him, and like he wants her around even if that fucks her up or like makes her mad. Rhysand is weird. I don't like Rhysand. He acts like people get to make their own choices, but he is always the one pulling the strings. He's always making the choices. Like, he tries to act like he is not this manipulative guy, but he is. And he goes on to say, like, oh, well, even if you might hate me or feel nothing for me, it would be even worse if you actually loved me back. And that would be such a problem because everything I love gets taken from me. So if you love me and I love you, then something bad's gonna happen to you because I'm the dramatic male protagonist who has commitment issues. I have trauma. It's an excuse for me to act badly. Feel bad for me. Let me do bad things. Wah. Sorry guys, I have like no sympathy for Rhysand. I fucking hate this guy. I am tired of this book. I'm tired of Rhysand. I want this to be over. Please end my suffering.
I hate the shit out of you!
Rhysand goes on to say that he didn't want to force the bond on Feyre, and if she really wanted to be with Tamlin, and then he would just let her, because she'd been through so much that he didn't want to put any more pressure on her, and so if she wanted Tamlin, so be it, which I don't believe that. Obviously, I don't believe that. I think that 10-page monologue was a really long way to say that Rhysand is a manipulative coward, but thank God it's over now. All Feyre says to all of that mess is, you love me? Not even do you love me, just, you love me? And Rhysand's like, yep. Well, actually, he doesn't say anything. He just nods. And that's good enough for Feyre, and she's like, alright then, eat your soup. Soup. Which means she accepts their bond, because of course she does. Like, ugh, I'm done. I'm so done. Good lord, couldn't we have done this all like 200 pages ago? I don't read a lot of romance, and this is part of the reason why. If it's really obvious that two characters are going to get together, I really hate when it takes the entire book for that to happen. I feel like so many romance novels, like the characters don't even get together until like the climax of the novel, and you don't even get to see them together as a couple. That's what I want. I hate when it takes them so long to get together. I'm so impatient with that. Some people enjoy that chase, but I don't. Feyre and Rhysand have a sappy conversation about their feelings before they get down and dirty right there on the table. Like amongst the soup and amongst the paint, like they're going at it. And if you were wondering, Rhysand does roar when he finishes, which cracks me up every time it happens, because it happens frequently. He is constantly roaring like a damn lion. I still don't know exactly what that's supposed to sound like in a sex context, and I really hope I never find out. After table time, the two have some more sappy conversations about their feelings before taking a steamy bath together. Feyre asks what's next, and Rhysand lays out their options. They can have their bond verified by a priestess, whatever that means, which would declare them officially mated, whatever that means. They can also get married if that's what Feyre wants, even though that seems like more of a human concept. They can still get married in the fairy world, or they can just carry on with business as usual and just enjoy being together for the time being while they decide what to do because they're immortal and they don't have to choose right away. Feyre's like, no dummy, I meant what's next with the war. So Rhysand's like, oh yeah, right, the war. We heard from the queens and we're gonna go see them tomorrow. I guess it's a good thing Rhysand figured out where Feyre was right before they had to go and meet with the queens again. I wonder if Mor would have told him where Feyre was, or if he was just gonna go meet the queens without her if he didn't find her. Like, what was his plan for that? Feyre then inexplicably lights up like a glow stick, and I can't really remember if they ever explain what this power is or where it came from, but it doesn't really matter. She just can light up sometimes when she's happy, or she can do it on command, which is a fun party trick. Rhysand carries Feyre out of the bath and back to the bedroom for some more boning, and they proceed to bang each other on every surface in the house all night long. I hope they can call in some kind of fairy hazmat team to disinfect the place before they have another fairy vacation there for everybody else's sake. Like, ew. The sex scenes are extremely long and like happen for pages and pages, which I guess is a good thing if you're into that kind of thing, but I'm just annoyed that we're killing the plot again. Am I the only person reading ACOTAR for the plot? I must be, surely. Nobody is reading this for the plot. Calm down, Senti. It's not about the plot. It's about the fairies being sexy. I'm fully losing it. Oh my god, I'm so over this. Right as I was really suffering through all of this, Rhysand goes and says something that makes me even drier than I already was. The frenzy, he said carefully, as if fearful the wrong word might send us both hurtling for each other before we could get sustenance into our bodies. When a couple accepts the mating bond, it's overwhelming. Again, hearkening back to the beasts we once were. Probably something about ensuring the female was impregnated. Ugh! My heart paused at that. Some couples don't leave the house for a week. Males get so volatile that it can be dangerous for them to be in public anyway. I've seen males of reason and education shatter a room because another male looked too long in their mate's direction, too soon after they'd been mated. Oh god, please no, not the pregnancy trope. Please, I'm begging you, Sarah J. Maas, please, anything but that. Please, no.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Okay guys, I'm back and ready to yap about fairies again. For you it's only been a couple seconds, but for me it's the next day. I was just really losing my mind at the end of that recording session there, so I'm back fresh again to yap about fairies. I've complained about it before, but the use of male and female instead of man or woman will never stop bothering me in this series. It is so weird. It feels so dehumanizing, and I know they literally aren't humans because they're fairies, but they're so close to human that it just annoys me, and they should just say man and woman, not male and female. It's like gross. I just can't read the word female or male without thinking of incels, and I don't want to think about incels when I'm reading my fairy porn. Anyway, back to the fairies. Feyre's like, oh shit, I haven't been drinking my birth control juice. Am I gonna get pregnant now? She wants kids one day, but definitely not until after the war, because obviously, and she wants to spend time adventuring with Rhysand first before they bring kids into the mix. He parrots his usual rhetoric about how everything is Feyre's choice, and if she wants kids, then they'll have them, and if she doesn't, then they'll just spend eternity with each other, because he has no opinions of his own, I guess. It's all Feyre's choice. Except he does say he would like to be a father, which kind of bothers me, because if you want children, that's fine, but be open about it. You also get a choice in this matter, Rhysand. You are allowed to have kids, even if Feyre doesn't. Of course, that means you might be incompatible, and then as mates, that kind of brings up some issues, but Rhysand, you're allowed to have your own opinion in this matter. And it's stupid to me that he pretends like he doesn't, because then he goes on to say he wants to be a father. Just say what you mean. They decide that Feyre will go back on the birth control juice for now, and they'll decide the whole kid thing later. Editing Senti here with the next coloring page. This one is a little irrelevant. It's a picture of Amryn, and she's not really that important in the story right now, but we were on that last page for a while, so I figured it was time to switch things up. Something I want to note about this page is that the perspective makes Amryn look really tall, and she is frequently described as being tiny, and it's kind of gross to me, the whole, oh, woo, she's tiny, but whatever. It's to the point that there's a whole meme about people thinking Amryn looks like Edna Mode from Incredibles, and that's the only way I can see Amryn, so enjoy this not so accurate picture of her, in my opinion. They go back to the Illyrian camp, and Rhysand pretty much immediately goes feral when he sees Cassian because of the mating bond making him territorial. I guess maybe what I said about this being dehumanizing about calling them male and female is pretty stupid if Rhysand is immediately going to act like a feral dog. Shut the fuck up. These are fairies. I don't know. I feel like they should be sophisticated, not feral like a dog because somebody looked at their girl. This is stupid. I hate this. But it's too early in this recording session for me to totally lose my mind, so let's continue on. Cassian realizes that the mating bond must have clicked in place and knows Rhysand needs to blow off some steam, so he makes a rude comment that genuinely made me bust out laughing. He kind of looks over at Feyre and goes, oh, Feyre doesn't look too tired, maybe she could give me a ride. Which then triggers a several-hour-long fight between Rhysand and Cassian where they beat the shit out of each other and wrestle around in the mud. They're breaking each other's bones, there's blood spraying everywhere, it's pretty brutal. And then once they're finished, Rhysand goes inside and bones Feyre while he's all covered in blood and mud, which I'm sure some people find hot, but I think is disgusting. After all that, the Inner Circle meet up at the House of Wind back in Valaris, I guess. I don't know why they're going back there all of a sudden. But they all swear an oath to protect Feyre now that she's been confirmed to be their High Lord's mate, which I guess means she's more important now, that she's not just their friend. She's also Rhysand's girlfriend, which makes her more important. Cool for her. They all eat yet another meal together before finally going to the human realm to meet the queens and move the plot forward. This time, only 2 of the queens showed up, which definitely does not feel like a good sign for them. It's obvious that Feyre and Rhysand are a couple now, which seems to work against them given Rhysand's reputation for manipulating people. Everyone just thinks that Feyre is under Rhysand's control, and I don't blame them for thinking that given everything that Rhysand has portrayed to them. Feyre tries to win the queens over by saying fate must have brought her and Rhysand together as mates to bridge the gap between humans and Fae, and everybody should come together and sing Kumbaya. And the queens are like, yeah, nah, miss me with that shit. We still hate fairies. We don't even believe you're his mate. He's making this up. You're all just lying to us. Oh, and also one of the queens gets really shady and points out that it's really convenient for Feyre that she's Fae now, because what if Rhysand was her mate and she was still human? Was he just gonna watch her get old and die? That's not very likely that Rhysand would do that given how hot he is. He's not gonna be with Feyre as an old lady. Rhysand conveniently avoids answering that topic about whether he would stay with her or not if she was an old lady, and they move on to the weird truth orb thing that they got from the Court of Nightmares. Yeah, remember when they went down there and Feyre and him dry humped so Azriel could go steal that? Yeah, I barely remember that happening. But it happened, and now they're gonna use the orb. Mor does her whole, I'm the Lorax, I speak to the trees. Oh wait, no, shit. I'm the Morrigan, I speak the truth kind of thing again. And she uses the orb to show the queens images of Valaris. which is of course a peaceful city full of art and culture and just good vibes. It's nothing like the scary under the mountain Court of Nightmares like hell realm. This is a great place. And Rhysand's like, see, I'm not evil. I've just been pretending to be evil to protect my cool ass city. Like, see? The queens seem pretty shocked by the city, and one dramatically drops her handkerchief on the ground, and they're like, yeah, okay, cool, thanks for showing us that cool city, but like, we'll think about giving you the book, we're not sure. Everyone else is sitting there shocked that they didn't just hand the book over right then and there, because they were sure, like, oh, we had this on clutch, like, they were gonna give us this shit, and it just did not work at all. Everyone starts pleading their case to the queens, and they're like, well, we just don't believe that Rhysand is not manipulating everyone. He has mind control powers. He could be mind controlling this whole situation and we would never know, and therefore we can just never trust him. Which was supposed to be surpassed by, like, them using the truth orb, because Rhysand can't manipulate the truth orb, but the queens are like, well, how do we know that he can't manipulate the truth orb? How do we even know that's the Lorax who speaks to the trees? I mean, the Morrigan who speaks the truth. That could just be some bitch in a wig. We don't know. And they're like, well, we can't prove anything, so we're just never gonna give you the book no matter what you do. Sorry. Nesta has had enough of this shit and straight up demands the queens to give them the book. The queens already said they were going to abandon the land that's right by the wall, like where they're currently at, where the Archeron sisters live. And even if they hadn't decided to abandon that place, it is definitely impossible at that point to evacuate everyone. And Nesta says she knows all of this, she's done the calculations, whatever that means. So their only chance is if they give Feyre the book, which they're refusing to do, so they're basically dooming a bunch of people. Which I don't know why Nesta is bringing this up, because the queens already know that. They already said they're totally cool with sacrificing everybody that lives by the wall. Cassian stands up and boldly states that he'll hold the front line and defend the humans until he dies, if that's what it comes to. And Nesta seems pretty touched by this, despite the fact that the two seemingly hate each other. But now it's clear that they have something romantic going on, like a love-hate thing going on. I already knew that these two would get together because I know Nesta has some books from her POV, and of course she needs her own hot fairy guy to bone, so I knew that they were going to get together. I don't really like this couple, I don't like this pairing together, but that's just my first impression because obviously I have not read the Nesta books yet. Nesta is her own bitch and lives by her own rules, and Cassian is basically just Rhysand's dog, so I don't see these two going very well together. Anyway, the queens are like, I guess we'll think about it, but don't wait up, bye! And then they teleport away. Except not all hope is lost, because remember that seemingly inconsequential detail about the queen dropping her handkerchief? When she went to pick it up off the floor, she left the book under her chair. I don't know where, I guess it was under her skirt? I don't know where she was keeping this book before she dumped it under the chair. But it's really convenient for the Night Court that I guess they don't need permission from all 6 queens, like just one is enough to give them the book. Like, I would think that you would need all 6 to agree, but the one agreed, so they have the book now. The queen left a little note in the front that says something along the lines of, hey, I trust you, but the rest of the queens don't trust you and they are sketchy as hell. Just pretend you stole the book instead of saying I gave it to you, even though that makes no sense because you know that stealing the book will make it self-destruct, which makes it useless. But I don't want to get in trouble for giving you the book, so just say you stole it. She also says that the 6th queen that didn't show up to the first meeting wasn't actually sick, but does not elaborate further and just kind of leaves it out in the air as like this ominous mystery. I don't think we actually get an explanation for what's going on with that 6th queen in this book, but I can't really remember and I don't think it matters. I'm pretty sure they don't explain it in this book. But oh well, they have the book they need now, so that's all that matters. They ask Nesta and Elaine if they want to go to Valaris or stay in the human realm with a squadron of guards left there to protect them in case shit goes wrong, and they choose the human realm, which of course they do. But I probably would have chosen Valaris, especially after seeing all that sick-ass, like, imagery. I would want to go there, but you'll see soon that they made the right choice by staying in the human realm. The Inner Circle returns to the Night Court to give Amryn the second half of the book so she can finish decoding or whatever, even though she already knows the language. Well, she needed both halves, and now she has them. A few days pass, and the Scooby Gang split up to take care of their various duties, which is always a good idea. That's definitely not going to go poorly for them. Rhysand and Mor go to the Court of Nightmares to return the orb, even though Mor probably could have just gone by herself, and Rhysand he has to be there for reasons that you're gonna find out very soon. Feyre really doesn't have anything better to do, even though war is on the horizon, so she goes and sees a play with Cassian, and they explore Valaris a little bit. Feyre goes from being Tamlin's biggest apologist to being Nesta's biggest apologist, and she hypes Nesta up to Cassian, despite how shitty Nesta is and has treated her, and like, I just don't like Nesta. Feyre's like, Nesta's not actually mean, she's actually super empathetic and cares too much, so she just acts mean so people won't get close to her, and then she won't have to worry about them.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit.
Okay, I guess. Intention doesn't matter to me as much as action does, and at the end of the day, Nesta is unreasonably mean to everyone around her, and I just can't excuse that. Like, I can get kind of cold and detached sometimes, like I'm fully ready to admit that, but I'm not outright a rude-ass bitch to get people away from me. I just don't talk to them. I'm not like, I don't go out of my way to insult them like Nesta does. Remember, she basically treated Feyre like her slave in the first book, and it was like, oh, Feyre, you can cut the wood because you already have manly, ugly hands, like, you could just do it. Like, she was a bully. I don't excuse that. Anyway, their conversation is cut short, and their day is ruined when they see winged creatures approaching on the horizon. Editing Senti here with the next coloring page. We have Feyre fighting the adder and the other winged creatures that show up to fuck up Valaris. You'll see at first that I colored Feyre in a brown outfit because I thought fighting the gray adder it would be like too dark, but I ended up changing her outfit later on, which I think looks better. And overall, I do think this is a pretty cool image, even though Feyre looks a little bit wall-eyed and her mouth looks kind of weird to me. But overall, this is pretty cool compared to some of the other coloring pages we've had, so here we go. Feyre is like, please tell me those are birds, and Cassian's like, yeah, no, those are definitely not birds. Y'all are not prepared for what is about to pop off, because I certainly wasn't. Remember how I made reference to before that, like, everything happens all at the end of a Sarah J. Maas book? We kind of were picking up the pace there for a little bit, then we killed it, and now we are back to 60, baby. We are full speed ahead on some wacky shit. I don't think I mentioned it before, but the Illyrians can't really control their magic like the High Fae can, so they wear bejeweled gauntlets called siphons. Cassian's jewels are red and Azriel's jewels are blue because we love a good theme. Cassian sort of taps the gem on his siphon and some badass scaly armor pops out to cover him, and now all I can think of is Power Rangers or like a magical girl transformation, like he just suddenly has cool armor and it's just so funny. This whole scene is supposed to be super badass and epic, but it comes off so over the top cheesy and like kind of like an anime scene that I was straight up cackling while I was reading this. I had such a good time. But not because it was cool, but because it was so whack that it was just fun. But I'm getting ahead of myself with all that. I'll describe the battle as it unfolds, so you can decide for yourself if you think it's cool. As Cassian gears up to fight, he tells Feyre to go take shelter in the townhouse, even though she's been training for months and is pretty much just as strong, if not stronger, than everybody in the inner circle. Like, what was the whole point in training Feyre if when shit hits the fan you don't let her fight? Feyre's like, yeah, dude, no way, I am not going to the townhouse. Like, that was stupid for you to even say that. The winged creatures get closer, and they're all basically the adder, like they look like that, so they're all creepy and scary. Cassian starts shooting red lasers from his siphon at them, and he puts up like a big red energy barrier to hold them back, except he can't hold it for long and it breaks, and so he jumps over to Feyre to protect her, but Feyre sort of sidesteps him, so she's not really blocked off from what we're about to see. And we get a fairly graphic, at least by this book's standard, a fairly graphic description of the queen who gave them the book, and she's all broken and skewered on a lamppost, like she's bald, she looks like her limbs have all been broken, she looks straight up like she's been tortured horribly, and I guess we're supposed to feel bad because she gave him the book and she suffered for it. That sure sucks for her, whoever she was. I don't think she got a name. I think they just referred to her as the Golden Queen because she was blonde or something, but I don't think she has a name, but R.I.P. Golden Queen. The adder then swoops into villain monologue because Rhysand stupidly let it live that time they caught it earlier and tortured it. Like, they just let it go back to Hybern, I guess, for reasons. I don't know. They should have just killed it when they had the chance, but they didn't because they needed it to come back and monologue at them now. But it, like, looks at them and all snidely goes, Jurian and the Queens send their regard. Feyre doesn't really have time to think about any of that before all hell breaks loose. Cassian continues to insist that she goes home and hides before flying off to do whatever he can to defend the city from all these incoming intruders. As the queen that has been skewered on the lamppost takes her dying breath, Feyre realizes that the queens must have told Hybern about Valaris, and then they punished the one who gave them the book because they've been working with Hybern this whole time, and so that's why she was like, oh, the queens are acting sketchy because they've been working with Hybern. I actually didn't see that coming, mostly because the scenes with the mortal queens felt so inconsequential that I didn't think there was anything deeper under the surface. It really felt like a checkbox on a fetch quest of, oh, queens have this book, must go get that. Summer Court has this book, must go get that. I just didn't really think there was anything else going on with that. Anyway, at this point, Azriel has shown up in town from wherever he was before, and now his blue lasers are shooting against, like, Cassian's red lasers. They fly around and do their best to hold off the army.
But that's really dumb. But he's so cool! But that's so dumb!
I don't really think they used these energy lasers before now, and for some reason the whole, like, shooting lasers thing is really funny to me. As I said before, it just feels very anime, which I don't necessarily mean as an insult because I love anime, but the whole vibe doesn't translate to novels very well in my opinion. The elemental magic that we see some of the other Fae using just feels very different than like shooting energy lasers. It just feels very weird to have these two power systems go together. The incoming enemies are concentrating their forces in the art district, which they call the Rainbow of Valaris. If I never mentioned that before, it will be important later. But it's very clear that they're here to like destroy the very heart of the city, and that triggers Feyre to go full John Wick again. As an artist herself, she cannot let her homies go down like that. When Feyre goes beast mode, she always says something cringy like, I became the darkness and shadow and wind, and she does this every time. Like, she did this in the other fights earlier in this book too. And then like at the Weaver where she was like, I am the wolf, I am the wolf. Like, she just hypes herself up in the funniest, most cringe way. And it really just adds to the anime vibe for me. Just like she did before when Rhysand got hurt, she starts teleporting around and like one-shot killing a bunch of people with her sword. Like, she just teleports and kills them, teleports and kills them. And she kills 6 people pretty quickly, but she realizes that even though she's doing this very fast, she's like, oh, it's not very efficient to just kill one at a time. I gotta figure out how to kill many people at a time. Because I'm totally cool with killing evil people. I'm the Dexter of this world. I'm not cool with killing innocent people, but all you evil people, I'm coming for you. Good thing Valaris has a river and Feyre has water powers. It was established earlier in the Summer Court that Feyre can make water animals, so she does just that. Do y'all want to guess what animal she makes to fight alongside her? Of course it's wolves! I pictured Feyre in like a trench coat with a 3-wolf moon shirt and a fedora while she leads the pack of water wolves around the city to fight the soldiers coming in. At some point the soldiers realize that Feyre is a lot stronger than they expected, and some of them start to flee into the sky because remember they have wings, and not all fairies have wings, but these fairies have wings. But Feyre's like, oh hell no, I'm not gonna let you out of here. So she transforms the water wolves into water eagles, and they fly into the retreating soldiers and just kind of like drench them with water. And the soldiers are like, haha dummy, all you did was make us wet. Ew, not like that. And Feyre's like, yeah, that's the plan, dummy. And she snaps her finger all dramatically, and then the water freezes into like the coldest, hardest Arctic ice that has ever iced, and the soldiers fall out of the sky and shatter into pieces against the cobblestone.
No, 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 no.
I was full on kicking my feet and screaming laughing when this happened. It was so over the top bonkers and it feels so cheesy, but it's so delightful. Like, honestly, this was delightful. This book is so bad, but this part is so bad, it's delightful. I can't stop saying that. This was fun. I wish the entire book was like this, but most of the book is just frustrating bad, not funny bad. As the battle rages on, Feyre spots the Adder and is like, fuck that guy in particular, which I understand given how much shit it put her through in the first book, and even earlier in this one. She's gearing up to fight it when Rhysand finally starts talking to her through the bond to figure out what's happening, but she ignores him and shuts him out because she's too busy being a killing machine and he is distracting her. Even though it's been established that she can't control her teleporting very well, she teleports right on top of the Adder, like as it's flying away, and then she teleports it like even higher into the sky, and she starts sticking ash arrows into its wings so it can't fly, and it starts falling, and she dramatically stabs the Adder in the ribs as they're like falling to the ground, and she stabs it once. This is for Rhysand, which feels weird because I don't remember if the Adder specifically did anything to Rhysand, but then she stabs it again and she goes, this one's for Claire, who I barely remember at this point, and I don't even think actually appears on page, she's just mentioned. And then Feyre stabs the Adder one more time and she goes, and this one is for me. At this point, they're about to smack into the ground. They're like feet away, so Feyre gives one final parting remark of, I'll see you in hell, and then teleports away so she doesn't like get smashed, but then it smashes into the ground and like splatters everywhere. And I've already bitched about this before, so I won't belabor the point, but it makes no sense for them to tell people to go to hell. They're fairies. Unless they have fairy hell, this makes no sense. As I said, Feyre teleports away, and she makes it to safety right as Rhysand finally shows up to turn the tides of the battle. See, that's why he had to be in the Court of Nightmares. If he'd been there from the beginning, then the fight would have ended a lot sooner, and Feyre wouldn't have gotten to go full hype beast mode. Because Rhysand is so strong he can just mist his enemies, so he wouldn't need Feyre to fight, so he just couldn't be there so Feyre could have a chance to shine. I love that Feyre only gets to be tough and cool when Rhysand is either gone or indisposed in some way. That definitely doesn't piss me off at all. Like, I just love that so much. Rhysand is absolutely shook by how hard Feyre fought to defend the city, and then we get this line that put the final nail in the coffin for me that had me absolutely wailing. My mate murmured, Feyre Cursebreaker, the defender of the rainbow. I slid my arms around his waist and sobbed, And even as the city wailed, the High Lord of the Night Court held me until I could at last face this blood-drenched new world. I don't think I talked about it enough, but they repeatedly refer to Feyre as Cursebreaker, which I thought was cringy enough, but the whole Defender of the Rainbow thing is next level. I'm dying. It feels really childish after all the bloodshed we just had to read, like, to hear, like, oh, she's Defender of the Rainbow after people were getting, like, brutally killed. It's just weird. It really solidified the goofiness of what was supposed to be a really intense battle and just made the silly factor so strong for me. But enough of the fighting. We get a little time skip as the gang regroups and works on rebuilding Valaris after the attack. After such a blatant attack on their city, they need to get to Hybern and destroy the Cauldron as soon as possible to, like, say, like, hey, we're not taking this shit. We have to make our stand now. Someone's gonna have to stay behind and protect the city in case they come back for round 2, and Amren says she'll stay. I didn't really mention it because they didn't really talk about it too much, but in the battle, she was able to save like half the city on her own for some reason. She has very strong powers that they're kind of vague about. She's like, that was a surprise attack, but next time I'll be prepared and I can protect the whole city, not just half of it. So you guys go to Hybern, I'll stay here. And the inner circle is like, yeah, sick nasty, let's plan on that. Rhysand and Feyre meet up on the roof and comfort each other after that awful battle by making love under the stars as they overlook the ruined and burning city, probably still full of bodies. How sexy and romantic. Editing Senti here with the next coloring page. We have the Cauldron because the gang is about to go to Hybern to nullify the Cauldron. This is another coloring page that has some boring colors because it's on a stone background and it is a black cauldron with black liquid inside, so there's not really a lot of color options going on here. So I tried to spice it up with a little glitter just to make it a little more interesting, but here we go, here's the Cauldron. We then time skip to the next day where Amren has conveniently decoded the book right as they need it. She says that Feyre has to touch the cauldron and recite the spell that she translated that she, I guess, wrote down on another piece of paper for her or something. Feyre should take the two halves of the book with her, but absolutely must not combine them, or it will unleash a power so strong that it'll wake, like, ancient eldritch beasts that are even worse than Hybern, and, like, I guess she just should not combine them. Do not cross the streams. Cool, cool, cool. I sure hope Feyre doesn't just do it anyway despite being told not to. She is definitely not known to do things like that. They talk about the rest of the plan and how they can strategically teleport into Hybern to circumvent the whole Rhysand is being tracked through his magic thing and so he can't teleport because they'll know where he goes. Sometimes it matters that he's being tracked and sometimes it doesn't, which is an inconsistency that gets really annoying. Asriel has been surveying the castle for so long that he's pretty sure he knows where the cauldron is, so the gang plan to beeline straight for it, have Feyre do the spell, and then get the hell out of there as quickly as possible. I'm sure that is going to work so well for them. Their plan involves Feyre and Rhysand being separated from each other, and at first it sounds like Rhysand is going to shut that idea down, but then he looks at Feyre and he's like, it's your choice. If I hadn't already been in love with him, I might have loved him for that. For not insisting I stay, even if it drove his instincts mad, for not locking me away in the aftermath of what had happened yesterday. And I realized how badly I'd been treated before, if my standards had become so low, if the freedom I'd been granted felt like a privilege and not an inherent right. Good for you, Feyre. I'm glad you're happy about getting the bare minimum treatment of Rhysand acknowledging your autonomy. It's not like they have any choice in the matter anyway. Feyre is the only one who can use the spell on the cauldron, so if Rhysand told her to stay behind, then he'd have to come up with a whole new plan. They agree on the plan, and then they all head to bed to get some rest. They're back at the main palace for the first time since Feyre and Rhysand became mates, so Feyre isn't really sure what room she's supposed to sleep in. Back at the Spring Court, Tamlin kept his own room despite the fact they were going to get married, and she's a little taken aback when Rhysand says that he wants to share a room, but only if she's okay with that, of course, because everything's Feyre's choice. If she doesn't want to share a room, then they won't. But Feyre's like, hell yeah, let's share a bed. Let's go to your room since it's bigger. So they go there, and Feyre's clothes and stuff are already there, so I guess Rhysand had already made the choice and was counting on Feyre making the same one, so I love that for them. Rhysand silently hands Feyre a jewelry box, and she opens it to find the ring she had retrieved from the Weaver like a billion pages ago. Remember, it's Rhysand's mother's ring, so this is clearly a proposal. Bro didn't even bother to get on one knee. He was probably trying not to pressure her with a big grand proposal, but it seems very lazy and anticlimactic to me to just hand her a ring with no fanfare. Like, me personally, I don't want a big crazy proposal, but I want something better than this. Like, I don't want someone to just hand me a ring. Like, do something. Rhysand explains that his mother gave the ring to the Weaver for safekeeping, and because Rhysand is unable to go get it back himself for some reason, like the High Lords aren't allowed to go to that territory or something, I don't remember, but he can't go get it himself, so his future wife would have to be willing and capable of going and getting it from the Weaver herself, and if she fails and the Weaver kills her, then she definitely is not the right one for Rhysand. Feyre has the sense to be a little offended by this secret test, like she should be so offended by many things throughout this book, and she is thankfully offended by this, and Rhysand assures her that he really did need her to prove she had magic powers, like the magic tracking powers to be able to find the book, and that's why she had to go find the ring. But he does admit he could have chose a different object that would have been easier and not risked her death at all by having to face the Weaver. Wow, I don't think this proposal could get any worse unless Rhysand dropped his pants and shit on the floor. He still hasn't actually asked her to marry him, so Feyre awkwardly asks him if he wants her to wear the ring. He of course says, well, only if you want to, it's your choice. As if that's not how proposals are supposed to work? The person being proposed to has the right to say no, that's why you're asking them to be married. So Feyre doesn't need Rhysand to say like, oh, it's your choice. It's her choice. And Feyre chooses to leave the ring in Valaris because she doesn't want to wear it to Hybern because she might tip them off that they're together, even though they've appeared together to the queens who are working with Hybern. So I would think that the queens would have already told them that, like, Feyre and Rhysand are a couple. But anyway, Rhysand is like, yeah, good idea, and they might also be able to sense our mating bond, so we're still gonna have to be careful. Feyre says that they'll get married and all that stuff when they get back, and then they bone one last time, which thankfully happens off the page and I don't have to read it. The next chapter opens up with the gang making their final preparations to go to Hybern. The inner circle yet again promises to protect Feyre with their lives in like a really cringy way, and then they all go to Hybern. The Hybern castle is made out of stone that looks suspiciously like creepy bones, and the place is just so creepy in general. Bad vibes all around. As they get closer, Feyre can sense the cauldron so strongly that she implies Asriel was completely wasting his time trying to locate it. Wow, that sucks for him. He spent a lot of time doing that and it didn't mean shit. Without Rhysand, the rest of the group are sneaking around the castle to find the cauldron, and they're stealthily taking down guards as necessary as they move around. And this really feels like a stealth level in a video game to me, which would be fun if this book wasn't such ass. Feyre fully doesn't care about killing people anymore because they deserve it. Like, as I said, she's basically Dexter now, and she's down with murder, but only if it's bad guys. I think this is supposed to be character development because at the beginning of the book, she couldn't even look at red things without thinking of blood and freaking out. And now she's out here racking up kills left and right, covered in blood, doesn't give a shit. I understand that killing an innocent person and killing evil people in what is essentially self-defense are very different things, but with how much Feyre was traumatized by killing those fairies under the mountain, I think she'd care at least a little bit about killing other people even if they deserve to die. Like, you're still taking a life whether they deserved it or not, so it is a little unrealistic to me that all of a sudden Feyre doesn't care. Anyway, the gang find the cauldron, and yet again I'm going to complain about how there is actually a literal physical cauldron, and that's so weird to me. It makes sense as a metaphorical creation story, but since it is a literal object that they can view, like, I have questions now that it really exists. It brings up a whole chicken and the egg situation where if the cauldron created everything, then who created the person who created the cauldron? But we don't need to get into that. The cauldron was absence and presence, darkness and whatever the darkness had come from, but not life, not joy or light or hope. It was perhaps the size of a bathtub, forged of dark iron, those 3 legs the king had ransacked those temples to find, crafted like creeping branches covered in thorns. I had never seen something so hideous and alluring. The cauldron is super freaky and nobody really likes being around it. It's full of like a swirling dark liquid that is like extra creepy and like nobody wants to be anywhere near this cauldron. Feyre approaches it and kind of gets lost in its mystique. She's about to say the spell when she has the sudden realization that the book needs to be combined, even though she was explicitly told not to combine them, but the cauldron is like, combine the books, Feyre, cross the streams, do it. And Feyre's like, shit, okay, and then like smashes them together before anybody can stop her. The resulting magical blast disorients Feyre as she basically becomes one with the universe. Right as she gets her bearings and is about to say the spell, someone yanks her away from the cauldron and breaks her out of her trance. And she's got like blood dripping out of her nose all dramatically. I don't know what was going to happen to Feyre if they like let her keep doing the spell, but they're fucked now because they stopped her, and so now they failed their plan entirely. Feyre, bestie, you had one job. Y'all better believe this is going to be her new thing to mope about, that she ruined everything in Hybern by not just saying the spell she was supposed to say. Before they can try again, a now resurrected Jurian saunters in, and I couldn't give any less of a shit about Jurian in this character. Like, I don't even really remember who Jurian is. Like, I don't give a shit about Jurian. Rhysand teleports in, even though the castle is supposed to be warded against teleporting, and he takes the book from Feyre to, like, fully break the weird hold it has on her. She comes to her senses and is like, oh shit, I really fumbled that bag. Jurian and the gang argue as he asks where Miriam is, and they continue with the lie that she's dead, but Mor rubs it in his face that she chose Draken over him and is like, ooh, weh. With the plan utterly and truly fucked, the gang tried to teleport away only to realize that they can't, and that Jurian only showed up to distract them while the King of Hybern put a spell on them to seal away their magic. Obviously, he can do things like that since Amarantha was able to do the same thing to all of Prythian, and they have those weird magic chains that, like, block magic. So I don't really know why the gang didn't prepare better for the possibility that they wouldn't be able to use magic. They should have seen this coming. Rhysand knows everything, but somehow did not know about this.
I hate it here.
Jurian has gone fully insane from being trapped in jewelry for 500 years, and Rhysand is like, hey bro, it clearly wasn't that bad if you still joined Hybern after all that shit they put you through. Which is fair, but I wouldn't go out of my way to provoke a lunatic while I'm currently powerless. Then the King of Hybern shows up, and he's a super plain-looking middle-aged guy who still doesn't get an actual name. Like most of the other important things in the book, he is just the King of Hybern. He never gets a name. The King of Hybern said, the trap was so easy, I'm honestly a bit disappointed you didn't see it coming. Faster than any of us could see, Jurian fired a hidden ash bolt through Azriel's chest. Mor screamed. Bro, that's what I've been saying. This trap was so obvious that I can't believe Rhysand didn't already know it like he already knows everything else. Also, it was never mentioned that Jurian was holding a bow, so it came totally out of left field that he shot Azriel. I know it was supposed to be a shock that he shot Azriel, but it feels like a cheap one. Jurian is human, so he couldn't just make a bow magically appear, he would have to carry one in, so it's annoying that wasn't mentioned to us, because we could never see it coming because we weren't told he had a bow. We had no choice but to go with the king. The ash bolt was coated in bloodbane that the King of Hybern claimed flowed where he willed it. If we fought, if we did not come with him upstairs, the poison would shoot to his heart, and with our magic locked down, without the ability to winnow, which means teleporting. If I could somehow get to Azriel, give him a mouthful of my blood, but it'd take too long, require too many moving parts. They set up this big dramatic thing with Azriel like it's actually going to matter, but it doesn't. Like if they act up, then the poison's going to go to Azriel's heart and he's going to die. This only kind of prevents the gang from fighting back, and they still do enough that the King of Hybern should have killed Azriel, but he never does. But I'm getting ahead of myself, you'll see all that. They're all dragged into a throne room, and just like under the mountain, the throne is made of human bones, because of course it is. The king said to no one in particular, now that I've upheld my end of the bargain, I expect you to uphold yours. From the shadows near a side door, two figures emerged. I began shaking my head as if I could unsee it as Lucien and Tamlin stepped into the light.
Wait a damn minute. Wait a damn...
It's not like any of us could see that coming, given how much they harped on Tamlin's connection with Hybern and how Lucien randomly showed up exactly where Feyre was to try to take her back to Tamlin. Given that they knew their enemies were tracking Rhysand's magic, I'm surprised they didn't make the connection that that is how Lucien knew where they were. And because he knew where they were, that must mean he's tracking Rhysand's magic with the enemies, because he is the enemy, he is with Hybern. Like, how did they justify that Lucien knew where they were? Like, how did they think he just showed up exactly where they were to find them? How did they not make this connection? They should have known that it was always a possibility that Tamlin would work with Hybern, and they kind of acknowledged that, but like, not when it matters. Feyre is understandably disgusted at the sight of Tamlin, because so am I. She still thought a little fondly of him despite all of his flaws and mistakes, but working with Hybern killed any love she might have had left for him. The king says that he made a deal with Tamlin to help him get Feyre back, and in return Tamlin would let Hybern use the spring court as a base when the war starts because they're right up against the barrier. So basically Tamlin betrayed all of Prythian and the human realm to get back a woman who doesn't even want him. I know Tamlin is supposed to be a little crazy, but this sounds exceedingly stupid and pathetic even for him. Tamlin holds out his hand and demands that Feyre comes with them, and she refuses. Lucien seems really uncomfortable, and it's clear he's just following Tamlin's orders and he's not really psyched about being with Hybern. But that, to me, is worse than if he did openly side with them, because he's just a coward. Like, he should go based on his own convictions, and if he doesn't want to work with Hybern, then he shouldn't. The king continues on with his evil monologue to say that there was a side benefit to their plan of being able to catch the Night Court for Jurian because he hates them for some reason I don't remember. Like, I think he hates them because Rhysand was forced to watch Amarantha kill him, but, like, Rhysand couldn't help him. I don't know why Jurian does not like the Night Court. Oh, and there's also a third part of their deal. Just getting Feyre back from Rhysand isn't enough if they still have that bargain between them where she has to go back to the Night Court for 1 week every month, so the king is going to break that bargain for Tamlin. This was all confusing to me because at first I thought they were talking about the mating bond, and Feyre is freaking out like that is what they're talking about, but they haven't realized that there is a mating bond yet, so they do mean the weird bargain, like that she has to go to the night court and that's why she has that tattoo, like that's what they're gonna break. Feyre is clearly disturbed by all of this, and Tamlin angrily snaps that the bargain has to go because clearly that's how Rhysand has been manipulating her, and none of them believe that she is willingly with Rhysand, which given Rhysand's track record, as I've said a million times, I can see why they would think that. Feyre and Tamlin continue to argue until Feyre realizes shit is about to go really south. None of them have access to their powers, and she sort of mentally works on trying to break that spell because she has like spell cleaving powers from one of the courts. She has every power. She's basically the avatar of fairies. But she can't break that spell quick enough, so she has to cause some kind of distraction. She tells Tamlin she'll go with him if he lets everyone in the night court go. But he doesn't really have a say in the matter since the king already promised to give them to Jurian, so like I don't know what Tamlin's gonna do about that. Tamlin doesn't do shit about anything. Tamlin's like, no way I'm not letting the night court go, and he tries to grab Feyre, but she's somehow broken the spell like that is blocking their powers, so she teleports away from him, and Tamlin stumbles and falls right into Rhysand's fist, which is so funny and like is kind of ruining this tense moment because that is like such a comical thing to happen. And even though Rhysand straight up punched Tamlin, who is allied with Hybern, the king of Hybern does nothing to punish Azriel, like he doesn't send the poison after him. So I guess they're allowed to assault Tamlin, and that's not enough to like kill Azriel. Feyre runs over to Rhysand's side, and then everyone realizes in that moment that they are mates, which I don't think was the kind of distraction Feyre was trying to cause. Tamlin is still under the delusion that Rhysand has somehow orchestrated all of this and can't accept that Feyre would want anyone other than him, and so this mate thing cannot be real. Some more of those creepy soldiers that attacked Valaris flood the room, and the situation is rapidly getting worse the longer they stay, so Feyre knows like this has gotta end. She insists she isn't going with Tamlin and calls him a spineless, stupid fool for selling them out to Hybern, and I gotta say, I would have called him something a whole lot worse. She's like, you really gave him the cauldron for this? Do you know what kind of evil shit he's gonna do with the cauldron? And the king is like, yeah, it's true, I'm gonna do all sorts of evil shit with the cauldron, starting right now! And then the spooky ass cauldron just like appears right there in front of them, being spooky, and some evil shit's about to happen. Feyre tries to use her magic again, but the king doubles down on the spell and stops her because they can use magic sometimes and not other times. It just depends on what the plot needs. He demands Feyre to tell him what she was going to do with the book, as if it wasn't totally obvious they were going to use it to control the cauldron, and he refers to Tamlin as her master, which is like Feyre's 13th reason.
I hate the shit out of you!
Molten rage poured into me. I hissed at Tamlin, if you bring me from here, if you take me from my mate, I will destroy you. I will destroy your court and everything you hold dear. Tamlin's lips thinned, but he said simply, you don't know what you're talking about. Lucien cringed. Lucien cringing is the realest shit I have read in this whole book. Maybe he's not so bad after all. I'm sure we all cringed at that. I don't know if Tamlin is really this delusional, or if he feels so entitled to Feyre that he doesn't actually care if she loves him or not, but like, he has gone full psycho. The king carries on with his evil plan, and the human queens march in. Well, 4 of the 6 show up. The one that gave them the book is dead, and the one they said was sick but wasn't sick is still off doing whatever she's doing somewhere else. Oh, and they also dragged Nesta and Elaine in, because of course they do. If the queens were working with Hybern, then of course they'd tell them exactly where Feyre's family was. But stupidly enough, it is not the queens that told Hybern about Elaine and Nesta, even though they were literally using their house as a meeting point. It was specifically Ianthe who told Hybern about Feyre's sisters, because Feyre had confided in her about her family. So Ianthe knew exactly who they could take hostage to, like, coerce Feyre into doing what they wanted. I don't know why they didn't just have the human queens tell them about the sisters, because it doesn't really make any sense that Ianthe would, but now we specifically hate Ianthe for doing that. Even though Ianthe kind of orchestrated that, it is very clear that Tamlin is very surprised by all of this, and based on his reaction, it is very clear that he had no part in Feyre's sisters being kidnapped, and even he thinks that that is a step too far.
Oh. Oh.
The king goes back on his evil monologue to say that this is basically all of Rhysand's fault for reasons. He's like, oh, Rhysand, once you started searching for the book, I knew I was going to have to do something to stop you. So his plan was to send Jurian, who he had just resurrected, to the human realms, to get the queens on Hybern's side first before Rhysand could get to them. Since Jurian was basically a war hero for the humans, they pretty much instantly trusted him, which allowed him to tell them that Rhysand was going to show up looking for the book and that everything he says is a lie and they should never believe him no matter what. So that's why the queens were so immediately dismissive, which makes sense in retrospect, but that doesn't make those scenes any less annoying to read. If anything, it makes it all feel so pointless since the queens had already made up their mind and there was nothing the Night Court was going to be able to do to convince them to give them the book. So it was all just a waste of time and we had to sit through a scene that accomplished nothing. Thankfully, the plot-convenient queen somehow saw through all of that bullshit that Jurian said and gave them the book anyway. The king also offered the queen some sick fairy powers, so that was enough for them to overlook the atrocities of what Hybern did during the war and trust them, even though it makes absolutely no sense that Hybern would suddenly be cool with humans after fighting a war to try to keep the power to enslave them. Like, it makes absolutely no sense for Hybern to want to work with humans now. It is clearly a backhanded trick. But anyway, they're all here now, and the cauldron is out because the plan is to dunk the queens into the cauldron so that they can become fae, but the process is really dangerous and kind of sketchy, and the queens don't really trust it, so that's why they brought Elaine and Nesta. They're gonna throw them in first to test it. Editing Senti here with our final coloring page of this video. We have the Archeron sisters taking a dip in the cauldron, and here we have Nesta laid out on the floor, rage-filled as always. I'm sure all the Nesta fans are really excited about this page, but I still hate Nesta, so let's just color this and get it over with. Everyone immediately is like, oh no, that's so fucked up. You can't do that. You can't put them in the cauldron. And the king is like, yeah, no. Oh wait, brace yourself. And then there's a big burst of magic that fucks everything up. I think it's supposed to be from the cauldron filling up. I don't remember if they specify, but like a blast of magic shoots out and it kind of fucks everyone up. Especially Cassian, who like blocked a lot of the blast with his wings and they basically shredded off in their gross little stumps now, but of course that's not gonna matter, like he's obviously gonna get his wings back. Mor starts to attack the king in a rage, but then she backs off when he threatens to kill Azriel again. I guess that's why he's keeping Azriel alive, so he can keep his bargaining chip, but like I said before, there were a couple times I think the inner circle crossed the line so much that he should have killed Azriel, but he's not going to. All the Night Court can do is watch helplessly as the guards drag Elaine over to the cauldron and throw her in. Tamlin tells the king to stop, but before he can help, he's like pinned down with magical chains, and then Lucian finally grows a pair and he tries to help, but he's also chained. Feyre is extra horrified by all this because she knows that Elaine is supposed to be marrying a guy who hates fairies, and now she's about to become a fairy, so that's kind of gonna mess up their whole marriage. And you know, I think if my sister was in mortal danger, I wouldn't be worried about my sister's future husband in that moment. I would be worried about my fucking sister and not some man I don't know, but whatever. Obviously, we know that Elaine and Nesta are going to survive and become fae because Sarah J. Maas likes to expand her universe by writing from different characters in the universe, and she can't use Nesta or Elaine as future protagonists in her books if they're boring humans, so them turning into fairies was bound to happen eventually, and I know that later on there are books about Nesta, so I've kind of figured she was going to become a fairy. The cauldron dramatically tips over and spills all across the floor, and Elaine tumbles out extra super hot now that she's a fairy, and the queens are all super excited now that they know that this whole thing is going to work. Lucian somehow gets free from his chains because they can use magic when it's convenient, and he runs over to put his jacket on the now soaking wet Elaine instead of trying to stop the guards from throwing Nesta into the cauldron as they drag her over to it. I'm glad to see his priorities are straight. Nesta must realize that nobody is even going to try to help her, so she fights extra hard that even the Fae guards have a hard time putting her in the cauldron even though she's just a mere human. I gotta say, if these were my sisters, I would sacrifice everyone in the whole room to save them. I mean, I can see why Feyre doesn't, because her sisters kind of suck, and the Night Court is more like a family to her, so she doesn't want to put their lives at risk by trying to help her sisters when realistically she is not going to be able to help them. But if it were me, I couldn't live with myself if I didn't at least try to save my sisters, no matter the consequences. I'm going full scorched earth to save my bitches. I love them bitches too much to watch them get turned into hot fairies. Nesta gets shoved into the cauldron, and as she sinks into its murky depths, she like dramatically sticks her hand out and she's pointing her finger at the King of Hybern like, I'm coming for you, bitch, get ready. And this is really giving me flashbacks from that scene in Full Metal Alchemist where Edward Elric bursts through that gate of truth and he's like pointing at Alphonse like, I'm coming back for you, brother. Except Edward was saying that like as a promise, and Nesta is out here choosing violence, and the vibe is different, but it like reminds me of the same thing. Even the King of Hybern, who's been really nonchalant up until now, seems a little disturbed by Nesta being like creepy, and Feyre is so freaked out she straight up pukes on the floor. The cauldron tips over and now Nesta falls out, and they know right away that something is different about her because of course everyone is different and special in this godforsaken book. I'm sure the cauldron also gave Elaine some kind of special power we'll find out about later. Anyway, Nesta basically made the cauldron her bitch and forced it to give her more power than it intended to because she's just good like that. I'm sure the King of Hybern didn't intend to make himself some more super strong enemies by turning Elaine and Nesta into Fae, but he should have known that everybody in this book is special and that he made a big mistake doing that, and well, he just created more enemies for himself. It's a good thing for the king that there's only one thing that Nesta cares more about than revenge. She runs like a linebacker straight for Elaine and knocks Lucian across the room. Elaine has been kind of catatonic since exiting the cauldron, and the reason why had me ready to throw my book across the room. But Elaine was staring over Nesta's shoulder at Lucian, whose face she had finally taken in. Dark brown eyes met one eye of russet and one of metal. Nesta was still weeping, still raging, still inspecting Elaine. Lucian's hands slackened at his sides. His voice broke as he whispered to Elaine, "You're my mate." Seriously? Is everyone going to get a mate now? Unlike Rhysand, Lucian doesn't have the sense to keep that information to himself during an already dangerous and terrible situation that they might not even survive. Like, bro, read the room. Now is not the time to drop that shit. Nesta is like, mate? Hell no. Get away from us. Which I fully understand considering it's at least partially Lucian's fault that they were kidnapped in the first place. The King of Hybern murmured, "Interesting, so very interesting." He turned to the queens. "See, I showed you not once, but twice that it is safe. Who should like to be made first? Perhaps you'll get a handsome Fey Lord as your mate, too." This line genuinely cracked me up. I think everybody is like, oh, I want to be turned into a fairy and have a hot fairy mate. And the queens are basically frothing at the mouth to get in the cauldron now, and they're like pushing each other like children to see who gets to go first. ACOTAR girlies, I doubt you're actually watching this video, but be for real with me right now. Would you risk a dip in the cauldron if it meant becoming a hot fairy and getting a hot fairy man to bone for all of eternity? Hell, if you cut the fairy dude out of the equation, I might take my chances with the cauldron. Then I can make my own squad of water wolves and go around and terrorize people with them. The situation is so bad at this point that Rhysand starts to ask the king if he's still open to making deals. And Feyre knows like, oh shit, we cannot start making deals with this dude. And so she tries her hand at another distraction. She conveniently breaks through the king's magic blocking spell again, but like fully breaks it this time so everyone else can use magic too, but like they just don't realize it yet. And she flashes her glow stick magic that like, remember I mentioned before she can like kind of light up like a glow stick for no reason? I guess this is the reason. She like flashes at Rhysand like to be a signal of like, hey, you can use magic and I'm doing a thing here, go with the bit. And then she flops onto the ground and is like pretending to have a seizure. She's really hamming it up, and then she sits up and acts all confused, like Rhysand really was mind controlling her this whole time and she like suddenly broke free. She forces herself to run over to Tamlin like she missed him, and she's like, oh my god, Tamlin, like I'm so glad to see you. Luckily Rhysand picked up on the fact that this is all bullshit because he knows he wasn't mind controlling her and like read the room, and he's like, oh, this is a bit, I'm going with the bit. And so he slips into his evil act and plays along with it. Feyre starts dramatically crying and causing a scene to buy enough time for the Night Court to grab her sisters and run away. She's basically sacrificing herself to do as much damage control as possible. To really sell the act, Feyre tells the king, like, break my bargain with Rhysand, like, do it, you said you were gonna do it, let's go for it. She knows she's also risking the mating bond because the king clearly knows about it now, but it's a risk she's willing to take for her sisters. I guess letting her friends die was too much to risk trying to save them, but Feyre's willing to break up with Rhysand if she has to, which, like, good for her. Tamlin is so on board, and he's like, yeah, do it. Break the bargain. We're done here. Let's go. He tells the king of Hybern that he crossed the line by taking her sisters and they're done. And I don't know if that means that he's going back on letting Hybern use the Spring Court as their base, or if they're still going to work together. Like, I don't know what he meant by, like, we're done. And the king agrees really easily, and so I don't think he would want to let go of his control over the front lines in the Spring Court. So I don't think what Tamlin is saying is, like, we're done with the deal. I think he is still going to work with Hybern, but what he said was really confusing. But anyway, the king breaks the bargain between Feyre and Rhysand, and they both dramatically scream and roll around on the ground in agony. Tamlin then, like, equally as dramatically yanks off Feyre's glove and her tattoo is just gone. Feyre is horrified and disgusted with what she's done, and it takes everything in her to pretend like, oh yeah, this is what I wanted, like I can be with Tamlin now. The king tells Rhysand he can take his bros and go, even though he just said earlier that he was planning to give them to Jurian. So I'm a little confused. I guess that part of the deal is off then. And this is also why I was confused if the king was still going to be working with Tamlin if he let the Night Court go when he was supposed to be keeping them for Jurian. Like, I don't understand who is doing what now. Feyre and the Inner Court make dramatic eye contact as a silent goodbye before Mor teleports across the room, grabs her sisters, and then whisks them away. Rhysand doesn't even look back at Feyre as he, like, lunges across the floor to grab his bros, who are both on the verge of death, and then teleports them away, and they're all gone now. The king is absolutely furious that he didn't realize that Feyre had broken his magic nullifying spell, which allowed everybody else to teleport and get away, even though he just told them they could leave. And Lucian is also mad because Elaine is gone and that's his mate, and since they had the mating bond thing, now he's like extraterritorial because of course he is. Jurian even taunts him about it like super grossly, and he's like, ooh, sorry bro, those Illyrians are definitely gonna double team your girl.
Excuse me, the fuck did you just say?
Feyre angrily tells Jurian to fuck off, and even though Lucian is kind of going crazy over losing Elaine, he comes to his senses enough to realize that it's weird that Feyre isn't more upset that her sisters were taken. If Rhysand actually is evil and was holding her against her will, then Feyre should absolutely be panicking that they just kidnapped her sisters. Feyre is like, oh yeah, shit, you're right, I am so scared. Like, Tamlin, let's go back to the Spring Court and like figure out how to get my sisters back. Let's go. The king is like, oh, not so fast, bestie. I want that book. I know you have it. Too bad Rhysand took it and he somehow didn't realize that the book was taken when Rhysand teleported away. The king tells Tamlin he expects him to get the book and bring it back to him, so I guess they are still working together. Too bad they're both too stupid to realize that Feyre is definitely not on their side and she's going to do everything she can to sabotage them. She even straight up tells the king she's going to light his funeral pyre herself for what he did to her sisters, and they still don't realize that Feyre is not on their side. They all teleport away back to the Spring Court, and we weirdly get a chapter from Rhysand's POV, even though the entire novel has been from Feyre's POV. Rhysand and the rest of the Inner Circle make it back to the Night Court just in time to heal Azriel and Cassian, and then he info dumps everything that happened to Amren like we didn't just read it all. This feels like a recap chapter that should have been at the beginning of the next book, but we're getting it here for some reason, as Rhysand literally describes everything that just happened to Amren. Rhysand is like, good news, besties, the bargain between me and Feyre was broken, but not our mating bond, because of course we can't lose that, this is a romance novel. Even though the King of Hybern knew about our mating bond, he's just not very good at magic, and so he couldn't sever it. Personally, I think it would have been cool if the mating bond had been broken, and then we see Rhysand and Feyre get back together anyway, but this time as a conscious choice and not because of the bond. But no, that would be inconvenient, so like, the bond is still there. And since the bond is still there, Feyre can now telepathically tell Rhysand everything that is happening in the Spring Court with Tamlin in regards to Hybern, which is like super great for them. She is my mate and my spy, I said too quietly, and she is the High Lady of the Night Court. What? Moore whispered. I caressed a mental finger down that bond now hidden deep, deep within us and said, if they had removed her other glove, they would have seen a second tattoo on her right arm. The twin to the other, inked last night when we crept out, found a priestess, and I swore her in as my High Lady. Bro, what? I know that when all of that happened, Rhysand didn't know that Tamlin was going to show up and take Feyre, so like having that other tattoo was going to be really inconvenient. But like, was she hiding that tattoo from the Inner Circle and they also didn't notice it? And now she has to hide that from Tamlin, so I guess it's a good thing he didn't pull off her other glove and reveal the tattoo. Like, this is so dumb. Also, with the big deal everybody made about there not being any High Ladies, I feel really cheated that this scene of Feyre becoming High Lady happened off the page and we didn't even get to see it. Like, this was essentially their wedding, and like none of that happened on the page. We didn't get to see her get that tattoo or them make any vows together with the priestess. Like, we just don't get to see any of that, which for a romance book that seems really counterproductive that we're not seeing basically the wedding. Like, we got that scene of Starfall of them throwing spirit water balloons at each other, but we don't get to see their wedding.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Also, it doesn't even make sense that Rhysand was able to choose her as High Lady, because as I harped on before, the High Lords aren't chosen by the previous High Lord or like elected by their citizens or anything like that. It's chosen by fate or the Cauldron or whatever, so nobody has any control of who becomes the High Lord. It just happens whether they want to or not. When the previous High Lord dies, it snaps to one of their heirs, and like the only way to like kind of control this is to kill your competitors. Like if you have brothers, you kill your brothers, so you're more likely to inherit the title if your dad dies. But to my understanding, you can't just choose to be High Lord. So how did Rhysand just choose to make Feyre High Lady? Is Feyre only a High Lady by title, or does she have like extra strong powers too? Because all the High Lords have like extra strength. So as a High Lady, does she have extra strength? Like, what is happening? This Rhysand chapter is just really, really annoying because, like, why are we suddenly hearing from Rhysand when this whole book has been from Feyre's perspective, and then Rhysand just recaps something, tells us about a wedding that we don't get to see, and then he completely kills kills the tension of the reader being worried about Rhysand and Feyre's mating bond, because he just confirmed that the bond is still there, so like that tension is gone, we are not worried about that anymore. This just feels like we had like a really climactic ending and then Rhysand just totally killed the tension. I know that this is a romance novel, so I guess Sarah J. Maas had to make sure that there was somewhat of a happy ending, and so that's why she was like, oh no, don't worry, they're still mates, even though it kind of ruins the ending and that should be like a cliffhanger that goes into the next book. Anyway, Rhysand says that Feyre will be his spy in the Spring Court until the time is right, and then they'll go get her back. The rest of the inner circle isn't really happy with that because they don't think Feyre is safe, but it really is the best strategy for them. So they let it go so they can focus on preparing for the war that I guess is still going to happen. We then go back to Feyre's point of view so she can finish out this novel, and she yet again confirms to the reader that the mating bond is still intact with her and Rhysand. So I still don't really know why we had Rhysand's chapter. He just recapped shit we already knew, and then Feyre said all the shit like that we needed to know, so like Rhysand's chapter was pointless. Most of the shit in this book is pointless. Feyre is having a hard time pretending that she is happy to be at the Spring Court again with Tamlin, and that she's not at all horrified to be back at the beautiful fancy mansion that was once her prison.
So, no hard feelings about being let go?
None whatsoever.
Tamlin either doesn't notice or willfully ignores Feyre's discomfort in favor of his delusion that Feyre actually wants to be with him. Of course, Lucien notices it right away, even though he's supposed to be freaking out over losing contact with Elaine, but he keeps his mouth shut because he is a coward. Tamlin scanned my face and finally nodded. We'll start over. Do things differently. When you were gone, I realized I'd been wrong, so wrong, Feyre, and I'm sorry. Too late, too damned late. But I rested my head on his arm as he slipped it around me and led me toward the house. It doesn't matter. I'm home now. Forever, he promised. Forever, I parroted, glancing behind to where Lucien stood in the gravel drive, his gaze on me, face hard, as if he'd seen through every lie. As if he knew of the second tattoo beneath my glove and the glamour I now kept on it. As if he knew that they had let a fox into a chicken coop and could do nothing. Not unless he never wanted to see his mate, Elaine, again. I gave Lucien a sweet, sleepy smile. So our game began. And that's it. The book ends with Feyre swearing to take her revenge on the Spring Court from the inside out. Good lord, that was a long and wild ride. Except not all that wild. I feel like everything and nothing happened all at once. This book was needlessly long and could have, and should have, been streamlined to make the pacing less wonky. We get super long stretches where nothing happens, and then a bunch of stuff happens without any build up to it, and then a bunch of nothing, and then a bunch more action, and then the cycle repeats for like 600 pages. A good novel is supposed to feel like being on a roller coaster. The tension rises as the cart races up the track, and then comes to a big exciting crescendo as you crest the hill and you shoot downwards, and then the excitement continues as you rocket up another hill or go through a loop-de-loop or whatever the ride has in store for you. I don't ride roller coasters, so stick with me for this metaphor, and by the time you get back to the station, you should feel thrilled by the ride you just had, but ready to hop back on and have some more fun. This book felt less like a roller coaster and more like you're laying around on your couch kind of bored, and then someone runs over to you and punches you in the face, and then they leave you alone for a little while, and then they come back and punch you in the face again. There's action, but there's really no build-up. It's just kind of dropped onto you, and it's really just jarring. I feel like Sarah J. Maas wants everything to be a surprise, but even a surprise can have build-up to it. It shouldn't just, like, randomly happen. Outside of that, I think most of my complaints about the ACOTAR series come from the fact that I'm not really a romance reader. I tend to read thriller novels, and those are heavily contingent on having a really well-constructed plot. I'm an absolute sucker for a great plot, and ACOTAR definitely does not have that. Even people who enjoy this series are willing to admit that because they love the characters and vibe so much that they don't care about the plot. And that's their right, because different people like different things in books. Some people are looking more for characters, and some people are looking more for plot. Some people want a good combo. Like, different people like different things. But for me, there was no plot, and I also hated the majority of the characters, so I didn't like them enough to overlook how much I didn't like the plot. The world building is also super poorly done, which is another thing that bothers me. I'm the kind of person that if I pick up on one logical fallacy within the novel's world, then it completely breaks my immersion of the book, and it makes it really hard for me to enjoy the story. In ACOTAR, I don't really understand the technology level at all. Like, I don't understand they have indoor plumbing, but they don't have electricity. Like, I don't understand what they have and what they don't. But I think the worst thing for me in terms of the world building is the incredibly lazy naming. Random side things get names, but then important things like the King of Hybern or the entire mortal realm don't get names, and so it just feels very lazy. Overall, this whole book just seems kind of lazy and blatantly half-assed to me. And if the point was to just enjoy the vibes and get some spicy fairy porn, the book could have been half as long. Rhysand and Feyre aren't even officially a couple until like 80% of the way through this book, which is so incredibly irritating. The series pretends like it has some big grand story to tell, but Sarah J. Maas couldn't be bothered to fully develop it or the world it takes place in. She sacrificed all of that in favor of making the characters the forefront, but even they suffer from the same one-dimensional and often contradictory writing that makes this series suck so hard. If the characters work for you and you really connect with them, then you're in for a great time with ACOTAR. But if you don't like the characters, then you aren't really left with anything else to enjoy about the book because there is no plot. There's not good world building. There's nothing else to fall back on. And as I've said multiple times throughout this video, I really hate these characters. Sarah J. Maas writes like all of her OCs are the most specialists, so they have to have the most special powers. But when everyone is special, nobody is special. Like, they can't all be special. Why is everybody the most powerful? That's so stupid. None of the characters are average. Everybody is super powerful. It just really ruins the impact for me. And it makes the characters really insufferable too. But I think that pretty much wraps up my thoughts on ACOMAF. My voice is getting hoarse and scratchy, as you can probably hear. I've talked forever about these stupid fairies and I'm so over it. I'll try to do a video on ACOWAR, but it might be a hot minute because I'm sure you can imagine it's not easy to produce a 5-hour-long rant about fairies or however long this video ends up being. I am desperately clinging onto the shreds of my sanity. ACOWAR is even longer than ACOMAF, and I've heard it is absolutely wild, so I hope I don't get as bored reading it as I did with ACOMAF. If you've stuck around this long, bless you for listening to my unhinged rambling. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being viewers. I really do truly appreciate it. But that's all the time I have for this video. I am so done thinking about fairies, and I'll see you in the next video to talk about fairies again. Bye, guys!